Good morning, everyone. My name is Joaquin Esquivel. I'm chair of the State Water Resources Control Board. Today is Tuesday, April 16th. It is 9:01 a.m. and I'd like to call this meeting to order. I'll begin by introducing my fellow board colleagues. With me here today is Vice Chair Doreen Diadamo, Board Member Nicole Morgan, Board Member Sean McGuire, and Board Member Laurel Firestone. With us as well is our Executive Director, Eric Oppenheimer, our two Chief Deputies, Karen Mogus and Jonathan Bishop, our Chief Counsel, Michael Loffer. Our Clerk of the Board is Courtney Tyler, and assisting her today is Margie Argel and Biba Malitic. As you can see, this meeting is a hybrid meeting. It is being webcast and recorded. For those of you joining us virtually, you're either viewing us through our customary webcast on YouTube Live or the Cali PA website. But if you intend on commenting on today's item, you need to be on the Zoom platform. There are instructions on how to do so at the top of the agenda. And if you are having any challenges, though, please do just email the clerk of the board at board.clerk@waterboards.ca.gov, and she can help you get onto the platform. Once you're on the platform, your camera will be off, you'll be on mute until it is your turn to speak on the item you've indicated. For everyone in the room, good morning, everyone. Good to see you. We're here in Sacramento in the California Environmental Protection Agency building. A few announcements for us here as well. Please do observe the exits. If there happens to be an emergency, we'll calmly file out to Cesar Chavez Plaza and await any further instructions. Also, if you intend on commenting on today's item, there is a tablet or laptop here at the side of the room. There's also a QR code up on the wall so as to be able to sign up to speak. Once you are at the podium, please do introduce yourself and any affiliation you may be part of. And also, please do silence our phones just so that we don't have any interruptions in today's discussion. With that, we will move on to public forum. I will note the main item today, the probationary hearing for the Tulare Basin, will not begin until 9:30. We've indicated that on the calendar here. We do have some public forum commenters. I'm seeing about 12. I'm asking everyone that they really reduce their comments here so that we can start item number 2 at 9:30. And also importantly, if you find yourself in public forum looking to speak on today's probationary hearing, please just indicate that and save your comments for the actual item. With that being said, I do want to, except for one individual, I know we have an elected official, Doug Verboon, who would like to speak here at public forum, and I'm glad to allow to do so. So, Mr. Verboon. You may need to turn on the microphone. I'm not sure if it's on yet.
How's that? Good?
Fantastic. Thank you.
Okay, my name is Doug Verboon. I'm a Kings County Board of Supervisors. I'm actually a 30-year elected official in the County of Kings and a fourth-generation farmer. I think it's important to understand why the basin is under review. When you come, I'm gonna start over. I'm a little nervous. I think it's important to understand why our basin is under review for probation. When you have a county with 153,000 people, but the groundwater is managed only by 3 large corporations that reside outside the county and totaling over 300,000 acres. It's hard to come up with common ground to work together. And it's also hard when there's 2,000 other residents that farm there that have farmed between 500 and 1,000 acres. Over the years, the growers in the Tulare Lake Basin have put in infrastructure to dewater Tulare Lake Basin between wet years so they can grow crops during the dry years. Over the years, that has turned into a way to transport not only floodwater, but groundwater as well. When reduced or even zero allocations of exchange water are flowing through the aqueduct from San Luis Reservoir, it creates a market to move groundwater out of our basin to Dudley Ridge and Lost Hills, an area that was developed with exchange water from the aqueduct. An easy solution would be just to increase the flow of the Delta water from Southern California farmers, such as Dudley Ridge, Westland Water District, and Lost Hills. But we know that's not an option. The state population has grown more than our current water infrastructure, creating a market for our groundwater and surface water to go elsewhere. This has increased the value of our groundwater so high it's not possible to use it for growing crops. Landowners in the 3 southern basins in Kings County have turned to selling their groundwater on dry years to areas that have no water or have zero allocation, of which has created a market which cannot be sustainable to follow the SGMA guidelines. So now the landowners are not farmers, they are corporate investors that have come from Southern California, such as Mojave Irrigation District, Coachella Irrigation District, and Irvine Water District, just to name a few, to benefit from the sale of groundwater, causing a deficit in our sustainable yield under Sigma and creating a market to move our groundwater out of the area. It appears we overpump our area when we use to grow our crops. But when you have outside influence that pump 24/7 to offset their losses in outside areas of our basin from zero allocation, it depletes our groundwater at an increased rate. That is not sustainable for our future. Out of the 5 GSAs under scrutiny today in the Tule Lake Basin, member representatives from El Rico, Southwest Kings, and Tri-Counties have extreme amounts of influence over the 2 remaining basins where all residents reside, Mid-Kings and South Fork Kings GSA. With that kind of power, it creates a problem in our community where most of the residents live. When you have 2 remaining basins trying to do what's right by the state by putting in reduction in groundwater pumping plan in place, just so the remaining 3 can move water because they have the political power and access to the attorneys and the government to do as they have done for many years in the past. Recently, Kings County created a groundwater extraction ordinance that doesn't allow landowners cooperation to pump groundwater and sell it out of the county. This ordinance took 12 years to create and pass because of the political nature of the basin. The county is being challenged by one of the basins, El Rico, in southern part of our county. The attorney representing that basin is the same attorney drawing up the language in the Mid-Kings GSA. So that we need to reduce pumping so they can keep pumping. Do as I say, not do as I do. This is not sustainable, and we need help from the state to keep this under control and find a balance in our basins to protect those who cannot protect themselves. I believe it's important for Kings County to step up with the help from the state to find a balance in our basins that is equal to all. This will be extremely hard and important. The political nature we have today with so much power and money behind the 3 corporations that are making our groundwater, that are marketing our groundwater, we need help from the State Water Resource Control Board to make this work. The farming activity over the years has created revenue for our county, which supports our local government. But the corporations call themselves farmers are only farming the water, not the ground. And this harms the future of Kings County. Kings County is the 3rd poorest county in the state. And we would like to keep it from becoming another disadvantaged community and sustainable with our own natural resources. Most of the residents should not be punished by those who have no concerns or consequences for their actions. For the future of Kings County, we need to grow our region by preserving the groundwater without hurting the future of generations to come. We should also not lose track of the importance of new water infrastructure projects to help capture the water over the wet years to replenish the water that has been moved out of our county to protect future generations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Baboon. I appreciate your comments and leadership amongst this, and thank you here for addressing the board. Next, and a reminder, we are here in public forum. Next, I'd like to call up Jared Voskuhl. We have Joshua Yeager signed up as well, and then Wesley Harmon. Not seeing Mr. Voskuhl in the room, we can go to Joshua Yeager. And he may not be on the platform, so we'll go to the next, or is he? Okay. Okay, next we'll go to Wesley Harmon. And again, for other commenters here, if you're looking to comment on the Sustainable Water Management Act and the probationary hearing, would ask that you delay your comment then till the next item. Not seeing Mr. Wesley Harmon. We'll go next to Eric Thor, and who will be followed by Nicole Dorfman. Okay, and we'll go to Nicole Dorfman then. Next, after that will be Andrea Luker.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can, good morning.
Good morning. My name is Nicole Dorfman, and I am a member of React Alliance, a board member. And I am commenting today because regarding the permit for Equinor Atlas Wind's proposal to survey in the nearshore waters of Morro Bay. I'm very concerned because in the permit, it doesn't at all mention the existence of the southern sea otter in the harbor mouth of the Morro Bay Harbor. I did see that that there is a stipulation that they stay 500 meters away from cetaceans and turtles, but there's nothing about the sea otters, which are endangered, listed as an endangered species. There are about 40 of them in Morro Bay. So I will ask that the otters be included, that the boats, the survey ships need to retain the same distance from the otters. But I'm not sure how they'll be able to manage that because, like I said, they congregate regularly very close to the harbor mouth. So I do have a concern about that. Furthermore, I'm very concerned about the redactions, complete redactions in the Equinor Atlas Wind permit so that people cannot see, are they coming all the way into the Morro Bay estuary? We certainly can't see that. And lastly, I would like to request for independent monitoring for the sound levels. I understand they're very high decibels. And I think that they found on the East Coast that sometimes what was claimed in the permit was not actually what was happening in real life. So I do think that this warrants independent monitoring. Thank you very much. I really appreciate your work and have a wonderful day.
Thank you, Ms. Dorfman. I appreciate you addressing the board this morning and your time as well. Next, I'd like to call up Andrea Luker, be followed by Maya Lewis-Burgess.
Good evening. Are you able to hear me?
We are. Good morning.
Fantastic. Similar to Ms. Dorfman, my name is Andrea Luker. I'm a board member of the REACT Alliance, which is a nonprofit, nonpartisan grassroots organization based in San Luis Obispo County. We are working to provide information to the largely unknowing public about offshore wind, and our alliance has been amazed at the growing number of folks who share our opposition to the many concerns. It's clear that federal agencies, state agencies, and in some cases, local agencies are in a huge hurry to move forward on offshore wind, whose many impacts have not been clearly identified and in many cases are unknown. I will take note of AB 525, which requires the California Energy Commission to develop a strategic plan that discusses impacts, among other things. And that strategic plan, as you well know, is currently in draft form and woefully late. There are numerous unknowns in this offshore wind project, including how, if, and at what cost will it be relevant, which makes it imperative that the public is allowed at every step of the game to weigh in on the permits, concurrences, or authorizations that are required for the offshore wind companies to move forward. The residents of California should be given the opportunity at every step to make public comment and share their concerns about these projects. And to a certain extent, we rely on you, the state agencies, local agencies, and federal agencies to make sure these processes for public engagement are available. There are and will be speakers here today from REACT Alliance who will be bringing specifics to you on our concerns about approval of site surveys that don't appear on your agenda, are difficult or impossible to find on the website, and appear to be able to be approved without much knowledge or input from the public. And then, as Ms. Dorfman mentioned, are so redacted that comprehension of the surveys is difficult. There's certainly a fair amount of mistrust for the offshore wind companies because of what the community has already experienced to date, including cancellation of meetings with the public and the inability of the wind companies to provide accurate information or any information about what permits, concurrences, and authorizations are being sought. I'll briefly close today by citing a specific example from the East Coast who is ahead of us in offshore wind and provides us a plethora of examples on what not to do. Dominion Energy, who is building a huge project off the coast of Virginia, has redacted a document filed with the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management, known as BOEM. That document explains the procedures Dominion will use to ensure offshore wind construction does not further harm the whales and other protected species. This plan has been marked proprietary and confidential business information exempt from public disclosure and is now the subject of a Freedom for Information Act request as well as a lawsuit. We certainly hope that Equinor, Atlas Wind, or other wind companies are not allowed the continuation of redaction of future documents that the public should have the right to read, and public engagement is readily available. Thank you so much for the time this morning and have a good rest of your meeting.
Thank you as well, Ms. Luker. Next, I'd like to call up Maya Lewis Burgess, be followed by Bill Miguel, and then Cody Phillips.
Good morning, everyone. Apologies, I was planning to comment on the second portion, primarily focused on the basin overdraft. So if it's okay, I'll just hang back and wait
Yes.
until that part of the agenda is presented.
Yes, no worry in the least, Ms. Burgess, appreciate that. And I'll make sure
Thank
that
you.
you're added to item number 2 here. Next,
Great,
I'd like to
thank you
call
so
Bill.
much.
Thank you as well. Next, I'd like to call up Bill Miguel, be followed by Cody Phillips, and then Thomas Merhart. Thank you. Next then, and Mr. Bill Miguel, can see you're from the Lower Kings River Association. We will just go ahead and tuck your comment card onto item number 2. Next, I'd like to go to Cody Phillips, be followed by Thomas Merhart.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel, members of the board. My name is Cody Phillips with California Coastkeeper Alliance. And I'd like to use this public forum opportunity to talk about a petition for reconsideration that we submitted yesterday. So just a background, earlier this year, California Coastkeeper Alliance and several other petitioners submitted a petition to this board to begin a formal rulemaking process for long-term in-stream flows in the Shasta River watershed. And the board denied that petition. And yesterday we asked you to reconsider that denial. I wanted to use this as an opportunity to speak with you all together to explain why we felt it's so important to ask you to reconsider. We don't want to make you say no twice. And I wanted to add some context here of the state's history of promising action in this particular watershed without any real long-term action. So going back to even to 2009, California Coastkeeper Alliance actually settled a lawsuit with Department of Fish and Wildlife because they had failed to do their obligation, which was in-stream flow studies using funding from this agency from the Water Rights Permit Program. As a result of that settlement, the Ocean Protection Council actually funded with taxpayer dollars two studies for the Shasta River watershed in particular. Those 2 studies were finished in 2013 and 2014, and to this day still represent the best available science. Those studies were done for the explicit purpose of giving the State Water Board enough information to set long-term flow regulations. 2014 was also the same year that Governor Jerry Brown put out his California Water Action Plan, which was, in response to drought. And in that set a priority, we need in-stream flows in 5 priority watersheds. One of those watersheds was the Shasta River. This state board's action plans at that time also included movement to in-stream flow regulations in specific watersheds. And there's even some funding, I think 2015, 2016, for DFW and the State Water Board to follow through on those actions. We didn't really see anything there. Not until the emergency regulations came in, the emergency authority, there was no real movement on the Shasta watershed. And what we're seeing now is this history, this cycle repeating. 2024, Governor Newsom releases his response to drought, hotter, drier future. It's not the California Water Action Plan. It does have a salmon strategy that does ask for in-stream flows in many of the same priority watersheds. This board has also put out in its strategic work plan and its racial equity action plan a priority of setting in-stream flows in the Shasta. And we are grateful to see the budget change request petition to get funding to do that. But we've had state priorities, we've had State Water Board priorities, we've had funding in the past, and we haven't had long-term action. We have had the emergency regulations, but those are set to expire after a year. They're short-term. That's not what we're looking for here. So despite all this, we truly believe that the board was moving toward that goal. And when we submitted the petition, we thought it was an opportunity for you to say yes. And we were shocked when the board said no, especially because the government code is not so binary. It doesn't require just a yes or a no. It's actually quite flexible. The board is allowed to give any other relief warranted by the petition. And yet the response that we got was, we don't want to do a formal rulemaking right now. In fact, we don't even know what the best approach is here. So we're going to deny your petition entirely. Based off of what this board has said from the dais, based off of the history of what's been happening here, we wanted to give you an opportunity to reconsider that denial, especially in light of the flexibility offered to you in the government code. You may not know what the next step is, but deciding what that next step is the most important part of taking it. And no matter which action you choose to take, it will be years before the fish actually benefit from that action. These are long-term goals. It's going to take long-term to actually get them up and running. And from the outside looking in, I'm just a person. I can only bug you who has all the authority to do something. We're not seeing the action that needs to happen based on the urgency of the situation. I don't need to remind you, this is the second year in a row that California has shut down the salmon fishing season based largely in part on the weakness of the Klamath River stocks. So please keep that in mind as you read our petition for reconsideration and truly look at your authority, look at the flexibility that you have, and please follow through on the promises that you've made. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Phillips. Appreciate your time. Definitely desired to respond, but it's public forum. And so just appreciate the petition that's been filed and look forward to what's going to be a lot more discussion here. Next, I'd like to call up Thomas Merihart, be followed by Mandy Davis.
Mr. Merihart does not appear to be on the platform.
Okay. And Mr. Merihart, if you were intending to speak on the probationary hearing, we'll put a pin on your name here for that as well. Next then, and I believe this is our last commenter, Mandy Davis.
Good morning. May I ask a quick question before my time starts?
Yes.
I have brought a copy of the letter that I'm going to read into public comment here. And I didn't know that I was not allowed to bring one and give it to you guys. So if there's any way that you could ask for the copy of the letter that I printed out and brought to you, I'd really appreciate it. Thanks so much.
Yeah, we can also receive that electronically here amongst us. So yeah, thank you.
Okay, so I'll go ahead. My name is Mandy Davis. I'm president of React Alliance, and I am going to read the letter into a public record. To the State Water Resources Control Board and its supporting staff. On March 20th, 2024, SWRC attorney Serena Liu, and excuse me if I've said the name wrong, made several assertions in a letter to the MBCFO that were not well researched, and on further investigation, React Alliance has found to be untrue. Ms. Liu stated erroneously that Atlas Wind's NP6 permit application is subject to CEQA 15306 exemption, and I'm not going to read the copy on that. This exemption, however, is not applicable to Atlas Wind's MP6 permit application, as the survey area is within established MPAs and endangered species habitat. Any and all sampling and geophysical surveys pose a definite danger to marine mammals that are migrating through the area, as well as the endangered southern sea otter that inhabits the nearshore kelp beds and the estuary, and its benthic feeding grounds within the sited areas. Additionally, the high decibel emanations from HRG surveys and dredging for channel sighting have been shown to harass, displace, and damage laurel forms, benthic species, and nearshore groundfish populations. Claiming that the Atlas Wind permit application is not subject to CEQA review is unfounded, even with the heavily redacted maps of the survey and sampling sites, making the application ineligible for enrollment under State Water Board order, and I'm not going to read the number. So Ms. Liu also asserted that public engagement of the permitting process is unnecessary, and that the Water Board has the right to certify the applicant's permit without a hearing. This too is untrue. As we have demonstrated, the Atlas Wind MP6 permit is not CEQA exempt and is subject to a full review. We have the right to ask for a full Water Board agendized review, and in keeping with our rights under California law, we are asking for an agendized hearing once the applicant's permit is fully restored and unredacted for public viewing and comment. As for the applicant's permit and the degree to which it is redacted, we find the general claims of confidentiality ludicrous and overly general in nature. Legally, an applicant or agency must provide a detailed description of the reasons and justifications for such redaction. As of this time, Atlas Wind has not provided this necessary information. Additionally, your agency has not provided the requested information on the extensive redaction within the legally allotted 10-day time frame for a response. Our lawyer in React, Vice President Sara Rizzo, has repeatedly asked for clarification and to date has not received any. There is one more issue that has been glaringly ignored by staff and Atlas Wind, and that I would like to draw your attention to: the mandatory notification engagement of the local YTT Northern Chumash and the Salinan tribal entities as pertains to these proposed nearshore actions. They should have been part of the process since day one, but have been left entirely in the dark that this permit was being reviewed. The surveys and sampling are cited to occur in nearshore areas that are known to be inundated indigenous villages, and the disturbance to sea bottom could indeed harm the cultural heritage areas that are currently undisturbed. Engagement of local tribal entities must happen before any permit is even considered. The YTT Shumash have been notified of your oversight, and REACT expects this legal mandate to be taken seriously and our indigenous neighbors to be respectfully engaged. Lastly, there is one more item that neither your staff nor Atlas Wind has taken into consideration, and a step in the process that must be completed since this project is not CEQA exempt. The application for an SCP permit from California Fish and Wildlife. This permit is required for any benthic grab samples or survey activity conducted inside or adjacent to MPAs. So what we are asking, and I want to go over the 5 minutes here, is that you look at this permit, you authorize the removal of the redaction, and that you agendize this permit so the public, and there are hundreds, if not thousands of people that really want to hear this, that you agendize this and allow the public to have their say. And you take a very close look, because this is not an appropriate permit to ratify? What's the word that I would use? But please agendize this issue. Thank you.
Thank you for your time this morning, Ms. Davis. Next, and it looks like I have one more commenter here, and this should be the last one. Mary E. Wood.
Hello, my name is Mary Wood, and I have a property in El Dorado County. I hope that I wanted to thank you for this opportunity to speak, and I hope that you reviewed the papers that I sent to you. I don't want to be seen as an individual. I want to be seen as the 6 million other people who belong to small private associations and who rights as a Californian are obscured. I do not have safe or affordable water at my access. So this is inconsistent treatment to me and others also. Right now, at this point, I've paid $20,000 in lawyers' fees this year, combined with the $60,000 I paid in the last 3 years, because nobody wants to take responsibility. These contracts cannot be written without oversight regarding rate structures, public policies, safety water issues, because there's going to be other people, and there are other people. I've talked to them, and I don't know what to do. I sent you the letter. I'm not a good public speaker, but I want this issue addressed somewhere. And if you could give me some comments on who to go to, though I've probably gone to 50 people, and everybody says, sell your property, declare that, disclose that it's a bad water situation. My conscience won't let me do that. So thank you very much.
You as well. I appreciate your time in addressing the board this morning, and I'll look to Mr. Lawfer about circling back to you. Okay. Thank you.
And Chair Escobar, I will point out that Thomas Merhart joined just shortly after we brought him up in public forum, and I'm not sure if we want to give him the opportunity at this point.
Yeah, I'll provide a brief opportunity so as we can get to our next items here. So Mr. Merhart, was there public forum comment you'd like to make?
Yeah, just generally speaking, I've been watching the water regulatory mandates unfolding, the sustainable groundwater programs, and many of us being essentially threatened to participate in a process to preclude more intensive oversight by the state. And I was just kind of curious to see how a lot of this process, the fees, the metering and all of these other things that are being imposed on landowners and farmers and citizens doesn't violate the U.S. Constitution takings clause. And that's about the end of my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Merhart. Appreciate those comments, and we'll be getting further into discussion around the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act and its impacts here momentarily. With that, thanks for everyone's patience. Appreciate those that commented during public forum. I'll close that out. We are now on to our first item of board business, which is consideration of adoption of the board meeting minutes from the March 19th, 20th board meeting. Look to my fellow board colleagues. We have a motion.
Move adoption of the minutes.
A second.
Thank you both. Ms. Tyler, can you please call a roll call vote?
Vice Chair D'Adamo.
Aye.
Board Member McGuire.
Aye.
Board Member Firestone.
Aye.
Board Member Morgan.
Aye.
Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. The meeting minutes are adopted. Now, we'd like to move on to item number 2. This is a probationary hearing for the Tulare Lake Groundwater Subbasin under the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, or SGMA. We are providing Spanish language interpretation services for this item, including the simultaneous broadcasting of this meeting in Spanish. For in-person participants, and I believe we have a slide that we can pull up. If you are present in the meeting room and require Spanish interpretation services, raise your hand and a headset will be provided to you. Alternatively, you can view and listen to the hearing in Spanish in the Sierra hearing room, just outside these doors. You're welcome to move between the rooms. There are printed copies of the presentations in Spanish at the back of this room. And here on slide 2, for Zoom participants, to listen or comment in English or Spanish, select the language interpretation channel by clicking on the globe icon in the meeting controls at the bottom of your screen. There you can choose English or Spanish or unmute the original audio. For Zoom participants, to see the presentation in English or Spanish, click on View Options at the top of your screen and select Presentation in English to see the presentation in English, and Presentación en Español to see the presentation in Spanish. I'll now invite one of our interpreters to share these instructions in Spanish to help everyone get set up. Good morning. Thank you for being here with us.
Thank you. And for the benefit of our Spanish-speaking listeners, para aquellos que deseen escuchar el programa en español, sepa por favor que tenemos interpretación al vivo disponible. Si nos acompaña remotamente por medio de Zoom, por favor busque el icono de un globo en la parte inferior de su pantalla que dice Interpretation o Interpretación, selecciónelo y luego seleccione su idioma Spanish o español. Y así podrá escuchar el programa enteramente en su idioma. También puede ver la presentación por seleccionar el botón que dice View Options en la parte superior de su pantalla y elegir Presentación en español. Muchísimas gracias. Thank you, Chair Esquivel. Back to you.
Thank you so much as well. I ask all presenters, board members, and individuals providing public comments to speak slowly and pause occasionally to allow interpreters to accurately capture your remarks. This applies to both English speakers and Spanish speakers. If you speak too quickly, we may ask you to slow down or pause. If you're joining online and plan to make a public comment, please note that you will need to be on the Zoom platform if you're viewing us through the YouTube webcast or Cal EPA. You can follow the instructions on the notice for the agenda to fill out the virtual speaker card. And again, do feel free, if you're having any challenges, to just email the clerk of the board at board.clerk@waterboards.ca.gov, and she can help you get on. This workshop is being held in accordance with the public notice dated October 12th, 2023, and is being recorded and will be made available online. A draft resolution is linked to the agenda. At the end of the hearing, the board may vote on whether to declare the Tulare Lake Subbasin probationary, and if so, whether to adopt the draft resolution or modify it. I have to note, this is the first meeting of its kind. An incredible amount of work I know has continued to go on to implement the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, the formation of groundwater sustainability agencies, the development of plans, and these discussions aren't easy. There's a lot of, I know, uncertainty and anxiety certainly around, well, what is the future of our water management and our watershed? How are we going to continue to be able to thrive both as communities and as economies? And just want to acknowledge that it's taken a lot of work to get to this moment. This hearing allows the state board to consider a consequential decision. If we should declare the Tulare Lake Subbasin to be probationary, a term importantly here that we didn't select, was developed by the legislature as part of the language and implementation of the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act. This hearing is also an important opportunity for us to hear from GSAs and other organizations and individuals on the decision before the board today. And we don't take this decision at all lightly. Regardless of what the board decides today, it's essential the people in the Tulare Lake region continue to refine and implement plans for the long-term management of a resource of such local importance. Even if the board decides today that a probationary determination is warranted, we recognize that groundwater sustainability agencies in the basin have done a tremendous amount of work, and that work is ongoing. It would also be a recognition that more information about groundwater use in the basin may be needed to inform any future groundwater sustainability plans, revisions, or determinations by the state board. I'm aware of our role under SGMA is new, and it can be complex. In particular, the role we may take on today is meant to be temporary, so it can be quite brief or it can be longer. This possible role for the board is also unique in that it creates a direct relationship between many pumpers in the basin and the board. If the board decides today that a probationary determination is warranted, groundwater pumpers must, with some exceptions, report their pumping to the board. The legislature also decided that the work the State Water Board must do in probationary basins should be funded by fees. As a result, SGMA requires that the state board collect fees in probationary basins rather. Not to punish those basins, although I know it can feel that way, but to pay for the additional workload. The Tulare Lake Subbasin, regardless of what the board decides today, it's essential the people in the Tulare Lake region continue to refine and implement those plans. So if the Tulare Lake Subbasin is declared probationary, this would likely mean that those who are pumping the majority of the groundwater would be subject to reporting and must pay the associated fees. Some of the people who could have to report their pumping and pay an associated state fee, including, I assume, some of you here, may have focused on the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act and the board's role under SGMA relatively recently. I appreciate your participation here today. And if we do declare the basin probationary, I encourage you to engage through our processes, and most importantly, to participate, help lead, plan, problem solve, and coordinate. With that, a bit of an explanation of the order proceeding of today's discussion. We'll begin with comments from elected officials and want to acknowledge Mr. Verboon and thank him and California Native American tribes, if they choose, and then proceed to a staff presentation that covers some background around the basin, a summary of the staff's recommendations to the board and the draft resolution, and a little information on the board's options in our decision today. The staff recommendations are described in detail in the final staff report that was released on March 26th. During and following the staff presentation, board members will have the opportunity to ask questions. We'll then have a panel presentation by 4 of the 5 groundwater sustainability agencies in the Tulare Lake Subbasin. Board members will again have the opportunity to ask questions of the GSAs and of board staff. The presentations by the Tulare Lake GSAs will be followed by groups who requested to make presentations in advance of this hearing, followed by any other comments from tribal or elected representatives. We will then invite any comments from state and federal agencies, and finally, the broader attendance here. We have a full agenda for the day, so we ask that all speakers be as succinct as possible. Oral comments will be limited to 5 minutes so that we have adequate time for questions and so all participants have an opportunity to speak. If a prior speaker has already made some of the points you'd like to make, you do not need to repeat them. It is sufficient, if you can, to agree with some points that previous speakers made. Also, these issues can be very challenging, as we know, and we want to hear from everyone. So to ensure a respectful and orderly meeting, audience members and commenters are asked to not disrupt or disturb other speakers or make personal attacks or profane remarks that disrupt and otherwise impede the orderly conduct of our meeting today. When addressing the board, please state your name and the organization you represent, if any, prior to providing your comments. Public comments will be heard based on the order of comment cards received, and instructions again for completing so are at the top of the agenda. Finally, I do want to acknowledge that the decision we are considering today would directly impact communities, farms, and individuals in a range of ways, including many of you here in the room. We know that while many of us have shared a vision around sustainable groundwater management, there are different perspectives on the best ways forward, on how we got here and what our roles in different parties should have done and do, and on what best ways to achieve SGMA's goals. We look forward to hearing all opinions on our pending decision, although there may be those different perspectives shared today. I just ask everyone in the room and joining from home to remain respectful. It's important that we hear everyone's comments, so I ask participants to wait and just again, thank everyone's participation here today. With that, are there any elected officials or tribal members that would like to speak here first? And if so, I welcome you up and please introduce yourself.
On behalf of Assemblyman Mathis.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, and esteemed board members. My name is Matthew Tuttle. I'm Chief of Staff for Assemblyman Devin Mathis, and I'm here speaking on his behalf. Tulare Lake Subbasin is in the heart of my district and in the heart of California. Food grows where water flows. My district feeds the state. When water slows, food production follows suit. Famine is not an unrealistic future when farmers become hogtied to produce due to water restrictions. There are large challenges when bringing a blanket GSP for 5 GSAs with distinct characteristic differences. The recognition of agricultural pumping needs to be on par with residential pumping. Food does not grow where water does not flow. Until the state is able to adequately capture the yearly water runoff, pumping, regardless of type, will almost certainly continue to chronically lower the water table. Furthermore, managing subsidence and water quality will be best done when continuing to work with area stakeholders. Farmers with their boots on the ground will always be the best to manage their issues. They literally have their skins in the game. All GSAs are watching what happens here today. I ask that you remember who the stakeholders are and the negative effects the ag industry will suffer from due to the state-mandated probation. I again ask that you continue to work diligently with farmers and stakeholders to help protect the ag industry. And I thank you for you guys.
Thank you. Appreciate delivery of those remarks. Mr. Verboen.
Thank you. Doug Verboen, Kings County Board of Supervisors, also a farmer. Just asked that my previous comments be entered into the record as well. A couple of things here. You know, we have a lot of friends, a lot of families that are behind us that their livelihood depends on what the outcome is here today. I'm not against the state coming in and giving us guidance like I asked earlier, where we have our hands full. Kings County is the third poorest county in the state of California, and we have 153,000 people. In 2022, we had an income of $2.3 billion of income off farming income, off the revenue from farming. That's important to know because we don't have anything else. That's all we have. And that supports our local government, that supports our fire, that supports our sheriff, that supports the action organization, it supports the nonprofits. We have to be careful how we handle that. And I talked about earlier about the exit of the water out of our county and how hard it was to get my groundwater ordinance in place. You know, the comments I made earlier, I submitted in December of 18. At that time, when I went to submit my comments, one of the growers that I talked about earlier asked me not to submit those comments. Two of the meetings of GSAs we had earlier in about 5-6 years ago, we put together a staff member to go to all the meetings to gather data so we understood what's going on. We kind of stayed back from being involved, even though we are involved. We were told by the same GSA that told me they didn't want me to submit that comments, that I was lucky that we allowed our staff member to be at their meeting, the public meeting. Another meeting was at Provost and Pritchard's, which is an engineering firm out of Fresno. And they had a meeting one day and I went there and just to see what was going on and didn't know but a couple people in the room. I sat at the table, made small talk with the staff and the commissioners and they didn't know who I was. One guy did, and he just had a big smile on his face. 3 members were on the phone, 2 were present. The chairman started the meeting, said, we'll start with self-introduction. I introduced myself. There's 3 people on the phone hung up. They refused to have a meeting in my presence. This is what we're dealing with. This is why we're asking the state to come in and help back us up. We have a lot of power, a lot of money that can fight you and fight me forever and tie us up in court. So take into consideration the small farmer, the small person that's here today. We have family farming. I had to talk to one of my neighbors. I thought he was going to commit suicide. He was just totally distraught over what was happening. Even for myself, it's devastating. I talked to Mr. Domlo the other day about how it affects families. My grandfather got surface water rights from Pine Flat Reservoir back in 57, 58. And it was important to keep that in the family and keep it in our trust. The attorney forgot to put that in the trust. So when my grandmother passed away, my dad had taken it and put it in his name before she passed away. It took 6 years and $60,000 of attorney's fees just to have the right of first refusal on that property, on the water rights. I was able to purchase the water rights after 6 years and get it into my name, but I had to pay the fair market value, which was $6,000 an acre foot for surface water for 180 acre feet. That's not sustainable for a farmer that only owns 180 acres. It's very difficult. So you can see the increase of water value is there right now, and it doesn't pay to use it for farming. So we need to control that, bring it back in the community, promote farming in our community, and stop the exit of our groundwater. So thank you very much. And please listen to my constituents behind me. We're all having a tough time. Thank you.
Mr. Verboen, and just want to acknowledge that there is a lot of pain and anxiety I know out there, and here looking to make sure that we continue to be able to communicate clearly and try to help bring folks along. So
this is the message I've had since I ran for office the first time. I was in the Fresno Bee quoted that we needed to stop this. One of my buddies called me up and says, you need to be quiet. Don't talk about it. We got to keep this water flowing. He since sold his ranch and moved to Wyoming. Before he sold his ranch, he took me out there and showed me what the neighbors are doing, and the pipelines underground, moving water out of the area. We lose track of it once it goes underground. 14 years ago or 15 years ago, I was taken and met another farmer that doesn't exist anymore and told me I better get a bodyguard. So I've been threatened, and it's difficult today to stand up here because I have people behind me that would wish I would just shut the hell up. So I protect the small grower, I protect the family farmer, and I protect my communities. I talked to Ms. Firestone a minute ago about the dry well mitigation and how we tried to help out a small community 20 years ago. And they said, you don't touch our water. And we would have already had that problem fixed had they let us do what we wanted to do, was bring them water from a municipality. So thank you.
thank you, Mr. Verboen. Thank you for raising your voice here to the board and contributing to today's discussion. That, looking to see if there's any other electeds or tribal representatives that would like to speak, and on the platform as well. And seeing none, then we can move on to the staff presentation. So I'd like to look over to Natalie Stork, Anthony Wolitz, and Caroline Hackett, and Ben Breezing.
Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the board. We are here today for you, the board, to consider whether to adopt a probationary basin determination for the Tulare Lake Subbasin. For this staff presentation today, I'm joined by Caroline Hackett of the Office of Sustainable Groundwater Management, and as well, we are joined by Ben Breezing of the Department of Water Resources. Next slide, please. Caroline and I will be presenting the following with some additional content from Ben. State water boards, SGMA state intervention basics, Tulare Lake Basin background, SGMA process in the Tulare Lake Subbasin, sustainability plan deficiencies and likelihood of future impacts to beneficial users, the current status of the Tulare Lake Subbasin, and finally, staff recommendations from the board. Those recommendations will cover whether to designate the basin as probationary without exemptions, requirements for groundwater extractors, probation next steps, and board considerations for lifting probation. Next slide, please. Now we will begin our presentation on the staff recommendation to the board with a brief overview of the basics of state intervention. Next slide, please. 80% of Californians rely on groundwater for part or all of their water supply. So groundwater is an important part of California's water portfolio. During average years, groundwater makes up 38% of water supply, but during times of drought, it makes up 60% of our water supply. Next slide, please. California's climate naturally shifts between wet and dry conditions from year to year. During dry years with less rainfall, we rely less on surface water and pump more groundwater to make up the difference. I'll be pausing for just a moment. My apologies.
We are just double checking on the Spanish translation through the headsets. Thank you.
Apparently the interpretation isn't coming through in Spanish on the Zoom, so give us a moment, please.
Appreciate the patience, everyone. Just a quick check on our translation to make sure it's working correctly.
So I'm not sure if it's being broadcast properly, but it's possible that people are not clicking in Zoom to hear Spanish specifically. So it might be worth repeating those directions.
Yeah, for folks that are on the Zoom platform, you'll need to select your language. So there's a globe icon that allows you to select either English or Spanish. And so we'll carry on here and maybe send out also, I know we have the contact information for folks, a blast about it. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, back to where I was. At the time, the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act was passed into law in 2014. And I may refer to the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act at times as SGMA or the law. So when it was passed in 2014, the majority of the state was experiencing exceptional drought, the most severe category of drought conditions. SGMA was passed in order to establish plans for sustainable groundwater management in California for the first time, especially in groundwater basins that were critically overdrafted, which means they've been severely depleted by pumping. Next slide, please. Here's an overview of some of the key requirements of SGMA. The cornerstone of SGMA is that groundwater management in California is best accomplished locally. SGMA requires that each high and medium priority groundwater basin establish one or more local groundwater sustainability agencies called GSAs. Most GSAs were formed from pre-existing surface water agencies, such as irrigation districts. Areas not covered by agencies are often covered by counties. SGMA requires that GSAs develop one or more groundwater sustainability plans called GSPs that outline how they will manage groundwater in their basins. The GSAs must have criteria that will be used to measure whether the basin is meeting its sustainability goals. GSPs for the critically overdrafted basins were due in January 2020. GSAs are required to submit annual reports to the Department of Water Resources, which we also call DWR. Also, every 5 years, GSAs must update their GSPs. Critically overdrafted basins are required to achieve their sustainability goals by 2040, and the rest of the high and medium priority basins must achieve sustainability by 2042. Next slide, please. So what is sustainability? Sustainability means the basin is operated within its sustainable yield and doesn't experience undesirable results. Undesirable results are significant and unreasonable occurrences of these 6 things on the slide, caused by groundwater conditions occurring throughout the basin. What's important is that sustainability is supposed to be determined by locals at the local level. Note that agencies don't have to address groundwater issues already occurring before 2015. The law focuses on conditions from 2015 forward. Next slide, please. Once local GSAs develop their plans, they submit them to the Department of Water Resources for review. This flow chart outlines the process for GSP review under SGMA. Once a GSA or group of GSAs adopts and implements a plan, DWR has 2 years to evaluate it. If the plan is approved, GSAs implement the plan and submit annual reports to DWR. If the plan is determined to be inadequate to achieve sustainability, this triggers the State Water Board's intervention role under SGMA. Board staff evaluate the inadequate plan and, if needed, prepare a staff report that summarizes the board and DWR's deficiencies and recommends potential actions to correct the deficiencies. If deficiencies are not on track to be corrected, the board may hold a probationary hearing to determine if probation is warranted for the subbasin. The steps on the timeline that are highlighted in blue here, or gray if you're in the room, are steps that the board may take at its discretion. In these steps, if the board does not proceed to the following step, then the basin is either awaiting action from the board or will be returned to DWR oversight. Next slide, please. If the board adopts a probationary determination, this starts the first step of state intervention, probation. During the probationary period, GSAs should work to correct the deficiencies in their plans that were identified by the board. Additionally, during probation, many groundwater extractors are required to record and report their groundwater extractions to the board and pay fees based on the amount they pump. If, after 1 year on probation, the deficiencies are not corrected, the board may choose to move the basin towards the second step of state intervention. Staff would develop an interim plan to temporarily manage groundwater while the GSAs continue to correct their GSPs. This plan would likely include pumping cutbacks. If the board determines an interim plan is warranted, the board would hold a public hearing where they could choose to adopt an interim plan. Next slide, please. Today, we're focused on the probationary hearing step. Let's look at the basics of what a probationary hearing is. It requires a triggering event, such as an inadequate plan finding by DWR. It's discretionary, so the board only holds the hearing if they believe that intervention is warranted. It's a public process which follows requirements for noticing, and the board will consider public comment today. The board identifies the plan deficiencies and potential actions to fix them. These are proposed in the staff report, but the board can adjust these. And a probationary determination is made by adopting a resolution. The staff's draft version was released for public comment a few weeks ago, and the board will consider whether to adopt it. Next slide, please. Give them a second. Pausing for a moment. Okay, our slides are back up. Can you go back one slide, please? Okay, and I'll continue here, talking specifically about the probationary hearing resolution. Regarding the resolution, the board can choose to adopt the probationary hearing resolution, delay the decision, or return the basin back to DWR oversight. The resolution can be amended in the future, for example, to make exclusions from probationary status, update requirements such as reporting or metering requirements, and modify deficiencies as conditions changed or as the GSAs fix their plans. Next slide, please. Finally, here are some key points regarding probation. It lasts only as long as it takes for GSAs to fix issues. We aim to return basins to DWR oversight as soon as is feasible. It does not limit GSA authorities. GSAs need to fix their plans, continue implementing the good parts of their plans, and work to address management challenges. Extractors begin reporting and paying fees to the board so the board can collect the data it needs in case it needs to develop an interim plan. There are no board-required pumping limits at this phase of state intervention. And if issues aren't fixed after 1 year, the board can develop and adopt an interim plan. That's when pumping limits could come into effect. And now I'll hand it over to Caroline.
Thank you. Next slide, please. I'll start with some background on the Tulare Lake Subbasin. Next slide, please. The Tulare Lake Subbasin is a critically overdrafted groundwater basin in the Tulare Lake hydrologic region of the Southern Central Valley. As we can see on the map on the right, the main population centers in the subbasin are Hanford, Lemoore, and Corcoran. Next slide, please. This geologic cross-section on the left is representative of the hydrogeologic setting in the Tulare Lake Subbasin. There are 3 primary aquifers which are vertically separated in the subsurface by clay layers called the A clay and the E clay, also called the Corcoran clay. The A zone aquifer is perched above the A clay. It's generally unconfined and has a limited spatial extent in the northern part of the subbasin. The B zone aquifer is located between the A clay and the Corcoran clay and is in semi-confined to confined conditions. The deepest of the three aquifers is the C zone aquifer. It's confined and located below the Corcoran clay or the E clay. Next slide, please. In Tulare Lake Subbasin, groundwater is a critical resource, especially for agriculture. Other beneficial uses of groundwater here are for drinking water use in urban areas such as Corcoran, Lemoore, and Hanford, and also by rural domestic well owners. And we're estimating about 2,000 domestic wells in this subbasin. There are also various potential unquantified environmental uses in the subbasin. In this figure on the right, we see that in the water year from October 2021 to September 2022, 94% of the groundwater that was extracted in the subbasin was used by the agricultural industry. 4% of the groundwater that was pumped was used for urban public water supply, and the remaining 2% was used by rural domestic well owners. These extraction numbers are from the GSA's annual report for water year 2022, and this is the most recent report that's available. Next slide, please. In Tulare Lake, groundwater pumping has exceeded the natural and human-assisted recharge that occurs, and groundwater levels have been in decline for decades. This figure displays groundwater level data from 679 wells in the subbasin. And where known, the aquifers in which the wells are screened are noted in the three colors. In this study, we had 61 wells that had known aquifers. I'll note that these data are surely incomplete due to current data gaps in well completion report records and the current active or inactive status of wells, but we do consider this data to be representative of the trend in the subbasin. I'll also note that the maximum recorded depth to groundwater, as we can see on the figure, in 1956 was about 138 feet. The maximum recorded depth to groundwater in 2022, for comparison, was 475 feet. The Tulare Lake GSAs report that the long-term sustainable yield of the subbasin is about 300,000 acre-feet per year. However, average groundwater pumping from 2019 through 2022 was over 514,000 acre-feet per year, meaning that the basin has an average annual overdraft of about 215,000 acre-feet per year. Now, Ben Britzing of the Department of Water Resources Sustainable Groundwater Management Office will give some context for subsidence in the Central Valley.
Good morning. Next slide, please. Groundwater pumping can lower groundwater levels and dewater soils below the ground surface, causing some soil types in the subsurface to compact and the ground surface to sink. The sinking of an area of land is called subsidence. Subsidence in California has been documented throughout the last century. By 1970, certain areas of the state had subsided over 28 feet. During recent droughts, increased groundwater extraction is again resulting in accelerated subsidence rates of up to 1 foot per year in parts of the Central Valley. Since 2015, there have been significant improvements to the state subsidence monitoring network, most notably the statewide processing and reporting of satellite-based InSight data, which provides monthly subsidence data for more than 150 groundwater basins at 100-meter resolution and a vertical accuracy of better than 0.1 feet. In 2022, DWR has increased the reporting frequency of monthly InSight data from annually to quarterly to provide more up-to-date information. DWR publishes these statewide subsidence data on our open data portal and the Sigma Data Viewer. What you see on this slide are annual subsidence rate maps over recent years with green to red colors representing areas of subsidence and blue areas representing areas of uplift. As observed during the 2012 to 2016 drought, increased groundwater extraction during the most recent drought again resulted in accelerated land subsidence in parts of the Central Valley. The wet 2023 water year has decreased land subsidence rates for now. However, as during previous dry, wet, dry cycles, subsidence rates are likely to increase again during future dry periods unless extractions are reduced. While about 800 square miles of area experienced uplift greater than 0.1 feet during the wet water year 2023, about 2,400 square miles of area still experienced subsidence of greater than 0.1 feet during the same period due to ongoing pumping or delayed effects of pumping during prior years. Next slide, please. This slide shows a map of cumulative or total subsidence from October 2015 through October 2023, with colors representing areas that have subsided more than half a foot. Since 2015, about 4,800 square miles of area have experienced more than half a foot of subsidence, and about 160 square miles have observed more than 5 feet of subsidence. Over this period, the statewide highest total amount of subsidence of about 6.5 feet occurred about 8 miles east of the city of Corcoran. The chart shows the measured subsidence at the city of Corcoran since June 2015 through January 2024, totaling about 4.5 feet. The chart shows the temporary slowing of subsidence during wet years 2017 and 2019, which was followed each time by returning increased rates during later, drier years, which is likely to occur again during future dry periods, unless groundwater extractions throughout the region are reduced as part of ongoing groundwater management. This concludes my subsidence data update. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. Next slide, please. I'll continue with the Sigma process in the Tulare Lake Subbasin. Next slide, please. Groundwater in the Tulare Lake Subbasin is managed by 5 GSAs. From north to south, they are the Mid-Kings River, South Fort Kings, El Rico, Southwest Kings, and Tri-County Water Authority GSAs. The 5 GSAs collaborated to write one Groundwater Sustainability Plan, or GSP, that outlines how they will manage groundwater in the subbasin and bring the basin into a sustainable balance by 2040. Let's look at the GSP timeline. Next slide, please. So the 5 Tulare Lake GSAs submitted their original GSP in January 2020 to DWR. DWR had 2 years to evaluate it, and in January 2022, they determined that the GSP was incomplete based on 3 deficiencies. The GSAs then had 6 months to revise their plan based on feedback in the incomplete determination letter from DWR, and they submitted the revised GSP in July 2022. That's still the most current GSP. In March 2023, DWR made its final determination that the revised GSP is inadequate and therefore unlikely to resolve groundwater overdraft in the basin. The determination of inadequacy triggered the State Water Board's Sigma intervention role. And since that time, the GSAs have continued to work hard to revise their sustainability plan and have met with board staff to discuss those updates. In October 2023, the board released the draft staff report, which included an evaluation of the revised GSP, which was submitted in July 2022, and a recommendation to place the subbasin on probation. I'll explain the staff report in depth on the next slide. A 90-day public comment period started after the draft staff report was released last October. And in November 2023, board staff held a virtual and an in-person public workshop to provide updates, summarize the findings of the draft staff report, and accept public comments. Next slide, please. So what is the staff report? The draft staff report about the Tulare Lake Subbasin and its inadequate GSP was released in October 2023, and the final staff report was released on March 26th of this year, after staff reviewed 35 verbal public comments and 36 written public comments submitted during the 90-day public comment period. The staff report evaluates the revised GSP from July 2022, again, still the most current GSP, although the GSAs are working hard to provide an updated GSP in response to the board's probationary recommendation. The staff report outlines the three major deficiencies in the sustainability plan for the basin, centered on the themes of groundwater levels, subsidence, and groundwater quality. These deficiencies are in line with DWR's deficiencies that they outlined in their determination of inadequacy letter. And the staff report also includes recommended potential corrective actions to address the board and DWR's deficiencies. The final version of the staff report also includes responses to public comments. Those are summarized in Appendix C. On the whole, only minor changes and clarifications were made to the staff report from the draft version. Next slide, please. This slide summarizes the engagement and public input in the SGMA process in the Tulare Lake Subbasin since October 2023. Again, we've had 2 staff workshops, one virtual and one in person, both with Spanish interpretation. There was a public comment period, and those comments were addressed in our final staff report. We've offered consultations to California Native American tribes and other discussions upon request. Next slide, please. Okay, now we'll go over the deficiencies identified in the staff report by board staff. The full details of the deficiencies and the recommended potential corrective actions are explained in the staff report and summarized in Appendix A, which is a master table of the plan deficiencies and potential actions. Today, we will give just the high-level summary of the deficiencies and potential actions on the following slides, starting with deficiencies related to the management of declining groundwater levels. Next slide, please. The first of the 6 deficiencies related to groundwater levels is the inadequate definition of the undesirable result for declining groundwater levels. The recommended potential action is to clearly define the undesirable result. For instance, how low can the groundwater levels decline and how many wells are estimated to be impacted at those minimum threshold groundwater levels? The second deficiency is that the GSAs did not consider all beneficial uses and users when they set groundwater level sustainability criteria. Staff recommend that they set the minimum threshold groundwater levels to be protective of drinking water wells to keep them from dewatering. The third groundwater level deficiency is an insufficient monitoring network for groundwater levels within the 3 aquifers of the subbasin. We recommend that the GSAs use a consistent set of monitoring wells from year to year and establish additional monitoring wells in the A zone as necessary. Next slide, please. The fourth groundwater level deficiency is an insufficient description of well impact mitigation. Staff have recommended that the GSAs establish accessible, comprehensive, and appropriately funded well impact mitigation programs. The fifth deficiency is that the GSP does not describe overall a feasible path for halting this chronic lowering of groundwater levels in the subbasin. We recommend that the GSAs explicitly plan ahead for a return of drought conditions in the subbasin and commit to managing groundwater demand here. The sixth and final groundwater level deficiency is that the GSAs did not consider the effects of groundwater level sustainability criteria on subsidence or groundwater quality. And we recommend that they revise the groundwater level minimum thresholds as necessary to avoid undesirable results for these other sustainability indicators. For example, it's possible to set groundwater level criteria that are protective of drinking water wells, but could still contribute to significant and unreasonable effects related to land subsidence, for instance. Next slide, please. This map displays the results of a dry well susceptibility analysis done by DWR in coordination with the board. It uses current groundwater elevations and modeled future groundwater levels to give us an idea of where domestic wells could be susceptible to going dry in the future if groundwater levels drop as they did during the last drought period. The analysis showed that over 700 domestic wells are at risk of dewatering under a repeat of the most recent drought. We can see that they're concentrated in the northern third of the subbasin. The color gradient on this map varies from gray, which represents 0 domestic wells at risk in that block, up to the dark magenta color, which represents up to 50 susceptible wells per block. The slide also shows where wells were reported dry during 2023. These were self-reported to DWR's Dry Well Reporting Program, which is a voluntary reporting program. So we can see that there have been impacts resulting from the decline of groundwater levels in this subbasin already, and we anticipate future impacts without effective management here. Next slide, please.
And Chair Esquivel, before Ms. Hackett goes any further, I just want to make an announcement for folks who may be watching on the YouTube live stream. Unfortunately, because of the way that Zoom and YouTube communicate, they don't always put up the English language PowerPoints, and that's not something we can control. If you are watching and wish to see the English language PowerPoints, you can either switch over to the English language Cali PA web broadcast that was provided in the agenda notice, or on the description. If you refresh your YouTube live page, on the description, there is a link to the PowerPoint slide and you can download it and follow along. For that.
Thank you. So now we'll look at the deficiencies in the sustainability plan related to subsidence management. Next slide, please. The first of 4 deficiencies related to subsidence is again an inadequate definition of the undesirable result for subsidence. We recommend that the GSAs clearly define the undesirable result. For instance, what amount of damage is allowable to canals, levees, or wells in the subbasin due to subsidence. The second deficiency is that the GSAs did not consider all beneficial uses and users in setting the sustainable criteria for subsidence. And some minimum thresholds appear to exceed existing agreements for subsidence limits. We recommend that the GSAs develop quantitative criteria that would avoid the undesirable results and conform with other existing legal agreements. Next slide, please. The third subsidence deficiency is that the GSAs did not adequately consider the impacts of subsidence on flood control and flood protection infrastructure. We recommend that when establishing subsidence criteria, that the GSAs evaluate the impacts of reduced channel capacity, the uncertainty around longitudinal differential subsidence, and increased inundation depths due to subsidence. The last deficiency related to subsidence management is that the GSP does not provide adequate implementation details. We recommend that the GSAs develop a plan to trigger management actions when subsidence exceeds defined thresholds, especially near critical infrastructure or facilities. We recommend that they update the well registration program to meet their subsidence goals and develop infrastructure mitigation programs with clear triggers, eligibility requirements, metrics, and funding sources. Next slide, please. In summary, the current subsidence impact is substantial in the subbasin, and since the plan was adopted, subsidence has continued. Based on staff's analysis, the plan as written will not adequately decrease subsidence and poses a risk to infrastructure, such as the California Aqueduct and flood protection levees. Next slide, please. This map displays subsidence data from satellite measurements called INSAR, which Ben mentioned. This data shows the cumulative subsidence between June 2015 and October 2023. We can see a subsidence bowl in the northern part of the subbasin, and this is primarily due to groundwater extraction. The maximum subsidence during this time period was nearly 6 feet. There are several federal levees, as well as many local canals and levees that could be impacted in the subbasin by further subsidence. Next slide, please. So let's look at the subsidence situation since the sustainability plan was adopted in 2020. The map, or implemented in 2020, I should say. The map on the left displays satellite data for subsidence between January 2020 and January of this year, 2024. The maximum subsidence in this recent time period is nearly 3 feet. In the graph on the right, we can see the spatially averaged maximum and average subsidence per year in the subbasin. Average subsidence of about 1/4 or 1/3 of a foot per year occurred in 2020, 2021, and 2022. We can see that subsidence rates were greatly reduced in 2023, which was a historically wet year where surface water was more readily available. Now, Natalie will address the deficiencies related to water quality in the plan.
Next slide, please. Here are the deficiencies and potential actions for groundwater quality. The first deficiency is that the plan has an inadequate definition of undesirable result. The potential action is to clearly define the undesirable result. For example, how much water quality may worsen near drinking water wells. Deficiencies 2 and 3 are very similar, so I'll cover them together. Both the minimum thresholds and measurable objectives for water quality could allow further groundwater quality degradation. The potential actions for 2 and 3 are to not establish water quality criteria that would allow for substantial degradation of water quality. So they should set limits that don't allow continued degradation. Next slide, please. Number 4, the proposed monitoring network does not adequately monitor the 3 key aquifers. The potential action is to adequately monitor the 3 key aquifers and better describe monitoring schedules. This could include a more thorough monitoring network, a more frequent monitoring schedule, and more constituents, as noted by staff in the staff report. Number 5, management actions are not responsive to groundwater quality degradation. Well mitigation plans lack details. And the potential action is to plan for additional sampling when water quality is degraded, develop well mitigation programs with clear triggers, eligibility requirements, metrics, and funding sources. Next slide, please. This map shows where many domestic wells are at risk of water quality degradation due to several constituents where concentrations can be impacted by overpumping or groundwater management. These include arsenic, hexavalent chromium, nitrate, 1,2,3-TCP, and uranium. There are many domestic wells at risk in the northern part of the subbasin, where most domestic wells are located. This map clearly demonstrates that there are risks to not monitoring or managing water quality in line with SWRCB requirements. Next slide, please. Now I'll move on to subbasin status since DWR's inadequate determination. These deficiencies and potential actions that we discussed were included in the draft staff report released in October of last year. We have been in ongoing meetings with the Tule Lake GSAs since even before then, since March of 2023, last year. So far, we've held 7 meetings to discuss our concerns with the 2022 plan or to discuss general SGMA state intervention process questions. It is unclear at this time whether the GSAs have fully considered and incorporated the staff report recommendations that we provided in October. While we are encouraged, we hear that a new plan will be submitted soon. Staff will need about 3 months for a substantive review of any single revised GSP. These are highly technical documents, the GSPs, that are hundreds of pages long, and it takes additional technical analysis to fully evaluate the plans. Next slide, please. Now I will review the staff recommendations regarding a potential probationary determination. Next slide, please. Now, So the staff recommendation is to designate the basin probationary. The 2022 plan may allow substantial impacts to domestic well users whose wells may go dry, to critical infrastructure such as canals and levees, and to the aquifers themselves by allowing continued overdraft, water quality degradation, and subsidence. The plan as drafted will not achieve groundwater sustainability by 2040. Next slide, please. Staff recommend that the board not exclude any portion of the basin from probationary status. No portion of the basin met the qualifications for exclusion, which requires GSA coverage, a GSP that is being implemented, and that GSP that achieves sustainable groundwater management by implementing measures targeted to ensure the basin is operated within its sustainable yield. 2 Tulare Lake Subbasin GSAs requested exemption from probationary status. However, neither meets the statutory criteria for this exemption because neither meets the second criterion on this slide. If one or more GSAs submit a plan that meets these criteria, the board could consider them for exclusion at a later time. Or if the basin has a GSP with, for example, a management area that individually meets the requirements, the board may also be able to consider the management area potentially for the exclusion. Next slide, please. Here is more information on potential reporting requirements and staff recommendations impacting these requirements. All people who extract groundwater from probationary basins, unless they're excluded, must report the well location and capacity of each well, monthly extraction volumes, and the place and purpose of use. Staff recommend excluding de minimis pumpers, who are those who extract 2 acre-feet or less for domestic uses only. And we recommend excluding them from reporting and therefore also from fees. If the basin is put on probation today, extractions would need to begin being recorded on July 15th of this year, 2024. Staff recommend that reports should be due annually starting December 1st of this year. And staff recommend that people who extract 500 acre-feet per year or more measure their extractions with a certified meter. This would allow high accuracy extraction measurement for most of the groundwater pumped from the subbasin, while impacting, we think, less than 300 people, irrespective of existing GSA metering requirements. Next slide, please. Here's a reminder of our reporting and fee requirements if the basin is put on probation. For those who are required to report, there is a $300 per well annual fee, plus $20 per acre foot volumetric fee. There is an automatic late fee of 25% up to a cap. Again, de minimis extractors, we recommend be exempt from reporting and fees. Fee waivers are available for water systems and schools serving disadvantaged communities and for those with low income if they report on time. These entities can reach out via email to request a waiver after filing their reports. Next slide, please. Today, the board is considering whether to designate the Tulare Lake Subbasin as probationary. The board could do that by adopting the draft resolution that staff have developed. This resolution includes background, factual findings, and a probationary designation, deficiencies and potential actions, reporting requirements as were just described, including the de minimis exemption, limited delegation to the executive director for changes to reporting or metering requirements, for example, and requires at least 30 days notice and public comment before the board would consider any changes to the resolution. Next slide, please. If you, the board, adopt a probationary determination for the subbasin today, here are next steps for the GSAs. They should continue working to address plan deficiencies, implement the potential actions or similarly effective actions, and meet with board staff to discuss progress. Board staff will evaluate any new plan. I've got a quick update regarding a potential new revised GSP for the subbasin. We understand that the GSAs are working on a revised GSP and plan to submit it soon. The State Water Board understands that DWR will soon receive copies of this revised GSP. DWR will post it on a newly established place on the Sigma portal for public review and comments. For any basin that is referred to the State Water Board, the Sigma portal will only be used for public transparency and to avoid confusion by those who have been using the Sigma portal and are accustomed to finding Sigma implementation information there. It is the State Water Board's understanding that DWR will not be reviewing the revised GSPs or the public comments submitted on any revised GSP for any basin that has been referred to the State Water Board. We look forward to receiving and reviewing the new plan from the GSAs. Next slide, please. Ultimately, the goal of state intervention is for GSAs to address deficiencies so the board can return the basin to DWR oversight. Here are considerations for rescinding a probationary determination. When staff evaluate a resubmitted plan, if the deficiencies are resolved and if GSAs are on track to achieve the sustainability goal, staff will recommend that the board repeal the probationary resolution, and the basin oversight would then return to DWR. However, if deficiencies are not resolved after at least 1 year, the board may develop an interim plan to manage overdraft. This plan would be effective until GSP deficiencies are resolved and GSAs are able to resume basin management. This concludes our staff presentation.
Thank you. Really appreciate the incredible work I know that's gone on at the local level again on the GSPs, but also at the Department of Water Resources in their review, and here you all at the State Water Board. The discussions, not easy, I know, but have been incredibly professional, and just want to thank everyone for that and for this analysis. Looking to my fellow board colleagues in case they have any questions outright or anything here at the top. Vice Chair.
Thanks, Chair. First of all, just want to start by thanking staff. You've been so engaged, and the presentation was really good going through all the different engagement opportunities. But we know that with every meeting, it's been extremely involved preparation and additional conversations with the GSAs, local community members. And so thank you very much for that. And a big thank you to the stakeholders here today, those viewing in. I just really appreciate that for such a major controversial area that could result in significant change in the area, in the region, that people have been very thoughtful and professional, and hopefully we'll continue to hear that tone here today. I have just a few questions before getting going, and starting off with Mr. Breezing regarding subsidence. So I've heard statements made about subsidence, about residual subsidence, for example, that subsidence can occur even if all pumping, we wouldn't want to see this, but if all pumping were to stop, that we would expect to see perhaps residual subsidence, or that there's such a thing as natural subsidence, that regardless of what activities are occurring relative to pumping, that in certain areas you could just see natural subsidence. And so I'm just hoping that you could provide some further clarification on those issues, and also whether the department might be providing, as the GSAs continue to try to correct these deficiencies, if the department can help to provide assistance in this area.
Yes, thank you for the questions. So the first part was about residual subsidence. So as I tried to capture in my very brief summary, subsidence is a function of dewatering and depressurizing certain soil types that irreversibly can collapse. And when you depressurize these or dewater these soils, even if the groundwater levels then stabilize, the effect of the compaction occurs over time and decays over time. So it's true that if you stop pumping stabilized water levels, that residual subsidence would continue over a certain amount of time. However, what one can do to minimize that is actually to raise groundwater levels to mitigate for that. And then the second part was about other naturally occurring subsidence. So it's true that there can be other causes of subsidence. There's other soil types, or even for tectonic reasons, but in California, it's widely established that subsidence is mostly due to groundwater extractions. And that was part of the intent of showing some of the graphics to show the obvious correlation between water use and groundwater dependency versus subsidence trends. So the department is working, or the Sustainable Groundwater Management Office is preparing a best management practice for subsidence, anchored in the intent of the law of SGMA to minimize and avoid subsidence, and outline practices and actions to meet that intent. And that BMP will come out later this year. And part of that will also be to include, as much as we can, textbook modeling exercises that help educate and ground the conversation about things like residual subsidence and how it can be minimized.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And then let's see if we could bring up slide 48 on fees. I saw a lot of cameras out when the fee slide was up. And so I think this might be a good opportunity to provide to the public. We did make an adjustment to the fees, but this entire group may not have followed that process. And so Mr. Oppenheimer or Mr. Nuckbauer, if you could just go through the fee setting process and how this, is likely to evolve through time.
Thank you. The board did reduce the fees at a recent water board meeting. The original fee structure for the SGMA program was set, I believe, in 2017, before there was any basins that were even, in the position where probation was being considered. And so under the law, we are required to recoup fees for programmatic activities related to state intervention under SGMA. And so that's non-discretionary for the board. And so at the recent board meeting, we did cut. The original fees were $40 per acre foot, and the board reduced them to $20 per acre foot. And that was based on our assessment of
the costs that we would need to recuperate or receive to support, again, the aspects of the program related to state intervention. And so the fees are set through an emergency rulemaking process. And, for Sigma, it's a new program. We don't have a lot of experience. We had to make some assumptions in terms of the number of people that would be paying fees and the amount of pumpers in the basin. And so we made our best estimate. We tried to essentially make the fees, or recommend to you fees that would be as low as possible, but still be sufficient to cover the costs of implementing the program. We do anticipate that this will be dynamic, and there'll be the need to adjust fees over time as we get more experience and more knowledge about fee payers and compliance rates with paying fees and the efforts involved in collecting the fees. And also, it really is going to be highly dependent on the number of basins in probation and the amount of fee payers that there are. And so again, it's difficult to project. Our goal was to make the fees as low as possible and still be able to cover program costs. And we expect to make a lot of adjustments moving forward. And we'll do everything we can to make the fees as low as they can be.
Thank you for that. And just, we haven't decided yet, but if we do place the basin on probation, I just think it's really important to have high compliance, because if we have high compliance, it could result potentially in a reduction of the fee. And then the last point that I wanted to make, or just, I guess, ask staff about, really do appreciate that the basin is working on a revised plan and looking forward to seeing that, but we don't have that today. So our focus really needs to be on whether or not we're going to place the basin on probation. But I think it's also maybe an important opportunity to dialogue about those potential changes, and don't want to, have that overshadow this decision, but it's an opportunity to have productive discussion. And so just want to ask staff about how would you're busy working on these other basins. Once you get that plan, it's going to take you a certain amount of time to review it. But how do we avoid the situation where maybe you have some recommendations and that plan is right now before local entities that may or may not approve that draft plan, but maybe you've seen certain key areas that you'd want to have dialogue with the GSAs about suggestions that maybe they should consider changing it, trying to avoid this do loop of getting a plan and then reviewing it for 3 months, and then you provide comment, and then the locals end up having to take it back, because the idea here is how do we get back to local control as soon as possible? So if you could provide how you plan on kind of in parallel, working with the GSAs to provide comment, recognizing that it's not official board comment, but trying to work locally with the GSAs in this dynamic process.
Thank you. Yes, we will continue meeting with the GSAs. We've been meeting with them fairly regularly over the last year, and we intend to continue to do so. We understand that they're working on wrapping up a plan revision, and we hope that that plan revision really incorporates the potential actions or equivalent actions from the staff report. I think one concern is if it incorporates some, but not all, and there's still deficiencies, we could wind up in that loop where we're reviewing a plan and meeting with them, but there's still things that we recommend changing. Ultimately, the decision is up to you, the board, about whether something is adequate. But one consideration is if the plan is coming in and not everything is addressed, is it really the right time for us to jump in and review that, or do they need to continue making those changes? It may be beneficial to the process for them to submit something that really addresses all of the issues rather than one that addresses half or three quarters of them. So we are really looking forward to receiving a plan, and we hope it will address those deficiencies, and we'll continue to meet with them.
Thank you. And thank you, Vice Chair, for the good questions. And here, staging as people begin to come up and speak before the board, what are some continuing questions and ways in which we could actually start to try to get to solutions here sooner? Again, it's not lost on me. Again, the goal here is to get back into local control appropriately. And the sooner we can address the deficiencies, I think the sooner we can get there. Looking to other board colleagues for any question or comment here at this moment. Okay, seeing none, I wanted just a note on the agenda here. So we have a panel next of the groundwater sustainability agencies, 4 of the 5. They've asked for about 60 minutes. We then have another panel. It's about 20 minutes, a 5-minute panel, and then a 20-minute panel. That's almost 2 hours worth of panels. Let's take a break now so that we can cleanly get into those. I want to note that as well for individual commenters then, because after that 2-hour panels, after this break, it's going to bring us to about a lunch. We'll take a lunch at around 1 o'clock. So folks who have individual comments may not get to start to begin speaking until after that 1 o'clock lunch. So for everyone's planning purposes, just want to make that clear as we get into these panels. Let's take a 10-minute break though, 10 minutes-ish. We'll come back at 11:05 and continue straight into then to listen from the GSAs. All right, everyone, we're at 11:06. If you can please take your seats, we can continue on. Again, this next portion will have a few panels. The first being 4 of the 5 groundwater sustainability agencies. They have about an hour, and then we'll continue through our panels. Just a quick note, Mr. Keith Freitas, I can see your hand is up. There is a small farmer panel with Doug Freitas, Julie Freitas, Aaron Freitas that will be speaking. If you're just looking to be able to speak, I ask that you just hold on and then please lower your hand. If it's another issue, I can call on you, Mr. Freitas, quickly just to figure out what your need is on the platform. Additionally, any of those on the platform who don't see a 2 next to your name and are planning on commenting on this item, please do email the clerk of the board indicating what your name is on the platform and who you are so we can identify you with a speaker card. Quickly, Mr. Freitas, we'll unmute you. If there's something that you wanted that was besides making a comment, which we'll ask you to hold at this point.
Mr. Freitas, we see that you're on a phone, so it would be *6 if you're on a phone or a computer. You should just be able to hit the unmute button in the lower left corner of your Zoom window. Okay, not hearing from Mr. Freitas, then let's go ahead and move on to our panel. Really appreciate, and who would like to kick us off?
I'm going to start, Mr. Chairman.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chairman Esquivel, board members. My name is Amir Hussein. I'm the point of contact for the Tulare Lake Subbasin. With me this morning are the other GSA managers who are also going to be making short presentations. And as part of this, talking a little bit about how they're going to implement SGMA. And I just want to thank the board for this opportunity to present to you today. So first, let me address the elephant in the room, which is the status of our existing and revised GSP. As we kind of informed and had discussions with staff, we're about 90% of the document is done. We have some additional information, some additional discussions that we need to have specifically on the subsidence issue. And so we're still working through that, but we are effectively done. And much of what you're going to hear from me is I'm going to give you an update on that and a preview of the document. You're going to see that we address many of the issues that the staff raised in their presentation as well. So let me get started. Next slide, please. Similar to staff presentation, I'm just going to quickly go through and talk a little bit about the groundwater conditions. Staff talked about the 3 different aquifers that we have, the A zone, which roughly is about 70 to 100 feet across most of the subbasin. The deeper B zone, which is between the A and the Corcoran clay, and that's the one where we tend to see most of our wells completed at that depth, especially in the northern portion of the subbasin. And then below what we're calling the C zone, which is below the Corcoran clay, and it's pumping below that our primary concern is subsidence. Most of the pumping that's occurring below the Corcoran clay, most of it, not all, but most of it is occurring in the southern portion of the subbasin. One of the items that I wanted to point out is right now we are essentially estimating our pumping using ET data. And what we are transitioning to is going to be a well registration program that's going to be committed by the GSAs across the entire subbasin to understand exactly where all of our wells are, where they're completed, and how much pumping is occurring from each of those wells. And that's one of the commitments that the GSAs are making in the new plan. And in fact, I should point out that most of them have already started that process and already well underway. And what we're essentially seeing is there's less wells than what the databases have predicted, but they tend to be a little bit deeper than what we've seen in the past from just looking at the data. Next slide, please. So as staff mentioned, the three criteria that we were looking at were water levels, subsidence, and water quality. The first thing we did was identify what needs to be protected, whether that means infrastructure, if that means facilities, wells, users, et cetera. And then we try to base our decisions on each of the criteria based on those impacts to those users. We tended to look at the existing databases for wells. And what we found was that the USGS database, and in conjunction with the Kings County well permits, tended to give us the best information that we have available right now. And then based on that, we are going to further refine that with the well registration program that we've already started. I'm sorry, I'm having just a little bit of difficulty trying to look at that screen while behind you is at this weird angle. So we then started going ahead and started preparing our measurable objectives and our minimum thresholds. One of the key items that I should mention it's a big difference between this GSP versus the other two that we've submitted previously is we are committed to maintaining and managing the subbasin to our measurable objectives. And previously, we had been trying to avoid the minimum threshold. So that makes a big difference. Our plan now is to maintain those measurable objectives and manage and actively manage the subbasin to that value. For water levels, what we saw was we want to make sure that we're not going below the 2015 water levels as our measurable objective. And we set our minimum thresholds roughly 20 to 30 feet below that depth. We then went through to check to make sure that we would not be impacting more than 10% of the wells in the subbasin. Next slide, please. The table on the screen there kind of indicates what our measurable objectives and our minimum thresholds are by each of the three zones. For the A and the B zone, we want to maintain our measurable objectives at the 2015 water levels, at or above, I should say, the 2015 water levels. And then for the minimum threshold, we are going to set, for the A zone, it's 20 feet, and for the B zone, it's 30. That is roughly the variation that we've seen historically in those zones. So as we went back and looked at the data and the actual variation in water levels across those two zones, between the wet-dry cycle that staff mentioned. So, that was the levels that we were seeing, and we decided that is what we want to maintain moving forward as well. For the C zone, what we found was it's subsidence that governs what happens. And if we can slow down the rate and maintain the rate of subsidence at the values that we want to be at, that's going to determine what water levels we need to set for the C zone. So it was subsidence that governs below the clay. And then the management strategies that you're going to see us implement. We're going to limit pumping in order to protect those water levels, especially and protect our shallow wells in the A and the B zone. If we start to see a number of wells starting to go dry, we know we have an issue, and the well registration program is going to help us identify wells that are at risk before they go dry. And again, be proactive on that. We are going to have mitigation programs across the entire subbasin. All of the GSAs are going to commit to mitigation programs. They're not all going to be exactly the same because we all have different needs and different wells across the subbasin, but they are going to be fully funded. And then if mitigation for these impacted facilities is not available or is insufficient, we're going to, of course, have to go in and reduce pumping even more. Next slide, please. For subsidence, again, what we were trying to protect here, and staff kind of mentioned this, is the California aqueduct, the deep municipal wells, flood control levees, and our canal system, in particular, our north-south canals. The first thing we did was, evaluate where our existing users are and what those uses are. We had communication with DWR, State Water Project staff, on what they would require for the California aqueduct. Those conversations have happened over time, and we've agreed to limit our subsidence values to the values that they recommended to us. We also then looked at other subsidence and other facilities that would be impacted by subsidence, including bridges, pipelines, and others. And what we found is that our canals and our flood control levees are what really govern for us. And if we can take care of those, the subsidence would be such that it would not have the impacts on the other infrastructure. We then came up with our new interim milestones, our measurable objectives, and our minimum thresholds. And for the minimum milestones, one of the differences, again, in this document is we didn't do those on 5-year increments. We literally did those on a year-to-year basis. So we can watch the rate of our subsidence and make sure that the rate is going down at the value that we need it to. We're not going to get to zero subsidence overnight, but we do need to start to slow down the rate of subsidence in a way that is going to achieve that over time by 2040. And we really do need to gauge that every year and make decisions and adjustments on an annual basis. The measurable objective, of course, is to minimize and avoid subsidence. And then the minimum thresholds, as I've already mentioned, along the California aqueduct, we're going to use exactly what this DWR State Water Project requirements are. And for other areas, we want to make sure that our management efforts do not produce or do produce the expected efforts, I should say, and results, and the subsidence does not cause unmitigated impacts to infrastructure. That is still some of the discussion that we're having right now internally amongst the GSAs. There are areas within the Subbasin that have very little infrastructure. And we're trying to determine if we can quantify subsidence in those areas differently through management zones and try to make sure that that's going to make sense and have some more discussion with some of the potential users that may be impacted. Next slide, please. So this slide, similar to what staff showed, indicates the amount of subsidence since 2015. The colors, the pink color tends to be the area of higher subsidence. The blue colors tend to be the area of lower subsidence, which is exactly what the staff showed on their slide as well. I don't know how well everyone can see this, but there are our main canals, north-south canals, are also illustrated on this through the pink line with the black dots that kind of show where those canals are located. And what we've determined is those canals are the ones that we really need to protect, and that differential settlement along those canals are the ones where we're going to lose capacity and have a concern about subsidence. I should point out that there is a cutout, and part of this slide does show a little bit of the neighboring subbasins. So some of the areas where you might see some of the higher pink values are actually outside of the Tulare Lake. The other thing that we've seen on that graph, and if just to spend a minute here on that, similar to what staff said, is the areas where water levels and pumping reduces, you can almost see a direct correlation between subsidence starting to flatten out as well. So the rate of subsidence shows a substantial decrease, especially in the wet years. They mentioned 2017, 2019, again in 2023. In fact, in some cases in 23, based on the data we've just reviewed, we actually show subsidence, actually a slight amount of uplift in a few of the areas. So there is some very close correlation. We are committed in the plan to doing a subsidence study to further evaluate exactly the cause and what the residual subsidence over time will be And so that study is going to be part of our GSP as well. Next slide, please. And as I mentioned earlier, there are parts of the basin that have limited infrastructure. We are evaluating whether that makes sense to take that out, include that as a separate management zone, have a different subsidence requirement for that area. The INSAR data, as you can see, is limited in that area. So we are looking at putting in some additional benchmarks. One thing I should also mention, I believe staff said this earlier, is about our monitoring networks. And so the monitoring networks, not only for water levels, but subsidence and water quality are all going to be greatly expanded. We're looking at 30 new monitoring points. We're also looking at somewhere around 20 to 25 new benchmarks across the subbasin for subsidence monitoring as well. Next slide, please. Again, similar to what staff mentioned, our management strategy for subsidence is going to be demand reduction. We're going to start looking at what do we need to do to reduce pumping in areas and limit pumping appropriately in the areas with the highest subsidence as they continue. All of the GSAs either have existing pumping allocations in place or in the process of developing them. And as the GSAs make their presentations, you'll hear more about that. But again, that demand reduction is going to be our primary strategy for limiting and reducing subsidence. We are going to protect the California aqueduct by limiting any new wells in that area. There's very few wells that exist right now, and we have a minimal amount of subsidence occurring. But in order to protect that, we are going to have a policy in place for that any new well that's drilled in the Southwest Kings, which is where the GSA, where the aqueduct is located across the subbasin, is going to require a subsidence study prior to approval of that well permit. We're also going to be preparing mitigation programs to protect the flood levees, the canals, and deep municipal wells, and provide adequate support to if those infrastructures are impacted. And then, of course, as I mentioned earlier, we're going to be monitoring the rate of subsidence every year and making adjustments. So we're going to be a lot more proactive about how we manage the subbasin and the groundwater in the subbasin than the previous documents kind of indicated. Next slide, please. And then finally, on water quality, we've identified some constituents of concern across the subbasin. We're going to make sure that those match up with, of course, the staff report. We want to avoid any degradation due to pumping. The GSAs, all we control is groundwater extraction, right? And so as much as we can, we're going to be working with pumpers to limit groundwater degradation, working with other agencies, working with the state, of course, and local agencies to limit that degradation and the spread of that. We want to maintain our water quality levels at least the 2015 levels. And then as far as our minimum thresholds are concerned, we're going to be using the state mandated either the maximum contaminant levels or the water quality objectives. And then finally, as far as management strategies are concerned, we are, of course, like I said, increasing the number of monitoring points specifically in the shallow zones to specifically make sure that we are looking at what is happening to some of the rural domestic wells that may be a lot shallower than most of our ag wells are out across the rest of the subbasin. And then we need to take a lot more proactive approach, so a lot more sampling, and we're going to take a lot more action sooner. We're not waiting for the levels to hit the MCL. If we start to see an area where a trend is starting to develop, we have spelled out in the GSA active steps that we're going to take to address that concern in that specific area. So every portion of the subbasin that we start to see a concern. And one of the things that we've done is try to group as many similar type of wells together as we can so that our representative monitoring point truly is representative of what's happening in that subbasin and what wells might be impacted. So we're not trying to say, okay, this area might have domestic wells and we have a deep monitoring location. We're going to make sure that there's a shallow monitoring location there as well. So roughly, like I said, almost 30 new monitoring locations are going to be added at multiple depths across the subbasin. That wraps it up for me. Oh, I'm sorry. I beg your pardon. That wraps up the GSP update. As I said, we are currently very close to having this document done. We probably will continue to have some more internal discussions and then be able to get this document submitted. So that wraps up the GSP portion. I'm going to start talking a little bit about each of the GSAs. Since the South Fork Kings GSA was not able to attend, they're online, but not attending in person. They've asked me to go ahead and make that presentation. Oh, I'm sorry. Next slide, please. So a little bit about the actions that the South Fork Kings GSA is taking. One of the challenges in the South Fork has been getting the funding renewed. I want to assure you that Prop 218 has passed. It passed overwhelmingly. The agency is fully funded for the next 5 years. It's actively looking for a replacement for its general manager right now as well, and they should probably within the next month or so have that individual in place. The programs that the South Fork Kings is currently developing, they're a little bit behind some of the other GSAs, and as the GSAs make their presentations, you'll hear that most of them are further along. But we are working on groundwater pumping allocations and in working with a stakeholder committee on that topic right now. There's a lot of concern from the landowners about what that's going to look like. So we're bringing them into the mix and having discussions with them. We're working on a shallow well mitigation program. It's probably going to mirror very closely to the program that you're going to hear in a few minutes from the Mid-Kings River GSA, the neighboring GSA. And then we're also working on a subsidence mitigation program as well. There's a limited amount of subsidence occurring in South Fork, so that's not as big a concern in South Fork as it is in some of the other areas. And then, of course, we've got the Prop 218, which funds the agency, and we are looking at installing pumping fees, adopting pumping fees, and using that funds to pay for some of the mitigation measures that I just mentioned. Next slide, please. And at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Dennis Mills for the Mid-Kings River GSA.
Good morning, State Board members. My name is Dennis Mills, and I'm the manager of the Mid-Kings River GSA. The Mid-Kings River GSA wants to thank you for the opportunity to present this information to you today and would ask that you consider all the improvements that we've made here recently before you come to a decision about whether to move the subbasin into probation. Local parties have been working very hard to address the priorities and deficiencies the State Board have identified and would ask that the State Board consider those efforts before making your decision. The MKR GSA is in an area that is uphill from the Tulare Lake bottom. There are many small farmers in this area, many rural residences on private groundwater wells, as well as the city of Hanford and the communities of Armona, Home Garden, Grangeville, and Hardwick. The topics I'd like to present to you are efforts to move the GSA towards active management, pumping restrictions, expanded monitoring related to the protective levels described in the revised GSP. Next, oh, sorry, this slide. This slide actually focuses on the MKR's active well registration and the flow meter requirement policies that were passed a while back. Because of the 3 aquifer system in the area, the MKR has focused its initial GSP implementation on a well registration effort to better understand where active wells are and identify which aquifer zones they're pumping from. As the slide notes, over 70% of the ag lands in the GSA have been registered by their owners, and over 1,200 wells have been registered so far in the area. Over the last few months, local landowners have made a significant effort to register their wells with the GSA and install totalizing flow meters on their wells. Efforts related to registration and metering will continue to take place through the rest of the year. Next slide. In March of 2024, which seems like a lifetime ago at this point, in March of 2024, the GSA passed its groundwater pumping cap policy, and this year will be its first year of implementation. Through this policy, the GSA is attempting to reduce local pumping to address groundwater level declines and reduce subsidence through groundwater pumping cap amounts that will be evaluated each year. The cap establishes pumping limits per aquifer zones that will annually be evaluated by the Board of Directors for their effectiveness. Initial cap amounts were developed based on the best estimates of recent dry year pumping in each zone and pumping reduction targets. And just to clarify, the cap amounts are not additive, but instead relate to the aquifer zone that the well recovers from. The effectiveness of the annual cap amounts will be evaluated each spring based on the previous season's monitored groundwater levels, monitored subsidence, impacts to shallow wells, and the forecast conditions for the coming year. The annual cap amounts will be evaluated against local measurable objective levels and interim milestone levels and rates to guide implementation and protect critical local infrastructure and users through pumping reductions as needed. Next slide.
Mr. Mills, if I could ask a quick question, just to make sure I'm tracking along. Both GSAs that are presented so far have brought up the use of policies in using as tools for the GSAs to achieve different goals. And I've heard this before, and I just want to make sure that I'm understanding where these policies fit within maybe the plan. So if in your updated plan that you're working on currently, are those policies embedded or part of the groundwater sustainability plan? Is it all part of one package? Ultimately, is that what we'll see?
I think I can answer yes to that. Yes, the policies are included in the plan.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful. I was, again, just trying to make sure I'm understanding what I'm seeing here.
Yeah, so Director McGuire, I should point out that in where the policies exist, for example, in Mid-Kings, they will absolutely be included in the document and are for most of the GSAs. The South Fork in particular, though, has not developed all of those policies. And instead, there's a commitment and a timeline as to when each policy will be in place and implemented.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay. Shallow well mitigation policy. The MKR understands that as conditions are transitioned from current conditions to more sustainable conditions, some shallow well owners will need mitigation to address impacted facilities. In February of 2024, the MKR passed a policy to mitigate shallow wells that go dry from water level declines. The plan envisions providing emergency bottled water, external tanked water, and restoring function to the impacted wells quickly. These efforts would be funded by groundwater pumping fees from pumpers in those shallow aquifer zones. The efforts would also likely be provided through consultants or partnering groups initially, but are planned to be transitioned to GSA staff over time. Currently, there are very few domestic well permits being sought in 2024, given the recovered groundwater levels after the flood in 2023. And initial mitigation funding is planned to be available this fall. Next slide. Since its creation, the MKR has been supported by 2 other local agencies and is now attempting to transition to become a more robust and responsive agency by developing funding streams to address active management efforts. For some perspective, I hold 2 jobs. I'm the manager of the Kings County Water District, but I am also the manager of the Mid-Kings River GSA. And the Mid-Kings River GSA, at this point, I'm the only employee. So we're attempting to make a fairly dramatic transition into a different kind of agency that would be able to take on the responsibilities that are being outlined in the improved plan. The local agency understands that the state wants local GSAs to take on the expenses for reliable GSP implementation and administration. A Prop 218 election is currently underway in the Mid-Kings River GSA that considers a land-based assessment to fund GSP revisions, to hire new staff, and develop additional monitoring and mitigation capabilities. The Prop 218 election also envisions groundwater pumping charges that would fund shallow well mitigation, subsidence mitigation, recharge basin project development, and subsidence mitigation in the Mid-Kings River area would address impacted canal systems and deep municipal wells, as they are the critical infrastructure in the Mid-Kings River area. The local funding will also make it possible to develop new dedicated groundwater monitor wells and expand efforts to monitor quality and level to better characterize rural domestic uses in our area. In closing, again, the Mid-Kings River GSA wants to thank you for the opportunity to present this information to you today, and would ask that you consider the recent local efforts to address SGMA implementation and the revised GSP document before you come to a decision about whether to move the subbasin to probation. Thank you very much. And with that, Mr. Hutchings will take the presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mills.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Jared Hutchings. I'm the manager of Southwest Kings. And I just started, so you got to bear with me. We only have 6 ag wells in that entire GSA, and we have 1 domestic well that serves Kettleman City. Subsidence is not an issue in Southwest Kings. We are sustainable due to limited wells and the supply of surface water. At this time, we have all our wells registered. We have a mitigation plan. Current wells are metered, and we will limit new wells to install a new well. You're going to have to prove that you do not contribute to subsidence. We also want to renew our request for the good actor exemption. We believe under the water code, the state board has authority to exclude us from probationary status. Thank you guys for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Hutchings.
Good afternoon, Chair Escobar, Vice Chair D'Amato, and members of the board. My name is Deanna Jackson. I'm the Executive Director for Tri-County Water Authority. On your screen, you will see the map of Tri-County Water Authority. We manage area in both the Tule Subbasin and the Tulare Lake Subbasin. The Tulare Lake managed area is the area in yellow on the slide, and the area extends to the west to Interstate 5 and to the east to Tulare County, and on the south side, we're bordered by Kern County. Next slide, please. Tri-County Water Authority is a joint powers authority consisting of a water district, a stormwater district, the County of Kings, and a reclamation district. We do have MOUs with the community of Allensworth as well as Tulare County, but those areas are in our Tule Subbasin portion. And it is important to note, we do not have any disadvantaged communities or any communities at all in the Tulare Lake portion of Tri-County Water Authority. Next slide, please. Tri-County Water Authority aggressively implemented management actions. Tri-County believes that demand management is important, and we adopted pumping allocations in January of 2021. Tri-County believes that well metering is important, and we developed well meter policy and adopted that in 2020. Tri-County believes that mitigation for domestic wells is important, and we have a domestic well mitigation plan that was adopted and implemented in January of 2023. Tri-County believes that all wells should be known, and so we are beginning a full well registry that should be completed by January of 2025 and will be included in our database. And we believe that reduced reliance on groundwater is important. And with that, we are working on multi-benefit land repurposing as well as land fallowing programs with partners. Next slide, please. Tri-County's portion in the Tulare Lake Subbasin is just a little over 48,000 acres, but the portion in production is just a little over 4,200 acres. So Tri-County's area in the Tulare Lake Subbasin, there is less than 10% of that land in production, and that is the area in green on the slide. The yellow area on the slide not only does not utilize groundwater, it is not pumping groundwater and really has no usable groundwater in most of the area. Next slide, please. So a little bit about our groundwater extraction allocation policy. This policy was developed with stakeholder engagement and technical support. It was adopted in January of 2021. The policy was developed with the best available data and meant to be adaptive over time. And our landowners received, in the first iteration of the policy, a 5-year block of water, including a sustainable yield value and an allowable overdraft value, which decreases over time. The overdraft allocation available is only available to those lands that were in production in 2018. And the overdraft allocation is assessed at a $125 civil penalty. And any exceedance of that overdraft allocation is assessed at $500 civil penalty, which is the highest penalty possible under Sigma law. Any new development does not receive an overdraft allocation and will only be allowed the sustainable yield. And changes to this policy are expected to be developed over this next year and implemented January 2026. And some of the changes we expect would be a reevaluated yearly allocation that can be adaptive to water availability and climate conditions. Next slide, please.
Ms. Jackson, quick question. When
Yes.
it comes to the overdraft allocation, is that intended to go on for the life of the plan and the work, or is it a transitionary sort of period that you're looking at? Just kind of wondering on that aspect of it.
Sure. The original allocation policy had 5-year step downs until we got to sustainability. I'm revising 2 plans and 2 subbasins. So I think there will be needed changes to that policy. And I do see a more nimble adaptive policy. And that's why we'll probably move to yearly allocations instead of the 5-year step downs.
Appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Welcome. So on this slide, you'll see that we began our allocation program in 2021, and we had a reduction in groundwater pumping in the area. This is the total groundwater pumping in Tri-County Water Authority. In 2022, we pumped, almost 8,400 acre feet, but that would be out of the average subbasin pumping of 500,000 acre feet. So we are really a small percentage of the pumping that's happening in the Tulare Lake Subbasin. Next slide, please. Tri-County Water Authority began collecting fees on pumping in 2020, and we began collecting penalty fees in 2022. To date, we've collected $1.2 million in water extraction fees and $9.7 million in penalty fees for overdraft pumping. And it is important to note that the Board of Directors dedicated $1 million in the budget this year for mitigation. That concludes my slides, but I would like to make a few more comments in conclusion. Today, you're asked to deem the entire Tulare Lake Subbasin probationary without consideration of whether individual GSAs, such as Tri-County Water Authority, have demonstrated compliance with their sustainability goal. Tri-County believes it should be excluded from a probationary designation. This is because Tri-County did not wait for an approved plan and has already made extraordinarily difficult decisions and has taken aggressive action to sustainably manage groundwater within its portion of the Tulare Lake Subbasin. These actions include having already adopted an allocation policy with ramp downs and allowable pumping, having already imposed and collected over $9 million in civil penalties under SGMA on its landowners, having already required registration of all wells, having already required meters on all wells, and having already fully funded a well mitigation program. As a result of these actions, Tri-County is on a path to achieve sustainability before 2040. Even now, water levels are stable across the Tulare Lake area of Tri-County. Subsidence is minimal with no known impacts to critical infrastructure. There are no disadvantaged communities and few groundwater wells. Refusing to recognize such actions and conditions is contrary to the approach set forth by the legislature in SGMA. The draft resolution before you recognizes that the state board must exclude from probationary status any portion of a basin for which a GSA demonstrates compliance with SGMA's sustainability goal. Notwithstanding this recitation, it is being ignored because all GSAs in the Tulare Lake Subbasin are operating under one GSP. This indiscriminate approach regarding probation penalizes local agencies such as Tri-County that have done the hard work of setting their areas on a path to sustainability. The legislature was clear on this issue. In SGMA's uncodified findings, the legislature directed that groundwater resources are most effectively managed at the local or regional level, and groundwater management will not be effective unless local actions to sustainably manage groundwater basins and subbasins are taken. Refusing to allow for this exemption from probation simply because GSAs are operating under one plan undermines local action and is contrary to the legislature's express intent under SGMA. I understand you may hear from a panel later today on a topic that is not actually before you, namely regarding a long-standing dispute between districts. This issue involves litigation from over 10 years ago between Pixley Irrigation District and Lower Tule River Irrigation District on one hand, and Angola Irrigation District on the other, and a settlement agreement that those entities reached in 2013. This is not a Tulare Lake Subbasin issue. Tri-County is not a party to those settlement agreements. To the extent that it is relevant, Tri-County has offered Pixley and Lower Tule a series of meetings to discuss their concerns directly, and that offer has not been accepted. Moving forward, Tri-County will remain focused on meeting its sustainability goals and will continue to refine and implement its management actions accordingly. Tri-County will also continue to work towards developing an amended plan and looks forward to working collaboratively with board staff on that effort. Tri-County respectfully requests that the board refrain from deeming the entire Tulare Lake Subbasin probationary and further requests to be excluded from any probationary designation pursuant to Water Code Section 10735.2 Subdivision E. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jackson. Mr. Wyrick.
Thank you, board members, for a chance to present on an update on the Rico GSA. We're on the proper slide. Rico in the last few years has taken several steps to implement SGMA. Starting in 2020, we put in a metering policy for all wells. And beginning October of 2023, we have started a well registration program, which requires you to put your wells and report the amount of water that you're extracting, starting this water year, the water year that we're in the middle of right now. The registration is over 90% complete at this time. There are still a few landowners who haven't checked into the system, but it is tied in with the ILRP program, so that if you try to underreport water use, you're going to have to underreport your crop usage. So they kind of are at odds with each other, for lack of a better term. We have also imposed pumping limits in our rules and regulations that will be part of the GSP or an addendum. Our limit right now is 2 acre-feet per acre, and it's decreasing every 5 years until the sustainable yield is reached in 2040. So 6-inch step downs, for lack of a better term. Should significant and unreasonable results occur with those limits in place, those limits will be reevaluated. It's not expected that they will, but you have to start somewhere. Rico also has a long-term fallowing program. It's voluntary by the growers, but it has always been in place for the last 80 years or so. We're up to 60,000 acres is taken out of production in dry years, and in years like last year when 80,000 acres flooded. There are less than 20 domestic wells in the GSA because we occasionally flood. So very few people live except in the city of Corcoran. The city of Corcoran is protected by a levee, which is deemed critical infrastructure in our plan for subsidence purposes. The Corcoran levee needs to be able to hold up to a million acre feet of floodwaters in the lake or hold it back from flooding the town. In 69 and 83, a million acre feet came into the lake. Last year, 800,000 came in. It was coming fast, so there was concerns about the levee, but at the end of the day, the levee held. Our subsidence plan will continue to ensure that that million acre feet is able to be sustained within the lake as opposed to on the city. And our subsidence plan, looking at the map, hopefully it's on your screen, we're surrounded by 2 other subbasins and 4 other GSAs within our subbasin. Our starting point of subsidence on all the edges matches those others. They may change them. The Tule and Kauai are still yet to submit theirs, but we believe we know what they are. They just haven't been filed in yet. And we will protect the Corcoran levee to minimize subsidence around that. And then there's a plan for potentially more subsidence down in the bottom of the lake to increase flood capacity. And those are the updates on El Rico. Now I'd like to move on to closing for the entire subbasin. Each GSA is committed to actively managing groundwater conditions while working together to address subbasin concerns. We believe the soon to be submitted to 2024 GSP addresses the comments from both DWR and the staff report. The GSP implementation is already underway in each of the GSAs. We're asking that the board would continue the hearing to take a look at the upcoming GSP before a probationary decision is made. Should the board find probation is necessary, we would request that dedicated staff be appointed to the subbasin. Staff currently takes 6 weeks to schedule a meeting with because they have 6 other basins they're working with. It is not that they're slow, it is that they're really busy. If we were able to get a team dedicated to this subbasin, I think we could fix any issues that are found from this newest GSP very quickly and minimize the probation time. We would also request that those GSAs that have data collection capabilities be able to discuss the fees that are being assessed. Since we already have the data in some of the GSAs, maybe they could do the work for the board instead of having to have you write letters to every landowner, since the data is already coming in through the GSAs. And with those requests in mind, I would like to relinquish my time. Thank you.
Thank you all. I really appreciate, I know the amount of leadership that it takes to get to even to this point with the GSPs and the work and the often contentious discussions I know that have gone on. I know it's not an easy space. And so I just want to thank and acknowledge what I'm hearing here is good, significant progress that continues to try to address the state board's concerns. I think it's important, I'll just make note that we not necessarily look at probation as an either or, and actually just kind of a step that can perhaps allow us to have what is still missing information, it seems, in some of the GSAs around what pumpers are there, what some of the basic information that with the board's authorities we can see as tandem perhaps, as opposed to, again, an either or amongst us. But I appreciate and here noted on the request, both on the good actor provisions, the desire to potentially delay further this determination before the board, and agree though that if folks go into probation, that our desire is to not extend that amount of time that folks are in probation, but make it just enough to continue to move forward on, again, what is still a lot of work before the GSAs and all of us collectively here. So just huge thanks on just the tone and hear the information that's been provided. And again, very cautious and aware of the balancing we're trying to do as we have this discussion around probation and what it means and how it can collectively make sure it contributes to these outcomes we're looking for. Looking to fellow board colleagues if they have questions at this moment or further comment. Board Member Morgan.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for just walking us through what the updates are and just the next steps. And so I could see just a lot of work has gone into getting us to today, and you've obviously have put a lot of thought into the comments staff have provided and addressing those, and just presenting them here today. And we just really want to say thank you. And so I just want to make sure that I am understanding correctly, as we're going along here today. And so on slide 4 at the beginning, you're talking about the objectives and the measurable objectives and the thresholds. And so I believe you're saying that, so you're committed to maintaining the measurable objectives, which were, and then when you went to the MTs, it was 20 to 30 feet below. And so is it that, so you're set at the MOs and then it could go down 20 to 30 feet below, and that's where you could see that 10% of wells being impacted? Am I understanding that correctly?
Yeah, that's correct. Essentially, the MT is what we want to avoid, of course, and we don't want to get there. But we also, at that level, at the MT level, we check to see how many wells would be impacted at that specific level. And we still came back with less than 10%. In some cases, it was only 5% in some GSAs, even if we got to the MT. But yes, that was one of the checks that we had in place to make sure that we weren't going to have a number of wells get impacted.
Okay, and so then, and that is 20 to 30 feet below the 2015 water levels?
Yes.
Okay, and then, so I believe you also stated that, looking at the number of wells, it was less than, what all the different databases stated, but did you actually, I don't know, did I miss it? How many wells approximately are there?
Across the subbasin?
Yeah.
So right now the databases show roughly about 4,500 wells. Actually, I think I don't have the exact number. I'm sorry, in front of me, but that's what the databases show. What we've done, especially in Mid-Kings, as Dennis kind of pointed out, when he's been registering the wells, what we're actually finding is a bunch of landowners coming in and saying, that well doesn't exist.
Right.
And instead, I have a well that's deeper and so what we're finding, bottom line, is less wells, and they tend to be deeper than what the existing databases show. Frankly, when you look at the well permits that Kings County has issued over the last 20 some odd years, you can see the spikes in the wells when the droughts occur, right? And what happens obviously is they drill deeper wells, and that was our one of our concerns moving ahead, is to make sure that we have a good understanding of exactly where and how deep we're pumping from. Going deeper also poses other challenges. I mentioned subsidence and other things, so we have to be aware of how all of this comes together, and we don't want to push a problem down to a different zone.
Thank you. And then, so just as we're looking at, and so then you said, you're now reevaluating, annually to make sure that you're slowing down the rate of subsidence. And, and so is it taking a look and slowing down so that it stops at 2040, but then you may still have the residual? Can you explain that a little more?
Yeah, so that, as I mentioned, part of the ongoing discussion for subsidence, and if we had, if we had agreed upon all of these, and we'd be turning in the document now, but that is one of the big issues, is making sure that we understand the residual subsidence, we understand exactly what infrastructure is going to be impacted. We mentioned some of the critical infrastructure, but there are other infrastructures in other areas that we want to say, okay, if that's not a concern, we can probably allow a different rate of subsidence in some management zones within the subbasin. I'm sorry, I'm not sure I answered your question. I'm sorry.
You did, actually. You did. Thank you. That was very helpful. I was just trying to make sure that I was understanding. And from what I'm hearing, is part of that conversation is still ongoing, and that's part of that 10% of the conversation that's still occurring.
Yeah.
And you're really trying to you work your way through that. Of what is that? What does it mean with slowing down and stopping in the residual, and understanding, and what infrastructure is being impacted where, and making sure you get your arms around that final 10% of the conversation.
As I mentioned, we are going to commit to a subsidence study in addition to this document. Obviously, this is a planning document, and not everything's going to be implemented fully by the time we turn it in, but we are committing to a subsidence study along the lines of exactly what you just asked.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. Really do appreciate the conversation.
And if I may add one thing, the rules and regs in El Rico are designed to slow it, except for this residual piece, which is a bit mysterious, but we're studying. But by 2040, we keep dropping the allocations down until a point where it's sustainable, meaning subsidence is virtually stopped.
Thank you. Not on complex hydrology, certainly, and needing to essentially, it sounds you have different budgets for your different groundwater layers ultimately. Board Member McGuire.
Yes, thank you. Really appreciate the presentation today, and I'm really encouraged as well by a lot of the updates that I'm hearing, and obviously looking forward to the completed plan when it's done and ready. One thing I just really want to also commend you for is just being here together. It's a very complicated space, managing groundwater. You have lots of local interest jurisdictions here in this resource. And to see I know not everyone's here, but I know online. So virtually or in person, to have the entire subbasin here together presenting a unified request and update on the plan is, to me, very meaningful. And so thank you for that. I have a question for you, and then a couple of areas I want to tee up for staff potentially for discussion later when they're back. So my question is, we heard an update from staff earlier about the process for an updated plan to be, a revised plan to be submitted now. What I'm hearing is that it's going to be submitted to the DWR Sigma database or portal, and then made available for public comment. And I know you've been working frantically, working through lots of technical issues here, Subsidence and many others, to try and update the plan and address the deficiencies. But I think one area that we've heard about repeatedly, and not just here Basin, but many others around the state, is with regard to public engagement and public comment through the different updates that are happening. So I wanted to give you an opportunity to weigh in on that before maybe the plan's submitted to DWR. Could you just speak to what public process you're using here with this latest iteration of the update, and or what you're anticipating to do going forward?
That's a good question. As you mentioned, we've been we've been struggling to make as much progress as possible to meet the deadline that you put us under to have things ready by today. And that has made it very difficult for us to share meaningfully in public spaces because so much was in progress at different points in time. I think I can't speak for everyone, I can speak for myself. I know the Mid-Kings River has tried to give updates along the way, but we've known all along the way that they're just partial updates and they're what we can share at that time. Now that the plan is approaching completion, we hope to now take an extended period of time to explain and engage on the topics more and get more feedback back to the boards at that level. But to me, it feels very similar, just from my perspective, to when DWR required that we revise the plan in 180 days in 2022 and then submit it back to them. And then there was a comment period after it was resubmitted to DWR. It feels much like we're in that same kind of process now, for better or for worse.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I'm kind of responding in part to Vice Chair Diadamo's comments earlier about wanting to see what can we do and how can we help avoid this do loop, which I think is what you just mentioned, you found yourself in. Sure. And I certainly agree with you that there's a potential for that to continue to happen. So I would encourage you also to find ways to engage, to make sure that you're incorporating that feedback from community members. I know there's a lot of folks here in the room today, I imagine watching as well, that have various levels of input, and to the extent you're able to incorporate some of that thinking, now versus later, I think might save a do loop cycle or two. So I just put in a word of support for that if you can. But I appreciate your efforts. The two areas I wanted to, because this is all brand new, and obviously we haven't made a decision yet, the vote hasn't happened, but I'm thinking through different aspects of this process. You're the guinea pig, and apologies for that, but someone had to go first. And so there's a lot we're working through that because we haven't done this before. And so I am taking this process very seriously and trying to think through all the different aspects of this the best I can. So one is on the good actor requests. We heard from staff as well in the presentation that the good actor request can be submitted anytime. And so that could include, it doesn't have to be today. It could also be after, if a probationary designation is made, that request could come later. And this is a bit of a follow-up to my question about the policies, because part of, I think, the challenge staff was having is that there's only one plan for the basin, which I think is great and ideal. I'll just say for any basin. But when it comes to if you're in a situation where you find yourself needing to request that good actor exemption and trying to invoke that, I can see how it would be challenging if you're one aspect of a plan. But here, what I'm hearing is that maybe all of the GSAs have different policy approaches, regulations, ordinances, and policies that are being incorporated into the plan. So it's more of maybe a question or comment to staff to hear from them later about if that kind of approach of having those documents for each GSA embedded in a plan would help kind of bin and help evaluate each GSA on its own merits in the context of the larger document. So that's one area I wanted to flag. And then the other is that the intent of SGMA is local management and getting, if probation happens, again, it's only the start of a year-long process to continue working with you to hopefully get the basin back under your leadership with DWR. And so I'm interested in ways to help continue that partnership as seamlessly as possible and as efficiently and effectively as possible. And I think some of that can relate to Mr. Wyrick, your comment about fees, and maybe exploring ways that the GSAs could submit the fees on behalf of landowners, or another example might be on reporting. Could the groundwater extraction reports be submitted on behalf of individual pumpers and landowners? What I'm hearing a lot here is that there's fairly extensive, maybe comprehensive well registry programs. Some of the GSAs have comprehensive, maybe complete metering programs as well. Mr. Hutchings, you have obviously a small number of wells, so congratulations. Maybe a little easier to achieve, but I think I don't know what's possible within the constraints of the regulations and the statute that we currently live within. But I just wanted to tee up that idea and that conversation for staff for later discussion, because I do think that can help build some of that continuity and keeping things moving forward during this hopefully short probationary period. That's all I have right now. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, board member. I know I've had conversations with staff about just that issue, because we have had not just from these GSAs and this subbasin, but from others, a desire to try to use existing infrastructure to try to collect those fees. I think there are issues with the way the law is written and the ability for us to lean on those agencies. But yeah, let's have further discussion with the staff as we have this. So thanks, appreciate the points. Okay. Thank you. Let's move to our next panel now then. Thank you, really appreciate. I know we will have further discussion here still yet, and appreciate everyone's good contributions here. Next, I'd like to call up, I believe here we have requested an opportunity to make a panel presentation from the Pixley Irrigation District GSA and Lower Tule River Irrigation GSA. Presenting today are Jennifer Spalletta and Alex Pultzer. And Eric Limas, I think. So. Thanks for a moment as we get everyone organized here. Good morning. I'm sorry, I think the mic is off. Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
Thank you.
Good morning. We're going to start with introductions this morning, and then we each have a portion of the presentation for you. My name is Jennifer Spalletta, and I am special counsel to Pixley and Lower Tule on matters related to SWRCB.
Eric Limas, I'm the general manager for Lower Tule River Irrigation District, Pixley Irrigation District, and the 2 GSAs. I appreciate the opportunity to present today.
And I'm Alex Peltzer. I'm general counsel to the districts and the GSAs. Thank you.
If we could go to the next slide, please. So you may be wondering, why do you have 2 GSAs from the Tule Subbasin wanting to make a panel presentation for the Tulare Lake Subbasin? And the reason is really geography and the relationship between pumping and use of water between the 2 subbasins. And we know that your next subbasin in line for a probationary hearing is the Tule Subbasin. And so we want to make sure that these factual realities don't get siloed in the specific subbasin probationary hearings, because they are significantly related. So we want to make sure that the facts regarding the relationship between pumping and water use in the 2 subbasins are known to the board members, to staff, and to the interested parties. Now, that being said, Lower Tule and Pixley strongly believe that putting either subbasin on probation is probably not the most effective course of action. So I don't want you to mistake our comments for advocating to put the Tulare Lake subbasin on probation. We continue to believe, as we've stated in our comments, that the individual metering and fees on landowners probably aren't going to achieve what needs to be achieved under SGMA, and that this is a very complicated issue that requires local agencies to frankly get down to the nitty-gritty of their management actions and their policies. So I just wanted to make sure that that was clear. So with that, we're going to dive into the presentation. And as the representative for Tri-County previewed for you, there has been some historic litigation and disputes between Angiola Water District, who's one of the members of Tri-County, and Pixley and Lower Tule. However, the resolution of that particular dispute predated SGMA. It was in 2013. So then SGMA came along in 2014, and there were essentially new legal requirements placed on both subbasins and on the public agencies that chose to become groundwater sustainability agencies. So today, we're not talking about a prior dispute. We are talking only about how we achieve the goals of SGMA, which is groundwater sustainability and recognizing undesirable results and preventing them from happening. So I want to make sure that that distinction is clear. So first of all, as this slide points out, Lower Tule and Pixley are in the Tule subbasin, but they share a subbasin boundary with the Tulare Lake subbasin. And in particular, Tri-County GSA has lands on both sides of that boundary, as you're going to hear about. What's particularly interesting is you heard some presentations today about a couple of the GSAs in the Tulare Lake subbasin not having very much pumping. And one of the reasons for that is because that pumping is actually occurring in the Tule subbasin, right over the subbasin border. So sustainable yield allocations for over 24,000 acres in the Tulare Lake subbasin are actually pumped from within the Tule subbasin, just over the western border. That pumping results in over 10,000 acre feet per year on average being pumped from a concentrated well field on just a couple thousand acres in the Tule subbasin and being exported west into areas in the Tri-County, and I believe it's the Southwest Kings GSA. In the GSP for the Tulare subbasin, those imports of water are treated as imports of water, not as pumped groundwater, which is not always apparent to someone who doesn't know about the well field right over the western border. As we've discussed, and Mr. Lemus, the manager, will get into, this particular concentrated pumping does cause undesirable results in the Tule subbasin that his entities as GSAs are going to have to address. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Lemus.
Thank you. Next slide, please. So this is just a general overlay of the geography. We have the Tule subbasin on the right-hand side and the Tulare Lake Basin on the left-hand side with our common boundary. And the area that we're focusing on is the red hatched area. That's the location of the well fields that we will be discussing. Next slide, please. This also shows Angiola Water District, their lands that are both in the Tule subbasin as well as the Tulare Lake subbasin. They have about 14,000 acres in the Tule subbasin and about 24,000 acres in the Tule subbasin. As Jennifer described, those Tulare Lake subbasin lands get allocations that are then pumped in the area circled in red where the well field is out of the Tule subbasin. Next slide, please. This is another map that shows that western part of Angiola in the Tulare Lake Subbasin, and it also depicts the clay plug where there is no produced groundwater or access to groundwater in that area. So we know there's not, and in fact, they're admitted in their presentation earlier that there's no pumping in that area. Next slide, please. This drills in also, just shows their ag wells. This is right out of their GSP. Shows the ag wells. It's hard to see on the screen, but the little green dots are all of their ag wells, and there are none in that area that overlies the clay plug. Next slide, please. And then this drills into the portion of the Tri-County GSA and Angiola that is located in the Tule Subbasin. And you can see the little island that has wells in it. And then just west of that, there's also a bunch of wells. And that island is an island within Pixley Irrigation District boundaries. So it's Angiola lands that are surrounded by Pixley, and then we have the our western border that where we have this boundary condition. So they have about 38,000 acres. Angiola Water District does, and they're doing the pumping for those the allocations on those 38,000 acres in this area of less than about 2,000 acres. Just for context, Pixley covers about 60,000 acres. And so they would generally pump about, if we were to spread that out over the entirety of the Pixley Irrigation District, that's 6 inches per acre across the 60,000 acres. Yet they're pumping it on a concentrated area of about 2,000 acres. Next slide, please. So this is just a summary of the previous slides, that the western management area of Tri-County is part of Angiola and overlies the clay plug. No irrigated agriculture in that area, yet there are groundwater allocations to those lands that are being pumped from the Tule Subbasin. Next slide, please. This is also an excerpt out of their GSP. It talks about their early, from 1959 through 1966, they delivered an average of 29,000 acre feet, Angiola did. Then after the inception of the state water project, their average deliveries increased to 39,000 acre feet. But then in 2004, they sold a portion of their state water project contract. Yet their demand of 39,000 acre feet did not go down. They just switched to groundwater that is being pumped out of the Tule Subbasin to offset that, what they call a loss of table A supply in that last sentence there. Next slide, please. This is also a table out of their GSP that shows from 2004 through 2018, a 15-year period where their average pumping from the Wellfield was about 22,000 acre feet per year on average. And there were 9 years out of the 15 where that number was greater than 25,000 acre feet. Next slide. This shows in that area groundwater levels from 1987 through 2023. And you can see a decline over that time. But if you look at 2004 through 2023, so after that state water project contract was sold, the gradient got steeper. So the decline got steeper during that period. There's also, it's hard to see on the screen, but where that island is, and just to the west of that where the wells are, there's so this is a groundwater elevation contours. There's also a closed loop in that area representing a depression, groundwater depression in that area. Next slide. So the previous slide was the upper aquifer groundwater levels in that area. This represents the lower aquifer, but you see similar declines both before and after the 2004 period. In both cases, the decrease has been about 100 feet from 2004 to 2023 in groundwater elevations in that area. Next slide. From October 2021 through September of 2022, which was a dry year, they had almost 34,000 acre feet pumped from the Wellfield. And we saw subsidence in the area of 1 to 1.25 feet. And then in the year, the previous year, water year that we just finished last September, they only pumped about 4,000 acre feet, and we saw 0 to 0.25 feet of subsidence. So not to say that they're the only pumping in the area, but it has a significant impact on groundwater elevations and subsidence. Next slide. And this shows, so the brown line is INSAR data, land subsidence, and you can see, and this is that same area in the wetter years, the green triangles are groundwater elevations. And so you can see in the years where the triangles are higher, the groundwater elevations are higher. We saw, in 2019, we saw 0.22 acre feet of subsidence. 2023, we saw 0.03. But in the drier year types, you see anywhere from 0.7 feet to over a foot of subsidence in that area. The other thing, one thing that we didn't include a slide on is we've done an analysis that shows over time during the Sigma planning implementation and planning horizon that continued subsidence in this area moves Tulare Lake to the east, which then threatens, poses a flood risk to the lands that my landowners farm on our western edge in the lower Tule and Pixley. It shows potential flooding in the future if subsidence persists at these rates. Before I turn it over to Alex, I'll just say that, again, I just want to make it very clear that we're not here to promote Tulare Lake Basin or Tule going into probation. In fact, we don't support that. We see it more effective as a local process. But we can't, well, what we wanted to do is highlight an issue, a boundary condition that we have that can't be resolved without coordination and cooperation of all the parties.
Yeah, so that, next slide, please. Oh, there it is. That leads to a discussion about that you all started a few minutes ago about the different levels of Sigma implementation through the GSP, but most of the hard work gets done at a policy level, which is sometimes referred to in the GSPs, but isn't obviously where you can state all the details. And in this case, the Tri-County Water Authority GSA sets the policies to implement the GSPs in its territory for both the Tule Subbasin and the Tulare Lake Subbasin. And in fact, it's the same policy. And in the one of interest to us is it was, I think, just recently updated a groundwater extraction allocations policy and procedure, which spells out the tracking of groundwater and the allocation of credits to track that. That's where the details that you heard descriptions about penalty, overdraft penalties, that's where that is set forth, is in the groundwater extraction allocations policy and procedures. And in their case, the Tri-County Water Authority policies, they allow sustainable allocations and transitional pumping allocations for both subbasins to be allocated or to be extracted from the Angiola well fields that are in the Tule Subbasin. So that's why this is relevant to this hearing today. In the policies will, at another level though, below the policies, we've had to ask for technical memorandum to describe how these specific pumps will be treated under the policy. It's not described at the policy level even. For example, what the policy will say is landowners and owners of wells will have this tracking system, will have the credit system, and will have the allocations applied to their extractions. But it's not clear how that applies to this large institutional pumper that exports a large part of what it produces, how that's going to be affected. So we've had to ask for a technical memorandum to describe how that gets applied. And so that is really where the big details are. And from that, we can see that the policies would allow over 10,000 acre feet of the Tulare Lake Subbasin sustainable yield that's allocated from those lands that you had pointed out to you in the Tulare Lake Subbasin to be exported, produced from the Angela wells and exported from the Tule Subbasin. And that's only if the annual allocation is used, but the policy actually allows for 5 years of allocation to be extracted in a single year. That's 50,000 acre feet potentially. Not that they do that, but that's policy allows for it. And those policies have groundwater level and subsidence impacts in the Tule Subbasin. That's where they're felt, not in the Tulare Lake Subbasin. So next slide, please. So we have started the conversation many months ago to ask, once we understood how these policies that were adopted under their plan and how they technically are going to apply them to, it took us until last summer to understand that. When we did, we were able to ask for them to modify those policies. And what we have asked them to do is to include a clear water budget information regarding that imported groundwater from the Tule Subbasin. It's not really stated in their GSPs in that way. And we want to address allocation policies for extracting groundwater from other subbasins. What kind of impact does that create? The concentration of that pumping in one area, particularly in another subbasin. How do you have cross subbasin policies to address impacts caused from pumping on behalf of lands in another subbasin? And we ask that they address undesirable results in the Tule Subbasin arising from that concentrated pumping in Angela Wellfield. So I think what we come to here today is, how does the board in its probationary decisions here address these items? And we don't have a clear resolution wording change that we can recommend to you, because the resolution just can't get to these issues. That your decision here today can't get down to this level of issues. But we do think that you could give direction and provide, a plan to have staff availability, state board level facilitation of the discussion of what these solutions are, because we haven't been able to do it to date. And so if there's any involvement of the state board, and again, we are not a proponent of probation or a probationary hearing, but in whatever action you take, if you can create that dynamic of providing facilitation to the intra-basin conversations that need to be had and real policy level changes, that would be, I think, progress. So I think, is that the end of our?
I think that's the end of our presentation, but we'd be happy to answer any questions that you have.
I appreciate your time and elevating this information up here to the board. And I'll say, I agree with you, Ms. Valletta. Fees and the metering requirements aren't going to be what solve this. They're just what the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act directs the board to do if we bring a basin in a probation. I think what will help, and here we are in deliberative process and appreciate your positions on probation, will be, though, having more of an ability to unpack what are these complexities, information orders that help us better understand what is the movement of water within the basin, but also a relationship that allows us to better be unpacking and exploring these. So appreciate the flag, the information, and still, as you said, Mr. Pelzer, you haven't been able to figure out these issues unto the local conditions in themselves. And so what I'm hopeful is that this discussion, this continued discussion and engagement with the board can be a basis for a forum to unpack, and everyone better have equal footing across what are a lot of challenges and complexities. So appreciate Mr. Pelzer.
Might I add just one thing? I do want to acknowledge that we did get a recent invitation to have this discussion about the policy specifically that I believe Ms. Jackson referenced. And we have in fact accepted that, but we just haven't been able to get around to having those happen yet. So I want to acknowledge that but there is a willingness to work on it, we believe. So we're hopeful for that.
Appreciate that. And we're here to do our role to be beneficial to those truly. And so just thank you and appreciate the information. Looking to fellow board colleagues in case there's anything they would like to request or comment. Vice Chair.
Well, I just appreciate how nuanced this is, you know, and how you're describing it to us, not necessarily requesting any action in this basin. And that's an area that, you know, as you're outlining the issue, it seems that, you know, that perhaps could be a course of action, addressing actions in this basin, but another would be where the pumping is occurring. And so you'll get, Tule will get its turn soon. And for me, just really wanting to think through before we would look at pumping in another basin and whether or not we should be considering that in terms of sustainability in the recipient basin. This is just one hypothetical, but there could be many, many others that, you know, it could get a little dangerous if we were to broaden our perspective. And so I think the way you've suggested that this be addressed through ongoing discussions, preferably at the local level, but anything we can do, hopefully it doesn't get to that point, but anything we can do to be helpful to encourage those discussions, I think is probably a better way to address it, or when Tule comes before us.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Hearing no further comment, thank you again. Really appreciate this and looking forward to what will be additional discussion around this, I'm sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up John Yarborough, who is the Acting State Water Project Deputy Director at the Department of Water Resources, to give a brief presentation. Mr. Yarborough, good to see you. You should be invited to unmute here momentarily.
Well, thank you, Chair. Hopefully you can also hear me now as well.
We can. Good afternoon.
Well, thank you. Well, thank you very much. I have a handful of slides here and did want to provide a brief presentation on the State Water Project and just how this project is affected by subsidence generally. And so just have a quick presentation to run through here. And again, my name is John Yarborough. I'm the Acting Deputy Director for the State Water Project. And as we look at the State Water Project infrastructure through this part of the state, this infrastructure actually shared through a lot of this portion of the state with the Central Valley Project. And between these two projects, the State Water Project and the Central Valley Project, we're irrigating almost 2 million acres of farmland, and we're supplying water to 20 million people in the state. And the focusing in on the State Water Project, if their service area was its own country, it'd be the 8th largest economy in the world. So very significant infrastructure, very important for the state, and also very much affected by subsidence that's occurring through the valley there. If we can go to the next slide. And this slide focusing in a little bit more on this part of the valley here, and just explain what we're looking at. So the colored thicker line there is the California Aqueduct. The colors show how much subsidence we've observed there along the aqueduct. The white circles with the numbers, these are our check structures. These are very large concrete structures with gates that we use to control the water surface elevation through the aqueduct, and that also allows us to control the amount of water that's flowing through. This part of the aqueduct is gravity fed, so we by putting water in these pools and opening the gates, the water flows through the system, and so it's particularly sensitive to subsidence. So we have subsidence, the top of the canal will come down. We're not able to keep our water as high in the canal, which means we're not able to get as much flow through the system there. In the Tulare Subbasin area, looking at the figures here, you can see the more the blue, the less subsidence. So we have not been affected by subsidence to the degree where it's affecting our ability to operate here in the Tulare area. But still, because of the significance of this infrastructure and the effect that subsidence can have on our ability to operate, still wanted to share this information with the board just to highlight how controlling for subsidence and monitoring the actions near the infrastructure like the aqueduct are very important, because it really does protect the ability of the system to operate and provide the statewide benefit. If you go to the third slide, and this is my last slide here. So the subsidence that we have seen through the system, again, not in the Tulare Subbasin area, but overall, has reduced our ability to operate by our capacity by as much as 46%. And this reduction in capacity is going to continue if we continue to see increased subsidence. So again, just, we really are supportive of any efforts we can take to reduce subsidence and stop subsidence near this critical infrastructure. Restoring the capacity that we've already lost, we're looking at really multiple billions of dollars of investment over the next 20 years to restore the capacity of the system. So again, very important that anything that we can do to stop subsidence, really important for this infrastructure with statewide importance. So that is the end of the very brief presentation I wanted to share with the board. And again, thank you for the opportunity to do so.
Thank you for your time and participation here, Mr. Yarborough. Appreciate the information here and brief overview of the continued importance of ensuring that we don't impact such critical infrastructure within the state. Thank you. Not seeing questions from my board colleagues, and so we'll move to our final panel. And this panel is a panel of small farmers and would like to call up and virtually and or in person, Doug Freitas, Julie Freitas, Aaron Freitas, and Gary Quintel. Not seeing any of those individuals standing up and coming forward for the panel. And quickly, let me look at my Zoom platform just to make sure I don't see any raised hands. But there was are they in overflow? Okay. We'll look to the overflow room to see if they're there and able to come into the room. I will call up Keith Freitas, given the common last name, and Mr. Freitas. Freitas, I'm sorry. And Mr. Freitas, apologies for continuing to earlier butcher the last name. You should be unmuted or invited to unmute.
Can you hear me?
We can, thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that I know they're my cousin's there.
Okay, great. I think they're coming.
To miss out on it. And I
Thank
wanted
you.
to ask the board if these presentations are going to be available to the public, and with all the presentations that were made, audio and the maps and documentation that was submitted.
Mr. Freitas, yes, they will be available. And I know, as I think was noted, the YouTube live webcast may be having the Spanish version slides. So in the description there should be a link to then the English version slides and the Spanish version slide. And we will make sure we have up on the website ultimately any of the presentations that were provided today. So appreciate that, Mr. Freitas.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
We can. Thank you.
So what I'm about to say is going to make some people happy and some people sad, I'm sure. But I'm coming from a background of third generation farmer. So good morning, or afternoon now. Thank you, the board and staff, for allowing this public comment. Obviously, I'm Doug Freitas, and I'm here with my wife and my 2 sons that farm with me. We farm about 300 acres in the South Fork GSA and about 400 in the North Fork. But I'm not here to represent my own interests. I'm here to represent the concerns of all the families, workers, farmers, dairymen, dairy processing plants, ethnicities, cities, schools, big and small businesses, including civic and social groups such as 4-H and FFA. All these hardworking people are going to be affected by this. Let's not forget our churches and our beliefs that we have in this area. Very strong moral, disciplined beliefs in this area of the San Joaquin Valley. Thank God my mom and dad were hardworking believers, Christians, second-generation Portuguese family. I believe that thousands of family farms and people dependent on groundwater will be displaced and homeless if we don't take action on these excessive costs. We all know that there's several farms, major farms that filed bankruptcy in the last few months. It's dire. By the way, Governor Newsom, please join us in this endeavor to solve these issues of subsidence, water quality, and domestic well mitigation. It will take millions of dollars to solve this problem. Governor Newsom, tear down the wall. It's about ready to destroy a part of our founding fathers' belief that there should be no taxation without representation. Please don't be offended. I feel like I'm being represented, but the taxation part really bothers me. They also believe that the most important commandment is to love your neighbor as yourself. We, the people, depend on our leadership to make fair and equitable decisions. Please bring us together to make this fair and equitable. SGMA seems to be a necessary evil to correct the problems of subsidence, water quality, and domestic well mitigation. Don't allow SGMA to kill, steal, and destroy our lives. We, the people, ask for ample time to implement SGMA. Let me tell you the story, just to kind of introduce how I was raised. One day I was irrigating a cotton field. My dad is about 15 years old. It was mid-morning and already approximately 100 degrees. In the middle of the cotton field, I saw something. Of course, I was hot and thirsty, forgot my water that day. As we walked across the field, I looked down and saw a gopher on the ground, dead as a doornail. I brought the gopher to my dad's attention. And I said, wow, that gopher looked to be in perfect condition with a shiny coat. My dad looked down and said, son, see that gopher? He couldn't make a living out here either. So let's face it, it's not an easy job. Keep that thought, the thought of that perfectly healthy gopher in your mind as I give this presentation. This is the number one topic I want to talk about is economic stress on our society. Kind of mentioned it in the introduction. Sustainable Groundwater Act asks our GSA boards to solve problems that have been present for hundreds of years. I'm going to refer to a nonprofit entity association called the Water Blueprint. It's a coalition of San Joaquin Valley community leaders, business, water agencies, local government, and agriculture agencies working together to advise common sense water solutions. The blueprint refers to an economist's economic analysis of SGMA and how it will affect the San Joaquin Valley. This study was done by the University of Berkeley economists, Dr. David Sunding and Dr. David Willenhost. Key findings: $7.2 billion in farm revenue will be lost in the San Joaquin Valley. 85,000 jobs will be lost in the San Joaquin Valley. $2.1 billion in annual lost employee compensation statewide. These are big numbers. 4 counties, Fresno, Kings, Tulare, and Kern, will all see the largest losses. The study states that 20% of disadvantaged communities are in the San Joaquin Valley. Overall, the socially disadvantaged households are substantially more likely to be employed in the agriculture sector. The study also says 15% of disadvantaged households are employed in the agriculture sector. The study reflects the direct consequences of SGMA on our area. Don't believe me, believe the study. It's done by outstanding professors from the University of Berkeley. The Mexican community in our area produces hardworking, honest people. These people will be devastated by the shutdown of our agriculture community. When our ag business occurs, diminishing returns, the local groups and schools will suffer. FFA, 4-H programs will not have the support to continue as they function today. The Kings River, the second part I want to talk on is storage and consequences of water diversion. The Kings River is 132 miles long. The best storage we have is behind Pine Flat Dam, allowing 1 million acre feet to be stored on normal years. The South Fork Kings River feeds the Tulare Lake. The North Fork directs water to the ocean. We've had 3, and now this is our 4th somewhat wet year. We're about average as far as snowpack, according to KRCD. So in 17, there were 688,000 acre feet that ran out the North Fork to the ocean. The total runoff or total yield of that watershed was 4 million acre feet in 2017. In 2018 and 19, another wet year, 119,000 acre feet went north out to the ocean, and 2.8 million acre feet of runoff. In 22 and 23, the wettest year on record, even since 1906, 942,000 acre feet went north out to the ocean. This is alarming. There was according to KRCD, there was 271,000 acre feet that filled the lake bottom. Where did this water go? It's in the lake. The total runoff in the 23 year, last year, was 4,509,000 acres. These are such big numbers. We need to capture this water. Obviously we have overdraft of groundwater, but this is a section that SGMA doesn't really have control of, the surface water. So between 2017 and 23, flood release was 1,749,000. I can't even think that high. 1,749,000 acre feet of water that went out to the Fresno Slough and out to the ocean. So the total period of wet years from 17 through 23, not counting this year, there was about 500,000 acre feet. That's a little bit of a guess because that went to the lake. This water was in the form of flood release and is usually used for irrigation purposes and was not wasted. So I want to refer to a letter. It's dated May 31st, 2019, written from KRWA to Mitchell Moody at the State Water Resource Control Board. It addresses a petition from Semi-Tropic to try to take appropriated rights away from the stream of the Kings River system. KRW has the rights fully appropriated on the Kings River system. Two important things here is not the fact of what Semi-Tropic wanted to do. I want to make 2 points here.
Freitas, I apologize. I don't want to interrupt you too much, but those may be issues that we may not necessarily, they're live and may not necessarily be most appropriate for us to be just talking about here.
So, okay, with that said, then my gist is this is we need to run water down the river for recharge. Okay. So water quality. So the probation hearing staff states on page 45 that which is GSP is being resubmitted. The recharge comes from the river and delivering ponds. And I wanted to say that I visited a farm up on 7th in Denver, and in the last 4 to 5 years, they had banked 7,000 acre feet of water in the system for repump. Okay, so with that said, I'm going to skip down. So with water quality, if we don't have the recharge, we're not going to be able to have higher quality. We have to have the recharge. And that was part of my point of all the jabbering about the water. And you guys understand that. So dilution is a solution. By putting clean water in the aquifers, there will be clean recharge. On dry years, the clean recharge water can be pumped for ag use because it's still maybe too high in nitrates to use for domestic use. So in our GSA, the South Fork Kings GSA, the top third, about a third of the GSA is in a unique watershed area. We have that A water, and that is fed through the river systems and the canals and the sloughs that we have there. Many of us have implemented water savings techniques such as drip and micro sprinklers, integrated pest management, and we practice carbon sequestering practices such as composting and crops, cover crops. So recharge is what I wanted to really stress. So domestic well mitigation. Mid-Kings draft states that there is substantial domestic water well in the A zone. The A zone is located from 0 to about 70 or 100 feet. On page 45, staff recognizes that the A zone water is routinely dewatered. I just spoke to a gentleman out here, farms in the Mid-Kings. He used to have shallow water, but they divert the water above his property. He lost his shallow wells. This is the point I'm really trying to make, because a lot of the expense we're going to go through can be mitigated with proper water delivery and no diversion. This is due to lack of recharge. The staff does not recommend A zone as a groundwater supply for domestic use, and very much so. This water very often is high in nitrates, chloroform, and E. coli. I submitted 8 tests to our local GSA. 5 of the wells were too high in nitrates to meet state standards. It's been like that almost forever because we have a perch water table situation, and this water stays in our area. We have included statements to the South Fork GSA dated February 26, 24, as to the nitrate levels and the clay layers and so forth. So the A zone isn't just a solid set of sand, it's layered, and I have a copy of a typical well log for the A zone wells. And the point is this right here. This is the clay from several clay layers, just like this, exists down to about 100 feet, and it's impermeable to water. So the point I'm making here is that water is unconfined, meaning it's charged from the Kings River and these canals. And whose water is that? That's a question I have for the board, because I see a tendency for that water to wanting to be grabbed and taken by the entire GSA. With that said, the right to beneficial use allows A zone pumpers and B zone exclusive use of A zone and B zone aquifers. In other words, most of Tulare Lake Subbasin does not have access to the A zone water. In most cases, the B zone. I ask that the board protect our rights of beneficial use of the A zone water and B zone water. Hundreds of farmers are dependent on this A zone water. B zone wells are wells above the Corcoran clay and should not be allowed to be screened into the A zone. And that's a big issue because they're taking the A water and mixing it with the B zone wells water. Small farms cannot afford to drill B zone wells due to the high costs. I have friends that are selling their property at the moment because they're afraid of the regulation on the A zone wells. I have a friend that's a dairyman. His water tables are 16 feet in his shallow wells. He told me if we implement this he's in the mid-Kings, if they implement the half-acre foot restriction, it will flat out break them. Sad. It's really sad when you have a 16-foot water table and a 70-foot well. Our ranch is I don't hate to talk about it myself, but here's the fact. I have wells that are, the water table right now are 13 feet. And in 19, we had a wet year. I have a lined reservoir. The water table came up, pushed the line up and tore that lining. We tried to repair it on a wet year, could not do it. We were pumping 500 gallons a minute out of a 12-foot deep reservoir. There's so much pressure that, and this will return. The point I'm making here, these waters are readily replenished during the wet years.
Mr. Freitas, I want to be mindful of time and that we have a lot of other commenters as well. And so just asking maybe to begin to wrap a bit. I'm not sure if you have any others that will be part of your panel here, but perhaps you're okay, panel of one. Okay, that's fair then. I mean, we've been going for about 15. So if you can wrap within the next few minutes.
I'm on my second to last page.
Okay.
Of 100. No.
Thank you, Mr. Freitas.
I would like to, hey, I lost all my focus here. 1 second.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you.
So at two of the Southwest Kings GSA meetings, and this is very hard for me to say, but a board member stated that the north area of the South Fork Kings GSA was not being represented. I don't know how many other GSAs feel that way, the members. So I feel that there's other membership and other GSAs that feel the same way. We feel as we're not being represented because there's different interests from different areas. So it's about 20 to 22,000 acres on the north side of our GSA that I would like to ask the staff and board to balance the South Fork GSA board to reflect a fair representation for the north area of the South Fork Kings GSA. I don't know how those boards were established. I was told it was state appointed, and that's great. But there's an interest here to redistribute water, and we want to make sure that we can keep our beneficial use under our ground. So how do we get enough water? We need storage in the Sierra Nevada mountains by raising Pine Flat Dam, and that is on the table. Talked to KRCD yesterday. We'd gain about 125,000 acre feet water, and in Rogers Crossing, if it was built, 1 million acre feet. We, the people of this great state of California, would like to ask for additional time to solve these issues that need to be corrected. And by the way, the story about the gopher, my dad said, poor SLB couldn't make a living out here either. We, the people, refuse to be like that gopher, perfectly healthy, doing what is right in this world to make a living, only to die of economic stress, financial burden, and the heat of the day. Let's tear down this division. Let's solve this problem in a spirit of love for this great state. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Freitas. Appreciate your comments here and look forward to what I know will be continued engagement around this, but importantly, just want to acknowledge your comments and ultimately, I know the frustration that can feel around the discussion around the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, but importantly, it's not necessarily Sigma that is doing this to us. It's really the need to get a handle of our groundwater and the I know the pain that can come from it. So just want to acknowledge your words. I appreciate your comments. Thank you, Mr. Freitas.
Thank you.
Freitas, apologies. Let's go ahead and take our lunch and come back and get straight into comments. We'll take a 45-minute lunch, somewhat abbreviated. So let's get back here at 1:50 and continue on. Thanks, everyone.
Go ahead, you can try it.
All right, everyone, it is 1:55. I know that there are still folks, because we don't have a ton of options for food nearby, probably still trying to make their way from the lunch. We'll go ahead and get started here on comments though, and just want to acknowledge, I know 45 minutes is short for lunch, and especially when there aren't a lot of options out there. So really appreciate everyone's patience, and hopefully you had a good lunch. First commenter I'd like to go to here is Greg Gatska, who will be followed by Jane Dolman. And the microphone might be cold, so you just need to turn on, there's a button, I think they're at the top. And it should be green, should be good to go.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
And Chair Esquivel and Assistant Chair Diadamo and the rest of the board members, thank you for allowing me to have an opportunity to speak. I'm Greg Gaska, City Manager for the City of Corcoran. Really here to give our community a little bit of a voice in all of this process. I do have a lot of past history with a lot of the sustainable groundwater management from the very beginnings with Kings County, last 3 years at the City of Corcoran. Your staff, I probably was prepared to grill staff a little bit more with some of the details in there. What I did see on the PowerPoint, I think answered one of my questions. So what I'm going to share with you is the financial impact, unintended consequences of what the fees may actually do to our region. The direct impact, obviously, of the fee applied to cities. And now what I saw as of today was a little footnote, and I was not aware of that in the staff report, that DACs, disadvantaged communities, which we are eligible for a waiver. So that was the first one. I appreciate that being brought up, alleviated a lot of my comments and concerns in that. But I am going to point to that and how that was relevant to something I want to really bring to your attention. Secondary is the indirect impacts. So the fees, we've got, a basin that is predominantly agriculture. Our economy, City of Corcoran, established in 1914, was established as a farming community. It was a residential community for homes, businesses, to support the farm workers, support the farming industry. It still serves that today. At the height, it was about 30,000 population. We have about 14,000 now, not including the 8,000 that are also in the prison system, but residential wise, that's about 14,000. Safe, affordable drinking water. That's the most important thing that I can bring to your attention today. Small communities like ours, water municipal community, disadvantaged community, we are always having to adapt and struggle to find ways to make that affordable. So when I started seeing fees that might be applied to us, and we realized this was potentially another $100,000 to $200,000 fee imposed on all these other things that we're dealing with, that was going to be really a tough one to swallow with our community. Because let me share with you, and I have all kinds of notes, but let me just share with you, we have been moving to renewable energy on all of our facilities, including our water treatment, our water wells, but PG&E has been hammering us. So 30% increase. We're looking at hundreds of thousands of dollars of increases going to our water enterprise funds. So that's a business enterprise fund to support the municipal water system. If we can't afford it, we have to put that onto the ratepayers. Disadvantaged community, low-income community. Let me share with you the two biggest things, and the State Water Board has already sent me another notice. They keep auditing us on whether we can meet our bond debt ratio. If we can't, we have to increase rates. Two of the biggest factors of why we can't maintain a good ratio: electricity, it's going out the roof, but we are moving to get solar. It's held up because we have to now pay for new transformers. I just got a bill for $120,000 for a new transformer just to connect our solar to one of our well sites. And that's another $80,000 I just got hit with a well about 2 months ago. These are also delaying 8 months. Who knows how long it's affected our financing for those projects. So you have those, but in the rate structure, electricity costs are going out the roof. That's pushing us way past the bond debt ratio. The other piece of it is, let me share with you, we're still recovering from COVID. We're still recovering from the floods that we had all last year. We are supported by an agricultural community, agricultural industries, A lot of our residents are employed, supported, or affiliated with agriculture. We are the most vulnerable on Tulare Lake Subbasin. Out of all the cities, we are the most vulnerable city that could be impacted by this. And so when I see fines, fees, things being imposed on the agricultural industry, let me share with you, our sales tax for a city, that's where we're primarily supported. Our biggest sales tax generators are farm equipment, farm supplies, farm materials, and then all the general services that they rely on within our city. We're about 20 to 30 minutes away from Hanford and Lemoore, even Tulare to the east. So that is a very big concern because anything done financially to impact an industry that's already strained. Now recognize, let me share another piece of the puzzle. With the flooding that happened in the hundreds of thousands of acres that were impacted by the floods, those roadways, we have 3 in Corcoran. Can't tell you how many, but probably several key roadways in the county that were all underwater or impacted by it. We have all been rejected by FEMA for reimbursement on those or to even make them happen. So that is going to significantly delay economic recovery from other factors unrelated to this. But I want to encourage you, have your staff do a better due diligence of looking at the economic sustainability, the survivability and affordability, more importantly, with municipal water systems. And why? It's because it's very important as the state has moved to consolidation. When well sites are failing, state is moving to consolidate it with the most viable water service that's available. We are the only one probably within that southern part of the region. So please keep that in mind. You have a very tough job. I know this is a lot of technical information. It's the very first meeting. I've listened to all of you as you're weighing through this. The key thing I came to today was just to give a voice for our community, but to listen to all of you. And I am hearing a little bit of a light at the end of the tunnel because Chair and Vice Chair, I'm hearing you're looking to help support the local agencies come together, get their plans right. Let's stay away from probationary, put it back into their arena. That's the biggest thing I can encourage, just so that a community like Corcoran doesn't become a unintended consequence of these other factors. So that's all I have to say.
And it's really important and a lot to say, actually, Mr. Gatska. I appreciate your leadership. I know there's a lot of pressure and balancing that cities are under here because, yes, it's around water, but it's these larger economic challenges that are before you and not over-resourced, right, to be able to be handling so much. So thank you for being here, being the voice of your community, and for engaging us here. And on your note on drinking water, completely agree. It is the foundation for all of our communities, all of our activity. And so look forward to furthering having discussion there, whether it's the arrearage dollars that the state board has been able to get out to support affordability and wipe out water debt for water and sanitation, or our safer program and our drinking water program that's looking to try to help bridge. I appreciate the nod and acknowledgement, the intersection between all of this, and ultimately here to truly help support what is the local leadership that actually gets this done. So appreciate you being here on behalf of the city and raising your voice amongst it. So thank you, Mr. Gatska.
Thank you. One last comment?
Of course, please.
I was going to thank state staff though, because because of the state revolving fund, we are implementing water meters across our whole entire community right now. It's almost complete. So we've moved on that. They've worked with us fantastic and turned the financial arrangements around very well. So
I appreciate that. Thanks and acknowledgement, and thanks for that work. Appreciate it. Next, I'd like to call up Jane Dolan. And as I do, I was remiss and apologize. If there are any other state or federal agencies here represented that want to make comment, I invite you to do so here as well as we make our way through public comments. Dolan, good to see you.
Good afternoon, and thank you. I was not aware of how to make myself known, so thank you very much for the opportunity to speak before the board. I'm Jane Dolan. I'm the president of the Central Valley Flood Protection Board. I'm honored to serve my colleagues. I want to say that the Flood Board recognizes and appreciates the efforts of the sustainability efforts of the groundwater sustainability areas for planning for a more resilient future. However, I want to bring forward that there are still potential risks that exist and will continue to exist to public safety and increased flood risks that need to be considered. Not sure why I'm nervous. The Central Valley Flood Protection Board is the state's regulatory board for oversight of construction, maintenance, operation of the flood control system that protects first lives, homes, property, businesses, and important infrastructure, and also habitat. The California Central Valley Flood Protections Board jurisdiction includes levee systems, regulated streams, and the designated floodway program that, in my opinion, is underused. The flood board's regulated streams and designated floodways and state plan of flood control facilities are within the Tulare Basin subbasin, Tulare Lake subbasin. Subsidence is the issue, and it affects the integrity of the flood system, its function, its required and needed levee freeboard, the design flow of floodwaters, and impacts operation, maintenance, and repair costs for the flood control to the flood control facilities when there is subsidence. Any reduction in freeboard impacts makes the danger of flooding communities, homes, and important infrastructure, as has occurred with our highways, roads, and evacuation routes. Any cracking of levees or slumping of levees is a significant impact, and it's occurring, but we would like to see any future occurrences be avoided and what has occurred to be addressed if possible. The flood board sees reduction or avoidance in subsidence impacts to this system as critical, and we are ready to work on this with everyone. We submit that if we can look at the opportunities that we understand are available through the board's designated floodway program, we can begin to address and reduce impacts to groundwater loss, identifying and utilizing areas where a designated floodway can be determined. And there are numerous designated floodways throughout the Central Valley. We just kind of stopped doing that decades ago, but it is there and available. We have very strong collaboration with the SGMO office, the SGMA Sustainable Groundwater Management Office, now SGMO, and many people in DWR. If we can also join in conversations and work with the GSAs, the flood board can provide, I believe, very strongly this key support for groundwater sustainability and helping with recharge. This is so important to the integrity of the flood system, but I also submit that it would be a viable solution, not immediate, but definitely a solution if we can have a designated floodway program where the floodwaters go. I have farmers in my county that say, Jane, why don't you just take all that flood water that's useless and find a place for it to go that makes sense? So I said, I'll work on that. So thank you very much for the time to give you these comments. I look forward to continual conversation and moving forward with this. I'm there to help. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Dolan. I appreciate the comments and agree that having a more coordinated discussion across from flood management to the dry time certainly, and how we best incentivize this work is definitely in the offing. And so thanks for your leadership and acknowledgement and participation in all of this here today for that. Looking to see if there are any further state or federal colleagues that would like to speak, and importantly would like to then go, if not, to Fred Briones with the Big Valley POMO. And after that will be Bill Miguel and then Maya Lewis Burgess.
Hello?
Good
Hi.
afternoon.
Oh, thank you. Hi, this is Fred Briones, Big Valley Rancheria, Band of Pomo Indians. I wanted to tell an old story of how before farming, the tribal people, I don't think there's any tribes there because they don't own any water. They have no water rights. They were forced off all their land. When it was a lake, the Pomo people, all the way up in Clear Lake, we used to go down there to Tulare Lake, and the tribe that we interbred with was the Waktumni tribe. And to this day, we still have that connection. If you go to our website, nativeamericanfiberprogram.org, you'll see there how we're harvesting white root together. But it's so unfair that they have to come up from Visalia, Fresno, Porterville, all of those tribal people to Lodi Lake to harvest one of the most naturalist plants in California for the basket weaving. And I want to say that I support the probation because I see how the state is doing so much for these farmers. They give it so free and so cheap. The fees are so cheap, $300 a year, $20 for 1,000-acre feet. And, also these farmers, a lot of them, they don't pay no taxes. They have all of these subsidies. And we have to remind them, I see where the sensitivity is, but they have to remind themselves that they're farming on a lake that they pumped down. And now this lake is trying to reoccur. But then in between the farmer, there's so much fighting because there are illegal diversions, illegal wells. In this room here, they want to feel sorrowful for the farmer. But in other meetings, they're talking about water rights, water exchange rates, the price of the water. And here they are again fighting about the water. And as we watch them fight amongst each other, because it's not the Indians, the farmer fight amongst each other, the ground is collapsing underneath their feet. So eventually, when the next big earthquake comes, it's going to be a scary situation. And that's why the state is stepping in. But it's a very difficult job that the board has to relay that information to these farmers here that they're farming on a lake that's been there for how many millions of years, and now they've altered it. So just to remind everyone that farming is a business and it is a cycle. And now the environment with climate change is changing the business environment, the landscape of California. So again, I support the probation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Briones. Appreciate you contributing to today's discussion and your voice here amongst things. Next, I'd like to call Bill Miguel, be followed by Maya Lewis Burgess, and followed then by Julie Freitas. Mr. Miguel, it looks like we've provided you an opportunity to come off mute. I know your hand is raised here potentially as well.
And I don't know if the AV folks have the ability to pick him up. Mr. McGill, you're unmuted and we can hear you, but it is incredibly faint.
Yeah, Mr. Miguel, not sure if you were, I'm trying to see if you are called in on the phone. I know if perhaps what might be helpful is to select a different microphone on your Zoom platform. Next to the microphone icon, there's a little like caret, little up button, if you will. And there may be some other microphones that you can try to select because the audio that you're coming in on is can't really hear you.
Can you put me on a hold? I can come back and see if I can resolve this.
Okay, I can kind of make you out. I believe we can move to someone else until you resolve it again. I think if you're able to, well, one, make sure if you're on a laptop, the microphone isn't covered either by fabric or a paper, and then otherwise see on the Zoom platform if you can't switch microphones.
Can I come in?
Mr. Miguel, try again.
Will a cell phone, can I call in on a cell phone?
Yes, you can call in on a cell phone, and there is a phone number that is should have been shared with you in the email that you can call in, and then we can associate your number. So go ahead and call in. We'll wait for, if we see a phone call number coming in, we'll know it's you, and we can come back to you then here. Thank you. I appreciate the help working through it. As Mr. Miguel figures out his audio, let's then move to Maya Lewis Burgess.
I know we had Maya on earlier today, but she seems to no longer be on the Zoom platform.
Mr. Laufer. Next, then we'll go to Julie Freitas, who will be followed by Carolyn Freitas.
Actually, I'm speaking for Carolyn Freitas. Okay, my name's Julie Freitas.
Yes, thank you.
Good
Thank you.
afternoon. Thank you so much for having this hearing. We really appreciate it. My name is Julie Freitas. I live in Lemoore, small farm community, about 30 miles south of Fresno. I jumped into farming after marrying my husband in 1983 and literally jumped. Doug is a third generation farmer. 2 of our 3 sons are 4th generation farmers. And you could say that I'm a 1st generation farmer. Today, I'm going to touch on the stress of socially disadvantaged communities that will be affected by SGMA as it stands right now. In Kings County, 13.5% of families live in poverty. This information is from the U.S. Census Bureau. The amount of family farms in Kings County, family farms, is 84%. Population in Kings County is 152,682 people. Percent of population that is Hispanic Latino is 57.3%. That's 87,486 people of Hispanic descent just in Kings County. The unemployment rate went up 2% with a total rate of 8% in Kings County. And I'm sure that the ag sector is even higher. Hispanic poverty rate in Kings County is 20.66%. Estimated 95% of the Hispanic population works in ag in some way. Guess who is the #1 ag state in the United States? Yes, it's California. Did you know that farmers are 3.5 times more likely to commit suicide than the general public? According to the CDC, between the years 2000 and 2020, suicide rates increased 46% in non-metro areas. In Farm Progress, a magazine, had research done by Cal Poly State University that found suicide rate in agriculture is 5 times higher than the national average. Plus, shockingly, even double the rate of military veterans. My concern is the disastrous domino effect that the SGMA can have right now, that the state it is right now, that it can have on our community, San Joaquin Valley, and even the state of California. If the family farms go under, we will have a crisis on our hands. Most family farms cannot absorb the added cost of SGMA. I'm talking about family farms, not big farms. So if the waters ran in South Fork, in the canals and ditches, it will recharge the shallow wells, aquifers, in weeks to months, which could help to recharge the A-zone. I respectfully ask the board to postpone putting Tulare Lake Subbasin on probation. On April 10th, this month, our GSA had just announced the names of the people for an advisory committee. Right now, we don't even have a manager. We have a lot to catch up on. Give us the time to do that. Farmers are some of the most resilient, hardworking, problem-solving people I know. Put them in a room and they will figure out a solution to the problem. We want to work with the GSA boards to find a solution to fix these problems together. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Freitas. Really appreciate raising your voice here. Next, I'd like to call Keith Freitas, be followed by Josh Freitas, and then Aaron Freitas.
Can you hear me? 1, 2.
We can. Thank you.
Yeah. Good afternoon. Well, I was going to start with a different open, but I think I'm going to go with this to the chair. And I appreciate the board taking their time today This is unprecedented event, and I believe that the public is pretty much underrepresented here, which I'm going to try to go ahead and speak on their behalf on some of the things I'm going to say. But I wanted to bring it to your attention. I've been watching this so far. I've seen some things bubble up that really are creating a dynamic of patterns. And one of them is that the state seems to be overly fixated on the infrastructure being damaged by subsidence. And I really want the state to think about this as just an offside. Why are you putting high-speed rail through a subsiding valley? A valley that's sinking, and you're putting high-speed rail through the middle of a valley that's sinking. I think we should reconsider that and think about maybe fixing subsidence before we bring a high-speed rail over the cross of a sinking valley. That's just a footnote. You know, farmers being villainized a lot of times because they used to, when they first came out with state water with the Sigma, a lot of staffers referred to the what they now call undesirable results. They used to refer to them as the 7 deadly sins, and they tried to vilify farmers from day one on Sigma. And I think it's unfortunate that they did that, because there are a lot of really good-hearted, strong, and hardworking people in the farming industry that have built the infrastructure of the state over the past 200 years. And I think that should be considered a good thing. Today, I humbly come before a distinguished group of fellow Californians who have come together in this room as a show of solidarity and purpose with a purpose-filled intent. It has come to my attention in these last few months that some of the State Water Board's Sustainable Groundwater Management Act program rollouts have been met with extreme reactions from farmers, city administrators, and some of the general public. As past chair and current member of the Air Quality Control Board's EJAG Environmental Justice Advisory Group, and as a new member of the State Water Quality Control Board's WWNA, the Wastewater Needs Assessment Group, I feel incumbent to bring these economic impact disparities to the attention of the board. I assume that no government official, staff member, or legal representative of the state want unintended consequences that will create potential long-term negative impacts to disadvantaged communities, unincorporated communities, or to small family farms. To let you guys know that my mother was, she went on tank water 14 years ago when she lost her well. She lives, and we lived in a disadvantaged community called Easton, and Easton's water was wiped out by a couple of farmers in our area that got in a fight over who could drill the deepest well, and they dried up half of Easton. The Sustainable Groundwater Management Act was originally designed to provide a sustainable use of the state's groundwater resources in order to balance underground aquifers. If in this process we identified unintended consequences that will form fissures in the structure of the law, it is incumbent upon stakeholders to bring these unsustainable consequences to the attention of the board. As was recently disclosed by the state's flyover use of the new technology water scoping techniques, it was discovered that most groundwater basins are interconnected in some way. This anomaly alone warrants additional time to study these unintended consequences. The staff speaks about undesirable results. The attempt by staff to circumvent judicial review of any breaches in any rule set forth in the original system and process design. I think that the board should consider a stay of actions, and it should be granted to prevent the manifest of the injustice by the administrative body staff who now tries to twist and turn formal agreements that set the stage for inefficiencies in process, which would prevent the abuse of power by staff. Farmers never agreed with the terminology undesirable results in the first place, or the 7 deadly sins as it was originally drafted in language. The depth of the negative financial impacts that has left those less able to protect their legal rights to property and sustainable business models farming is what farmers are facing. I am also the president of the California nonprofit called Tend the Garden, with locations in the city of San Joaquin, which is undergoing a project approved under the State Water Board's Orphan Fund for the state's OSTs remaining and yet to be certified clean groundwater. And the OSTs, I'm sure the state's familiar with it. It has also been brought to my attention by the engineers heading up this project that the complexity of determining groundwater, underground water, non-point source contaminants require the necessity for ground boring monitoring wells. Because of the complexity of these monitoring wells, I would like to suggest to the board that a 1-year stay be put into place with any of the actions being considered considered now in the South Fork or Kings River GSAs. A 1-year stay of actions would allow the Sigma stakeholders, the state and the staff additional time to deliver a truly sustainable law that allows all stakeholders an opportunity to prevent extreme negative unintended consequences from manifesting. A few Mid-Kings members wanted me to speak at this board meeting.
Mr. Freitas, I do want to just note time because we do have a number of speakers.
Yeah, I'm almost done.
Yeah,
I'm on the last paragraph here.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, there is an abundance of concerns, not only with legality issues, but with the state and federal government under design of Sigma could see a law bypassing the responsibility of the state water board members' first duty owed to the governed, in forcing smaller farmers to pay for water costs that the state and federal governments are obligated to pay to the underdeveloped communities, townships, cities, and states disadvantaged. After speaking with George Soares at the Mid-Kings meeting last week, it's clear that the bigger growers cannot afford to pump down the lower stored groundwater level recharge levels without first getting rid of the shallow pumpers above the Corcoran clays. No one in any ID wants to discuss the South Fork of the Kings River seepage and recharge capacity until the board gets control over negative impacts of intended consequences of the supposed unsustainable situation. No one stakeholder suffering under these unintended consequences actually picked to be in this position, and to the contrary, follows state and federal guidelines and contract terms under the CVP Central Valley Project. Under the direction of the state and federal governments, the farmers build infrastructure, homes, cities, and their lives and roots all fall back 4 generations, which adds additional onerous dependence on these stakeholders have on the decision made by this board. I feel that the Tulare Lake Basin alone, when filled by natural rainfall and snowmelt, as it fills, has a seasonal shifting impact on groundwater basins in the South Valley. For this reason alone, the state should stay any further actions pending until this unintended impacts to the groundwater basins in Kings, Tulare, and Kern County are discovered. The state must consider subsidizing these negatively impacted farming communities and farmers in order to balance the fair financial disparity that Sigma has now created. The intent of this act was originally rolled out to be a fair process and would lead to a sustainable law to help not hurt its stakeholders. The intent of the act was also to help farmers and the local irrigation districts hammer out details of a complex law. The board should not take the place of God when making these decisions, and taking today's testimony under consideration, the board should adopt a stay of actions for a reasonable time that would reflect the intensity of these negative impacts to the local disadvantaged communities, farming families, and the public in general. The goals of farmers in this state is also to remain sustainable, and to also remain sustainable to determine the cost, impacts, and negative unintended financial burden this law has created. The farmers were also told over 14 years ago that Sigma would provide an underlying sustainable water transfer and or pumper-to-pumper sales model. It is incumbent on the state water board to comply with these promises that precede the GSAs to create a sustainable water sales system, which they have yet failed to do. This small consequence alone has started a firestorm that is burning its way through the capacity of smaller stakeholders that simply seek to maintain a humble income derived from farming in this state and to keep from being placed in a forced sale condition. That was the ultimate intention of the law. Last comment, last paragraph. The state cannot police the entire state's out of compliance GSAs, which is the direction we are headed in. The current rollout continues, if the current rollout continues forward. A State Water Act will create a war of stakeholders, flood our state and federal courts. If the board does not stay its actions today, it could create a dilemma that could pit the state and the federal governments against each other, as the Indian Wells Water District is bound to unfold to the public after receiving amicus briefs of the China Lake military base. And the federal government now claims priority rights to that groundwater. So I just wanted to say thank you very much to the board and thank you for your time. And sorry I ran over my time. I apologize.
Thank you for yours as well. I appreciate your comments, Mr. Freitas. I just do want to note
It's Freitas, by the way.
Well.
It's
Yeah.
Freitas. It's called,
Thank you,
it's
Mr.
pronounced
Freitas.
Freitas. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Freitas.
Yes, that's fine. Thank you.
No, it is fine. Thank you too.
Thank you.
Just want to remind folks, we do have a lot of commenters, so please do keep to the 5 minutes and just appreciate everyone's patience as we continue to get through comments. Next, I'd like to call up Bill Miguel, followed by Josh Freitas, and then Aaron Freitas.
And Mr. Miguel, we've got you on the phone. You're being given the opportunity to unmute, which on a phone is *6.
Are you okay now?
We can hear you well. We can. Thank you, Mr. Miguel. Appreciate the patience.
Oh, thank you very much. I'll try to be brief as I can. One of the focuses on Sigma was that each, well, let me first identify what area I am concerned about, is the Lower Kings River, and I define the Lower Kings River as the generally the North Fork, South Fork, and mid regions, GSA regions, for to give you a geographic reference. One of the issues that was to be addressed were groundwater dependent ecosystems, and groundwater dependent ecosystems, along with is what I believe the Lower Kings River is. I had what you may be acquainted with, Peter Vorster, the Bay Institute. He and I took tours of the Lower Kings River. He agrees that this is a groundwater dependent ecosystem. Well, I believe it's important that the GSAs address this. They've skirted the issue, said that it's not, have concluded that it is not a groundwater GSE, but we believe that it is. And also in focus, I would like to also address the management practices of KRWA, Kings River Water Association. The member districts each have a point of diversion on the river. And it is common practice for the Kings River Water Association to change the points of diversion from lower stream to upper stream in order to avoid what they call channel loss, which is our groundwater recharge. This is a big issue for us, and it is also intertwined with the groundwater dependent ecosystems, as the Lower Kings River is certainly a riparian corridor. I don't believe that changes in points of diversion can be done so without the approval of the California Water Boards, and I don't suspect that this is being done. Finally, excuse me, to demonstrate the damages, the ecological damages that these points of changes in the points of diversion, diverting water from lower stream to upper stream canals and ditches, avoiding the channel recharge, the natural channel recharge. You can find a video, give you a video search. You can search Killing the Kings River on Vimeo. Again, that is Killing the Kings River on Vimeo. And that it's about a 15-minute presentation. It will show the damage that is being done to the ecology of the Kings River and the avoidance of groundwater recharge. And with that, I'll conclude.
Thank you for those comments, Mr. Miguel, and your contribution here to the discussion. Appreciate your points and just thank you. I know It's been a bit since we're here getting to folks, so appreciate the patience. Next, I'd like to call up Josh Freitas, be followed by Aaron Freitas, and then Joshua Ramia.
I won't get upset about mispronouncing my last name.
With a last name like mine too, it comes with the territory.
All good. Yeah, so good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and I appreciate your time and all the hard work you guys are doing and sitting through this. It's like actually mentally taxing on your brain. So my name is Josh, and I'm a fourth generational farmer. And on behalf of the majority of the farmers in the Mid Kings GSA and the South Fork Kings GSA, we are pretty just not represented, and we're just tired of the social loafing from the GSAs. They just piggyback off of what the lake bottom interest tells them what to do, what it comes down. And the current path of the GSA does not promote the farmers' ability to prosper or the communities. Some examples are replacing canals with pipelines, which should be completed outside of public view, allowing pumping of larger amounts of water from the deeper aquifers compared to the shallow. Ignoring the surface water issues, which I talked about quite a bit, and the response is, oh, a surface water issue isn't the groundwater issue, but it's causing the problem because we have plenty of water in the snowpack, but we flush it out to the sea and we divert the water. And even with Fred, he's firsthand experienced it, and the community's firsthand experienced it, and then we're going to repeat the same history again. It's like, why? And then one of the major final issues is the fee structure is to induce a hostile takeover of California's water. So the plan implemented will approximately take out 2/3 of the farmers, and that's with not growing the crops anymore or going out of business. So that, like, two different things. So about 20 to 30% of the farmers will go out of business, and about another third will stop growing food, and they'll just sell the water. And the solution is straightforward. Use the Tulare Lake as a temporary holding basin for the excess water in the wet years. Build Roger Crossings Dam, and then expand the Pine Flat Dam. And this strategy will cover about 95% of the water needs. And that's all. Are there any questions?
No question, but just appreciation for your comments and for being here. I know public speaking, even for myself, can be anxiety inducing. So I appreciate you coming in and your points here.
Have a nice day.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Aaron Freitas, be followed by Joshua Ramia, and then Cody Phillips.
Hello, board. Thank you for your time. This is a very intense topic. And yes, here I go. My name is Aaron Freitas. I'm a fourth generation farmer located in the South Fork GSA. I'm a father of two and hope they will become a fifth generation of hardworking producers. I have been farming for the majority of my life and worked 4 years for a local well driller, servicing and drilling primarily in the Mid-Kings and South Fork GSA districts. I learned about our unique 3 water aquifers, which is unique in the entire world. It's quite incredible. Done a little bit of world travel. It's a blessing for our area. And I firsthand know the importance and the reality of subsidence and the drop of water table in the last 20 years. And that has to be addressed, which is why you guys performed. And it's necessary action to keep our groundwater sustainable and clean. My concern is with the GSP and the fiscal strain it'll place on the small farmers. It's just not encouraging for us to continue our work or a projection future for our children. And I know you guys only deal with this shallow water, but the problem, though, in my opinion, the only sustainable way to fix the problem is to increase our surface water storage and containment. Or if it's just pumping, it'll be about 30-40% of all farming in our area will have to cease, which is not advantageous for me personally. So my question is if there's any way we could work for you guys to look into creating storage, or for me to help, any avenues to help that process. And that is it for me.
Thank you. I appreciate that. There are proceedings that we can't talk about here that are ongoing before the board on the water rights side for various storage projects and otherwise. So I do encourage folks to plug into that proceeding. Can't talk about it here, but there are things that are going on. So thank you. And thank you for your comments. Next, I'd like to call up Cody Phillips. Oh, I apologize. I skipped Joshua Ramia and then Cody Phillips, who will be followed by Natalie Escobedo Garcia.
And Joshua, we've given you the chance to unmute. You seem to be on a phone, so that will be a *6 if you wish to speak now. And no response, Chair Escobedo.
Appreciate that. Mr. Ramia, if you just are having a hard time getting to the unmute currently or would like to comment later, just raise your hand and we can come back to you. Next, I'd like to call up Cody Phillips, be followed by Natalie Escobedo Garcia, and then Antonio Solario.
Good afternoon, Chair Escobedo, members of the board. My name is Cody Phillips with California Coastkeeper Alliance. Today, I'd like to express our support for staff's recommendation of probationary status for the entire basin. We're also going to be in support of the comments that will be made by Community Water Center. We believe that staff accurately analyzed the GSP in coming to the recommendation, and Coastkeeper Alliance was especially concerned by the lack of any discussion on the impacts of the depletions of interconnected surface waters. These aquatic ecosystems are vital to California's overall aquatic health and environmental health, plus the numerous co-benefits that come along with a healthy and green wet space for local communities. In addition to that, we're in strong support of the well monitoring requirements. That data is essential to proper management. It's important to know what exactly is coming out of these wells. And as the staff report made clear, there is a lot of room for improvement here. And without that improvement, the basin will not meet its sustainability goal. That is not to discount all the actions taken by everyone already in the region to achieve sustainability. It just means that we're not quite there yet. Chair Escobedo, as you noted at the beginning of the hearing, probationary status is not permanent. But if after a year, you and staff all believe that this continued heightened oversight is necessary, the law does mandate that you create an interim plan that both corrects long-term overdraft conditions and corrects conditions where groundwater extractions have resulted in significant depletions of interconnected surface waters. That's specifically called out in statute, highlighted on par with the long-term overdraft. We hope that you keep that in mind as you make your important decision today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Phillips. Appreciate your contributions to the discussion today. Next, I'd like to call Natalie Escobedo Garcia, and then again, Antonio Solario, and then Angela Islas.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dr. Escobedo Garcia, and I'm providing comments on behalf of Leadership Council. While Leadership Council does not work with residents in the Tulare Lake Subbasin, we'd like to thank the State Water Board staff for their work on the staff report, and in particular, their inclusion of the human right to water, the board's racial equity initiative, and disparate impacts, and attention to the protection of public trust resources and emphasizing the need and importance of demand reduction. I'd also like to echo my colleagues' forthcoming comments, imploring the board to consider the needs of disadvantaged communities when making your decision today. It should not be the burden of those most impacted by the continued groundwater overpumping to have to be here today and ask that their access to groundwater be protected. As a state that has affirmed its human right to water on multiple occasions, protecting potable uses of groundwater should be of utmost importance. The staff report builds on DWR's deficiencies by providing additional recommendations regarding the degradation of groundwater quality, land subsidence impacts on critical infrastructure, and incorporating the impacts climate change will have on groundwater management. We support these recommendations and want to uplift the deficiencies regarding groundwater levels and land subsidence. As currently written, groundwater level SMCs do not reflect inclusion of all beneficial uses and users of groundwater and will have disparate impacts on domestic well owners and public water systems. Based on recent research and on 2020 SMCs, 68% of domestic wells are at risk of being partially or fully dewatered. Regarding public water systems, 4% of public water systems are also at risk of being partially or fully dewatered. Similarly concerning are the SMCs for land subsidence. The subbasin has failed to adequately justify their approach to how their SMCs were selected and how they intend to avoid significant and unreasonable impacts on critical infrastructure. It is important to note that certain impacts, such as loss of groundwater storage as a result of land subsidence, cannot be mitigated and have no way of being reversed. We support the staff recommendation to designate the basin probationary and recommendations regarding required metering and extraction reports. Furthermore, given that this is the first subbasin going through the probationary hearing process, we commend the State Water Board staff for their attention to ensuring that there is public process that is accessible to everyone and encourage staff to continue to do this in the forthcoming hearings. Last, on a personal note, I get to call the city of Lemoore my part-time home, as this is where I support my sister and brother-in-law in raising my godchildren. I want to ensure my nephews and nieces never lose access to water in their homes, and their water is always potable and safe. Lemoore is part of the South Fork Kings GSA, and I am concerned that Tulare Lake Basin GSP will not manage groundwater in a way that protects current and future access to groundwater. The entire subbasin has had years to put in place the new policies and programs mentioned today, adopt a GSP that works for all GSAs in the subbasin, and made the proposed changes when DWR raised many of these issues when their plan was deemed incomplete in 2022, and have failed to do so. As such, I support the staff report recommendation to designate the subbasin probationary. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Garcia. Next, I'd like to call up Antonio Solario, followed by Angela Islas, and then Derek Eurosec.
Good afternoon. Can everyone hear me?
We can. Good afternoon. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Antonio Solario with the Westlands Water District, which serves with the GSA for the West Side Subbasin, a neighbor of the Tulare Lake Subbasin. Westlands agrees with the staff's recommendation to designate the Tulare Lake Subbasin as a probationary due to the current GSP deficiencies described in section 4.1 of the staff report. For the West Side Subbasin GSP implementation to be successful, Westlands and our neighbors need to protect water levels, reduce the amount of subsidence, and avoid undesirable results. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comment.
Thank you, Mr. Solario. Next, I'd like to call up Angela Islas, be followed by Derek Eurosec, and then Mac Clacken.
Hello, good afternoon, Chair Esquivel, board members. My name is Angela Islas. I am a water projects coordinator at the Central California Environmental Justice Network, CCJN for short. Today, my virtual attendance is going to be to providing public comments on the Tulare Lake probationary hearing. And similar to our partners at Leadership Council, CCJN does not work one-on-one directly with residents in the Tulare Lake Subbasin, but I do echo my partner with her previous comments, as well as our forthcoming comments from our water advocate partners, in commending the staff, the State Water Board, SGMA staff, for their work on the staff report, especially in including and addressing the human right to water and other initiatives, especially most importantly, addressing the strong need for demand reductions and elevating the protection of drinking water in the subbasin. In support, alongside many of my water advocacy colleagues and other colleagues as well on the ecological and tribal representation, CCJN does implore for the board to move the Tulare Lake Subbasin into probation. And with that, I'm going to just address a couple of things supporting with the staff report. So in support of the staff recommendations, which do include vital and important considerations for water quality improvements and meeting the appropriate demand reductions, I'd like to also commend the staff for including the recommendations in developing a robust well mitigation program that helps address clear triggers, eligibility requirements, metrics, and funding sources that address current and also future impacts to groundwater levels and groundwater quality. I do also want to add that the board provides guidance via two different resources. So the first is the Framework for Drinking Water Well Impact Mitigation Program, which this resource has been made available to GSA since 2019, and also asking to include the department's drinking water guidance document as another resource to be able to develop a robust mitigation program. We also want to ensure that there is improvements in the drinking water well mitigation programs in the whole subbasin to also actively and robustly include feedback and recommendations from community residents and small state water system board members to be able to weigh in the development of these programs, but also to ensure that the effectiveness of these programs are addressing what is needed to include, which is protections to drinking water. Lastly, I do want to just add another comment in regards to fees. I do want to thank the staff for the recommendations to exempt domestic well, which is de minimis users, from reporting and fees. And I do also want to commend the board as well for initiating a fee waiver process to allow water systems as well as schools to be able to qualify for this exemption. Although I do ask the board to extend this exemption to all state small water systems and small community water systems in the subbasin, as a lot of these systems provide drinking water for residents within these areas. So asking to also consider that exemption as well. Again, I do want to thank the time and opportunity to virtually comment, and especially to allow this platform to be available for all those to be able to express their concerns as well as any other needs for improvement. But I do want to leave this note that it should not be the burden of those impacted by the lack of demand reduction in groundwater extraction to have to pay the price to find their own way to gain access to safe, reliable, and affordable drinking water. And the motto for the work that we do is that water is life, agua es vida. Thank you so much for the time.
And thank you for yours, Ms. Cislas. Appreciate your comments and contributions here. Next, I'd like to call up Derek Eurosek, we followed by Mac Glacken, and then Alex Beering.
All right. Well, good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. My name is Derek Eurosek. I am the chair of the coordination committee in the Kern Subbasin. I'm here today to present these jointly prepared comments on behalf of all of the Kern GSAs. The Kern GSAs are concerned about the board's application in the proceeding of Water Code Section 1035.2E, commonly referred to as the Good Actor Clause of SGMA, and the precedent it might set for future probationary hearings. This comment is directed towards that single issue, which impacts subbasins beyond the Tulare Lake subbasin. We appreciate the staff and board's recognition of the Good Actor Clause and general overview of its application reviewed today. But specifically, we ask for written clarification from you, the state board, regarding how the Good Actor Clause applies to a subbasin with multiple GSAs utilizing a single GSP. We also ask for clear guidance on what information your board will consider in determining whether a GSA qualifies as a good actor. The proposed resolution in front of you today properly recognizes the affirmative requirement of the Good Actor Clause. Paragraph 7 acknowledges the state must include any GSA demonstrating compliance with SGMA's sustainable goal. But after recognizing this affirmative responsibility, the resolution fails to make any specific findings showing how the board has complied with its duty to consider good actors. The Good Actor Clause provides the board shall exclude from probationary status any portion of a basin for which a groundwater sustainability agency demonstrates compliance with the sustainability goal. The plain language of this statute makes clear that a good actor in a basin must be excluded from probation, notwithstanding the management of the rest of the basin. In large subbasins like the Tulare Lake subbasin and the Kern County subbasin, there are multiple agencies with groundwater responsibilities for differing areas of the subbasin. In such circumstances, SGMA expressly allows the subbasin to have one GSP with multiple management areas, where each agency is responsible for its respective area. A key principle underlining SGMA is local control. The legislature was clear in its uncodified findings that local and regional agencies need to have the necessary support and authority to manage groundwater sustainability. and that groundwater management will not be effective unless local action to sustainability manages groundwater basins and subbasin are taken. Local support and authority means allowing local agencies joining a single GSP the possibility of showing they are managing groundwater sustainability. The GSAs in Kern County are working diligently to address DWR's identified deficiencies, and in doing so are deciding whether a single GSP or multiple GSPs is more appropriate. Therefore, it is crucial that you, as the state board, provide policy guidance as to the applicability of the good actor clause to a subbasin with multiple GSAs using a single GSP. We also request that the state board provide guidance on what information you will consider in evaluating whether a GSA has demonstrated compliance with SGMA's sustainability goals, particularly where multiple GSAs have joined in one GSP. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on this item.
Thank you. Really appreciate the good comments. And I know the subject of continued discussion here for us because we are trying to thread that needle and figure out how best we can provide for good actor provisions here and do so in a way that protects the integrity of the goals that we're trying to all collectively go for. Vice Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Jurasik, thank you for your comments. I think the challenge here is that if a staff gets overly specific, that we might get some concerns about it being, an underground regulation. And so I think that what would be helpful is if you could, I don't know that you'd be prepared to comment at this time, but go back, take a look at the information provided by staff, and then maybe get back to us in writing. And I would just suggest that for anyone that's interested in this good actor provision, being very specific as to why you think you're eligible to be a good actor, not just saying we think we're a good actor because we're not doing a lot of pumping, but actually provide a showing with specific information as to sustainability for that area. And then I think connecting with our staff and just providing not only as much information as possible, but where you see that you haven't had enough clarification, asking some follow-up questions. That might be, a way to provide for greater clarity. And I'd welcome our staff commenting on anything that I've said.
Well, I'm not sure if staff's going to comment, but I do appreciate the feedback. We, as I know, as many basins are looking for direction and more than happy to provide information, and have had both great work sessions with the board as well as with staff, and want to continue that conversation and make sure that you're all fully aware of the progress we're making, and informing you of all the requests that you have. So let us take that back, and we'll make sure we'll follow up.
Yes, and you don't have to respond unless I said something incorrect. It's up to you. Okay.
Thank you, Vice Chair,
Thanks.
and thank you, Mr. Jurasik. Appreciate that. And look forward to, as a Vice Chair requested, a little more specificity to help us try to continue to thread that needle amongst this. So thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. And I think our folks don't have anything further to add. So we'll go next to Matt Glocken, who will be followed by Alex Beering, and then Lynn McBride.
All right. Can y'all hear me all right?
We can. Good afternoon. Thank you for joining us.
Excellent. Hello and good afternoon, board members. My name is Mac Glacken, and on behalf of Clean Water Action, I would like to provide comments today regarding the final Tulare Lake staff report and the Tulare Lake Subbasin's designation as probationary. Echoing earlier comments from my Leadership Council and CCEJN remarks and forthcoming remarks from Community Water Center, we are in agreement and support Tulare Lake's probationary designation. Taking this step holds us accountable to the human right to water, climate justice, and racial equity. In addition, we support the requirement of metering and extraction reports. Clean Water Action thanks wholeheartedly State Water Board staff for their diligent work on this. Today, I will comment on groundwater quality and climate resilience. On groundwater quality, we recommend that the basin be required to track other constituents of concern, such as 1,2,3 TCP, hexavalent chromium, PFAS, and contaminants of emerging concern that pose a threat to the health of drinking water users. We recommend that these contaminants be incorporated into the board's SGMA groundwater quality visualization tool as well. To prioritize climate justice, we recommend the board provide guidance and require the basin to conduct analysis on extreme climate crises and take that analysis into account for water supply planning beyond historical datasets. It is crucial to reckon with climate change impacts on disadvantaged communities, domestic wells, and public supply wells. Only after these recommendations are implemented and there are actionable steps to ensure long-term sustainability of the Tulare Lake Subbasin can discussion on exiting probation begin. The absence of community voices in this room should not be overlooked. Those who face the most immediate and severe impacts of climate change on groundwater quality are not reflected here. As the chair himself said, this hearing sets the precedent. As advocates, Clean Water Action urges you to designate Tulare Lake as probationary under SGMA. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for yours as well. Next, I'd like to call up Alex Beering, be followed by Lynn McBride, and then Joaquin Contente.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, board members. I'm Alex Beering on behalf of California Farm Bureau, and I just wanted to say we appreciate staff's hard work through what is truly uncharted territory to reach the milestone hearing that you guys are having today. Tulare Lake Subbasin has had the unfortunate distinction of being the guinea pig, as many of us have recognized here today, for potential probationary status. When this whole process began, it became pretty clear, I think, to a lot of folks that there was definitely a sense of urgency here, but at the same time, the milestones in the schedule that were set seemed a little unrealistic. And so I think we've all been grateful that you have been willing to pivot and reconsider how this process moves forward for potentially other basins. And it's probably not the last time that there will need to be some amount of further adjustments to the process. And I think that's okay, and that's good, and appreciate the responsiveness. Even if the board votes today to put the subbasin into probation, Farm Bureau would echo a request we included in our December 11th comment letter on the draft staff report. GSAs, groundwater users, affected communities, DWR, and the Water Board should work together as partners towards SGMA's goal of long-term sustainable management at the local level. The relationship between local GSAs and the Water Board should be a collaborative in the nature of a partnership working toward a shared goal. The relationship should not be punitive or adversarial one, as this will not optimally or effectively advance the declared goals of SGMA. And I just also want to acknowledge that Sean, I think, and others said today that you guys understand and appreciate and are bearing in mind the basic intent of SGMA, that this is supposed to be a temporary step, a temporary part of the process, and not necessarily a permanent one. And so whatever the outcome of these next coming months, GSAs are the ones charged with that long-term management of the basin. And so I know you guys have said that you are going to continue working with GSAs as partners, even if a basin goes into probationary status. And I just want to echo that that is super important to have those relationships, that co-working, that collaboration, and that I think even buy-in, I don't know if I'd use that word, but in order for this to be sustainable long-term and successful, it can't just be the Water Board over here imposing things and then locals over here doing this. And so, you know, I know you know that. I just want to reiterate it. And then I would also say that should the subbasin be placed in probationary status, we would encourage the board to share the information and the data and the lessons learned from the administration of that basin with the GSAs and the groundwater users. And that goes for lessons learned in good and not so good ways, because those obviously, I think we all know the stakes are high here, in part because this is the first time, and this may not be a model going forward, but whatever you do going forward in any other basin is going to reflect some of the experiences here. And then I would just also note, you know, I feel like I hear a lot from people talking about how they think that SGMA is already broken. And I just want to acknowledge that it's been a daunting but generally impressive and successful ramp up, both for the regulated community and for regulators, for you guys. And I think, even with these bumps in the road, it's not like they were unexpected. I think everyone expected there to be some hiccups and some bumps in the road and growing pains, which the law anticipated. So I would just finish with saying that the first probationary subbasin is a high stakes experiment for all of us. And there are a lot of people watching. Whether the next steps, whatever they may be, have to be taken with patience, wisdom, and prudence that I know that all of you and your staff have. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Beering. I really appreciate those good contributions and points, and completely agree that the goal here is to not be punitive in the least and simply see probation as a step within a process. And it's a process that ultimately is about local control. I know there is a lot of concern and feeling that stepping into probation is the hammer coming down, and is then a source of perhaps delegitimizing of the leadership of GSAs and the work that they're doing, and maybe some growers feeling like, that's it, the state's on us, that means you failed, we're out. And that will only further the time that it takes to get back out of probation if the board so decides. And so just know from here especially that we're here to work with folks, try to communicate as clearly as we can. And the reality is that probation is a step, and it's an interim plan that is the forcing of something that the locals aren't willing to do necessarily, that the board can develop. We're not there yet. We're just at this step. And so ask folks to have some patience and to work certainly with the work, and look forward to hearing further from folks here amongst it all. But appreciate the good comment. Next, I'd like to call up Lynn McBride, be followed by Joaquin Contente, and then Jean Haynes. Good to see you, Ms. McBride.
You too. I might turn up. I guess I'll try to keep my camera on, see how it goes. Good afternoon. My name is Lynn McBride. I serve as Executive Director of the California Dairy Campaign, a grassroots organization of dairy farmers that began more than 30 years ago. CDC is a member organization of the California Farmers Union, a state chapter of the National Farmers Union, representing more than 230,000 farmers of all kinds nationwide, which was established more than 120 years ago. I testify today in opposition to designating the Tulare Lake Subbasin as a probationary basin. Through decades of collaboration with farmers nationwide, we have successfully crafted unified water policy priorities. These priorities are not just a set of guidelines, but a crucial roadmap that we've developed together to ensure access to safe, affordable drinking water for communities and a sustainable water supply for farms. This collaborative effort is vital to securing our nation's food supply. As the State Water Resources Control Board deliberates on the status of the Tulare Lake Subbasin, these policy priorities gain even more relevance. Our policy unequivocally states that the economic impact of any policy changes on family farmers in rural communities should be thoroughly assessed before any change in water policy is implemented. The family farmers we represent in California are truly alarmed about the potential economic repercussions of the proposed SGMA regulations and fees on the future of their farms and their communities. Now that more information is available about the potential cost of these regulations and programs, farmers understand if these plans move forward, it will force them out of business, many of them out of business. Farmers simply are not able to pass on these additional costs. Farming is the economic backbone of communities throughout the Central Valley, so the ripple effects of these potential fees, fines, and regulations will be vast and potentially irreversible. Our organizational policy is clear. Laws governing water distribution should not favor industrial, wildlife, and recreational uses over those of farmers. It's about ensuring a level playing field for all stakeholders and building trust and community engagement. More effort must be made to ensure all farmers' voices and viewpoints are heard because they have a firsthand understanding and experience with water availability that is only gained by living and working on the land. Given the vital role of water in agriculture, it is crucial that family farmers who are at the heart of our agricultural communities play a central role as advisors to any regulatory oversight of water policies and programs. These insights and experiences are invaluable in shaping these policies. Laws impacting water distribution should ensure sufficient and continuous access to adequate water supplies and support healthy water cycles to ensure that family farms and ranchers can continue providing food to maintain national food sovereignty. Incentive-based cost-sharing programs are currently working to minimize production agriculture's impacts on our nation's water supply. SGMA is an opportunity to build upon these successes across the country. Our state faces complex challenges in effectively managing its water resources, especially given the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act since it went into effect. There is an urgent and pressing need for collaboration among state officials and leaders to tackle these challenges and develop sustainable solutions. The importance of collective action and shared responsibility in addressing these issues cannot be overstated. Dual pressure on farmers caused by groundwater and surface water regulation underline the importance of flexibility and innovative approaches like voluntary agreements and new water supply projects, recharge, and other measures. In 2023, the 2023 rain season that ended in California, many millions of acre feet of water passed through the Sacramento San Joaquin Delta and out to the Pacific, more than was required for the health of the Delta ecosystems. And if this water had been stored, it would have been offered enough supplemental supply to withstand multiple drought years. The site's reservoir would store as much as 1.5 million acre feet of Sacramento River water and could eventually boost water supplies, especially in dry years, for more than its estimated 24 million people, mainly in Southern California, and 500,000 acres of Central Valley farmland. Instead of imposing fees, fines, and regulations that will foul farm ground, the priority for all should be to capture all available water through storage, recharge, and other measures in times when water is readily available. In conclusion, the intricate web of challenges posed by SGMA underscores the critical need for collaborative solutions prioritizing environmental sustainability and economic prosperity. The looming prospect of land fallowing throughout the San Joaquin Valley signals the urgent necessity of innovative strategies to mitigate adverse environmental effects while harnessing economic opportunities. Amidst these complexities, initiatives such as a variety of approaches to achieve greater storage and recharge projects offer promising solutions for fostering sustainability beyond SGMA and exemplify the potential for uniting state officials and leaders to achieve accountable and sustainable water management solutions by providing water supply security, flexibility for farmers, and crucial support for agriculture for the benefit of present and future generations. I thank you again for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you for your comments and patience here. I know it's been a long day so far, and just appreciate your contributions here, Ms. McBride. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Joaquin Contente, be followed by Jean Haynes, and then Tom Pierce.
And Joaquin Contente has been given multiple opportunities to unmute at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Contente. If later on you find yourself able to be at the computer and looking to comment, please do just raise your hand. And that goes for other commenters as well as we continue to proceed through folks. Next, I'd like to call up Jean Haynes, who will be followed by Tom Piers or Piers.
Tom Pierce. Thank you for letting me address the board. I come here as a farmer on the southern Kings River, South Fork area, and been farming there on a small scale for 50 years. Also, at the same time, have managed a cooperative business for farmers and a cotton ginning operation for that same about 45 years. So I've seen a lot of changes for sure. And I came here to listen. I haven't been to any of the GSA meetings. And I guess my feeling is it's all trying to figure out a way to solve this, but it's like less, pump less water. I encourage you and each one of you individually and as a board to try to get more. It's been mentioned over and over again, get some more surface water. So all this heartache that we're feeling, I know some of these people that addressed you and we've lost, a lot of our, we had a 65 member co-op and now it's down to 40, largely because of lack of water. farmers have moved to trying to stay alive, moved to permanent crops, and including myself, I have almonds and put drip, try to conserve water. We're trying to make a living out there. I just ask you guys, put yourself, please, in the place of a farmer, businesses in that area. I know you know, I would devote more of your energy or your advice to trying to get more, not less. I said I shouldn't say this, but I remember back Jerry Brown, governor, and he said, I couldn't believe what I was hearing. Did he really say that? He said, flush your toilet every second or third time. I thought, well, what is this about? We need more water to flush our toilet and to irrigate crops. So do what you can. Make a good decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Really appreciate your time and being here with us, Mr. Pierce. And I will say, you know, just to mention, I know last year, State Water Resources Control Board was able to authorize 1.2 million acre feet of recharge through the water rights system, through a change with the Central Valley Projects permit, and continue to be an important part of the work that this board is doing and focused on. I know here you can feel, you know, this is obviously around the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, the Tulare Basin and the GSP, but there are activities that the board is doing outside of this that do complement what a lot of we're hearing today. Just in the respect of time, don't want to always be necessarily having to respond back about that, but we need to make sure we're synthesizing that so folks do understand. There was also an executive order and now codified in law too, that, to Ms. Dolan's point, trying to use flood flows to really recharge and make sure that we're creating these pathways so that the activities that you all need to be doing to balance, not just demand, but recharge as well, is on the table. So just really appreciate your good points, and importantly, being here with us and contributing to the discussion. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Wesley Harmon. I believe we have signed up Juliet Christian Smith. She's not on the platform. Ms. Christian Smith, if you make your way, please just raise your hand. After Wesley Harmon will be Rachel Glosser.
And Chair Escobar, I'll just point out that Joaquin Contente has raised his hand as well.
Oh, great. Thank you. We'll circle back to you, Mr. Contente.
Hey, thank you, board. I have a short presentation. I'm Big River Drilling. I've drilled 240 wells in the last 3 years in Fresno County and Kings. I know the water basin as well as any engineer here. And I have a little problem. SWRCB makes domestic wells exempt, right? Well, a lot of these GSAs are taking in these domestic wells. Well, if you have over 4 acres, we want you to put a water meter. Well, all these elderly people are calling me, hey, you know, what's this? Well, a domestic well to me is 6 inches and smaller. That's a domestic well. Everybody knows that. They need to leave these elderly people alone. They're having a hard enough time just making it, you know. And this shallow water, 2 weeks of the river running, it's full. This shallow water is contaminated. Out of all the wells I drilled, the 240, one of them was a shallow well, and I begged the guy not to drill it because the water was bad. I knew it had alkali in it, but he didn't have money. There's another problem. This water gets so high that it kills everybody's trees along the river. So they have tile lines and they pump this water off. And I work with self-help a lot. I drill a lot for self-help. They won't even fund a shallow well because of the purged water. You know, it's not, it'll fill right back up. It's the most sustainable water they have. Within 2 weeks of that river running, it's back up to 9 to 13 feet. In all the areas, we don't need to make test holes. I got 100 people that I work for that'd be glad to let you guys test their water, measure their water. We need to save money. Put it in the right direction towards solutions. I don't have an agenda. I'm for all the people. I know the farmers have to have water. Everybody needs water. But I got to take care of my domestic people first. I don't like that when you say this 50-foot water is domestic water, because you know, I know it's not. It's not the truth. That's all I got to say.
Really appreciate you for saying that, Mr. Harmon. And importantly, your work. I know through these successive droughts, self-help has been a great partner of the state as well, and providing hauled and bottled water, but importantly, also well replacement. So I really appreciate your priority of the community and importantly, giving us your words here today. Thank you, Mr. Harmon. Next, I'd like to call up Rachel Glosser, be followed by Jacqueline Lowe, and then Blake Wilbur. Oh, and apologies. After you speak, I will go back to Joaquin Contente and then those other names I spoke of.
All right.
Thank you.
Chair Esquivel and board, thank you for the opportunity to comment today. My name is Rachel Glauser, and I'm the Executive Director of the Delta View Water Association. Our group represents growers and landowners in Kings and Tulare, giving them a voice at the state and at the GSA level. On behalf of our Kings County growers, I'd like to ask the board to consider the irreversible consequences of putting this basin in probation and work alongside our GSAs to prioritize local control. Our landowners are more than willing to comply with SGMA and genuinely desire to see the Tulare Lake Subbasin brought into balance. Most of these folks are lifelong residents of the Central Valley and are deeply rooted in their communities. There are a significant number of concerns, but one is time. It's important to give our growers adequate time to adapt, especially at the local level with our GSAs and their plan that is just now getting underway. For over a century, farmers have made innovative moves to create what is now the most productive ag region in the state. Though landowners now better understand the need to address overpumping, we would like to see the state give our local GSAs more time to fine-tune their plans. We believe with local control and adequate stakeholder involvement, our GSAs are on track to achieve the basin's sustainability goals. We want to be a part of the solution. We ask that the basin be left in the capable hands of local growers and agencies who are the experts in their fields and are actively working towards thoughtful groundwater sustainability plans that best suit our unique valley. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Glauser. Appreciate your comments and contributions here. Next, I'll go to Joaquin Contente and then followed by Jacqueline Lowe and then Blake Wilbur.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
We can. Good afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Joaquin Content. I'm a second-generation dairy farmer, son of Portuguese immigrants. I come before you today to express my deepest concerns and anxiety over what is happening to my lifetime community of friends, family, and fellow farmers. My mother, who was born in Manteca, California in 1921, believed greatly in the American dream. At 6 years old, she and her family returned back to Terceda, Azores, until she married my father and they settled in Kings County. Growing up in a limited economic environment left her hoping for a better life. She always would tell me that coming to America was the best thing that happened to us. This is where people had opportunities, she used to tell me, to better their lives. She worked very hard every day, caring for all of us, and helped my father with some of the daily dairy chores. That lady is my inspiration for me to be who I am and what I believe in. A few months ago, after reading more about what was happening on SGMA, it was very hard for me to understand now or how we were going to be charged to pump our own water and limited on the amount, and not be able to pump from the A-zone wells. There must be a better solution to these concerning issues. Sometimes, in order to see the future, one needs to go back to the past to explore future opportunities. Pine Flat Dam was limited in size from its original plan from the Army Corps of Engineers back in the 50s. 200,000 acre feet annually from Pine Flat Dam has to be evacuated because there's not enough room for it. Peripheral Canal, attempted by 4 different administrations in the past, starting in 1973, would supply water to Central California farms, communities, and deliver to Southern California, but keeps meeting resistance on getting developed. We can discuss limiting pumping as the solution, but is it really? I choose instead to look at the positives. Rainfall in California, 100-year average, 23.5 inches. That's 200 million acre feet annually that falls in California. 200 million acre feet annually that falls in California. 75% of that falls in the north. That leaves the south deficit. However, the demand is greater in the southern part of the state, south of Sacramento, 80% of the demand. However, the Central Valley Project that was built in the 30s by the Bureau of Reclamation demonstrated how they could take water from Shasta Lake and deliver it all the way to Bakersfield and through the valley. So we do have a precedence of how we can fix some of our problems in the future. I'm not saying we're going to fix them tomorrow, but at least we have the opportunity to think about doing some of those positive things. The State Water Project in the 60s has done a lot to move water to the south where it's needed. I would just like to have the board think about some of those things that I just mentioned here in the future. And I know that that's not your main directive at this time, but at least if we can look in the future and have some positives that we can fall back on, it would be greatly appreciated by all of us that are out here. Hopefully, I have brought some hope in solving this complex dilemma that is facing my lifetime community of friends, family, and fellow farmers. I thank you all for this opportunity to share my views and concerns with all of you today.
Thank you for that, and thank you for your time and patience here and contributions, Mr. Content. Appreciate the words here and for representing. I know what are difficult circumstances here, so thank you.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Jacqueline Lowe, be followed by Blake Wilbur, and then Aaron Fukuda.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
I can. Thank you. We can.
I'd like to begin by wishing you a good afternoon, but actually, I think I should probably applaud you all for sitting there for more than 6 hours now, very patiently, listening so attentively to this very important testimony. So I thank you for that. My name is Jacqueline Lowe. I am a fourth-generation member of a farm family. My family has owned and operated a small farm in the Central Valley since 1882. I currently own 44 acres that I lease and produces English walnuts. I want to begin by saying that it is such concern to me that the water situation in the valley has long been ignored. And now we are facing a crisis. We are backs against the wall, and it appears that our GSA can propose only draconian measures to correct this. These measures, I believe, are unfair and extremely detrimental, in particular to the small acre farm. And because I am a small farmer and I grew up with a small farm, I'm going to speak specifically to the needs of the small farmer or the small acre farm. I fully support a plan that would correct and mitigate our serious water issues. I know they have to be corrected. However, I don't support the Mid-Kings River GSA plan as it is currently proposed, and I'm speaking primarily about the way the rate structure was developed and the rates for both the land assessment and the pumping extractions, and also how it was developed. I think it is fair to say that it was pretty much constructed in a silo with very, very little input from the farmers or other members of the community who are stakeholders in this issue. So this morning or this afternoon, I'm going to try to make 3 points to support why I'm not willing to support the plan as it is currently proposed. The current proposal by the GSA sets a fee of $25 for land assessment and $95 for pumping extraction. But this fee is a flat fee. It is applied across the board, irrespective of how large or small the farm might be. So in my estimation, in my opinion, it is neither fair nor is it equitable. The formula does not take into consideration the many differences that exist between the small acre farm and a larger corporate farm. For sure, most of these differences have to do with economy. The economy of scale for the large farm typically permits them for lower overhead and a higher profit margin. And so generally, a large acre farm has more opportunity to diversify, adapt more rapidly to the many changing agricultural issues such as weather, labor, transportation costs, domestic and international issues of supply and demand. And I might add, this most current crisis that we face, the assessment of fees to pump. Now, I want to speak personally. I'm 80 years old. I have a perspective on what has created this problem, and I have watched it develop, and it saddens me greatly. But while I will admit that the small acre farm has certainly played a part in the water crisis, I do not believe that it has been the major culprit. I think we have to look now at the large corporate farms in Kings County that have for decades changed the natural pattern of waterways, built dams to divert water for their use, and drain areas that historically retained excess in wet years. Moreover, they exacerbated the problem by cultivating thousands of acres that they drained, thus creating a need for thousands upon thousands of acre feet of water to irrigate this land that they have been planting on. Although the California state constitution states that all water belongs to the state, in Kings County, historically some farmers have been allowed to make huge profits by selling their quote unquote allotted water. Is it no wonder that we are facing such a crisis at this point when we have allowed such excesses to exist? Charging the large acre farm a higher fee, I know will not probably be popular, but I believe that a weighted scale or a graduated scale would help to level the playing field, and that the small acre farm would not have to then disproportionately carry the burden of correcting the excesses of past years. I'd like to make 2 more points. The current Kings River GSA developed this plan in a vacuum. I've already said that. I know of no attempts to communicate with farmers before their recent March workshops, which were held primarily to inform the public about their proposed plan, not necessarily to take feedback or information on how to develop it. The Mid-Kings River GSA plans also employs, I think, from my perspective, a very narrow strategy that ignores any incentives for compliance that would create a win-win situation for farmers. The current plan only penalizes farmers and fails to allow for the incentives that would conserve water that farmers could put into place. Some of them have been talked about already: voluntary taking land out of production, farmers creating ponding areas on their land to replenish the aquifers, utilizing new and innovative methods of irrigation. In conclusion, I would like to say that I believe that myself and many small farmers will support a plan. We know that we cannot keep going as we have, or this land will become unfarmable and unlivable. But the plan should be one equitable and fair. It should not disadvantage the small acre farm. It should use the carrot and a stick approach, which would include incentives and innovative methods for replenishing the groundwater. And finally, it should involve the development. The plan should involve farmers and other important community stakeholders in its development. Thank you very much.
Thank you as well, Ms. Lowe. I appreciate your words here, sticking with us. For all I know, collectively, it's been a long day, but appreciate everyone's continued attention and continued contributions here to this very important discussion. So thank you for your words here. Next, I'd like to call up Blake Wilbur, be followed by Aaron Fukuda, and then Emmanuel Cortez.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Blake Wilbur. I'm a fourth generation farmer from Tulare County, Tulare most specifically. I farm in the mid-Cahuilla Subbasin. And I've had the privilege since the inception of SWRCB to be somewhat part of the process. A year after it was enacted, I volunteered to be part of the advisory committee for the mid-Cahuilla and ended up being chairman for several years, participating in a lot of the hard conversations, sometimes arguments that were taken into consideration with all of our stakeholders, which I'm proud to say is very diverse to this day, was diverse from the very start, from farmers to disadvantaged community members, city representatives and city dwellers. We did a lot of hard work, and we did it on the side of farmers that are having to go through this fight. And I'm now in a position where I'm part of the board. But I'm here today to speak on behalf of the farmers that are in a very tough GSA to be in. Today, we're talking about the Tulare Lake Subbasin, but in a bit, we're going to be possibly in these shoes. We're not quite there yet, but coming from the standpoint of a farmer who has done a lot of hard work, and I work alongside of a lot of good people, some of the best in the industry. In fact, we have put in the time, and we are continually, reforming what we're doing and taking what we need to have done to make our sustainability a reality. Every year for the last 3 years, we've been implementing some of the hardest allocations that we've ever seen in our history, to be matter of fact. My dad didn't have to go under these curtailments or face possible, not fines, but excess expenses because we're trying to buy an allocation. Our subbasin currently is participating in numerous actions to help bring water levels up, combat subsidence. Like I said, we've already implemented on our third year going. We're already starting to plan for 2025 allocation, which is going to keep us from over pumping our groundwater. And we're taking it serious because it's not an allocation that we can take lightly. It's one that we look at as farmers and say, that's going to hurt if we have to get to it. Fortunately, we had a wet year last year, and I'm proud to say, being from the farming community, we understand now. We've always understood water, but now we understand more than ever what it takes to have a credit system and banking that water. And last year, we had a banner year in water, but we also had a banner year in sinking water. And this was something we're extremely proud of. And this is not, selfishly, yeah, we bank that water, so hopefully we can pull it out later. But we know that we leave behind a tremendous amount of that water for the purposes of replenishing our aquifer and combating subsidence. But most importantly, we're helping our community sustain itself through these drought periods. We're building basins upstream of disadvantaged communities, and we're doing it in partnership with them because they understand that we can't do this without each other. And so, actions like I said, an allocation, we've installed 200 acres worth of sinking basins in the last 10 years. This is stuff that has gone on before, the rubber is actually starting to meet the road, and these timelines are becoming imminent. And so we've heard some talk about good actors. There are good actors out there, and I want you to take into consideration when you are reviewing GSPs, like you're going to be reviewing ours, that it's not just the analytics and the data that you will see in a presentation before you, but it's the actions that we've been already undergoing and undertaking, not because you're telling us to, it's because we know we need to do it. And I would just hope that that would carry a little more weight than even just the writings. Of course, we're doing the analysis. Like I said, we got some of the best in the business, and we're proud to have them on our team. But we're also going through the actions and making those hard decisions today and actually walking that walk. So thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you, Mr. Wilbur, for speaking, and importantly, your leadership in stepping up, even at a very early phase of all of this, to make sure that this is a successful endeavor amongst us all. So I appreciate that. Next, I'd like to call up Aaron Fukuda, Mr. Fukuda. You're followed by Emmanuel Cortez, and then Jasbir Sidhu.
Good afternoon, Chairman Esquivel and board members. We celebrate a 10-year anniversary here with Sigma being in place for 10 years. I just happened to celebrate that anniversary by myself. So, yeah, as you can tell from this room and the discussion and the growers and everybody that and your staff that put together a really good presentation on where we're at. This is difficult. This is some really difficult stuff that we're trying to deal with. And I think I see you're weighing into the issues, and I greatly appreciate that, because what we're seeing on the ground is there are impacts to Sigma that we're dealing with currently on the ground. So we're seeing water pricing impacts, we're seeing land value impacts, we're seeing employment impacts. And those are the things as we move forward and with our neighbors in the Tulare Lake Subbasin, we're conscientious of those impacts because we share those land values, we share those water pricings, we share those impacts. And so please take the time, and you are, I'm not saying you're not, you're having these hearings, you're visiting, you're seeing the issues. So as we move through probation, those are the things we're watching. We're watching in the difficult decisions we've had to make, we balance those related issues. And again, as my board member and farmer just stated, we've been doing it for 3 years now. And as you make a decision on one side, it pushes on the other side, and you have to keep adjusting those. So as we move through probation, some of those impacts we'll start to see pop up to the surface, right? So if we go into probation, what are the landowners going to do in relation to their pumping? Well, you're signaling that you've got 1 year left, right? So that's going to cause pumping in itself, right? So we have to balance those, and we've gone through those difficult issues in our subbasin where we're going to say we're going to do it, and you don't have time to say, well, we're going to develop it for a year, because if in that year you're going to see the pumping go up. So I appreciate the conscientiousness as we're moving forward. The staff report was great. At 10 years now, we're seeing this develop, and in the presentation we can see the meaningful thought put into the quote unquote good actor clause, and we appreciate that information. What I would maybe ask the board to evaluate are some alternatives, because the good actor clause has some difficulties in it, and we're trying to figure this out right now for the Tulare Lake. Would there be alternatives available to folks that it seems like they're exemption for fees? Well, maybe for those entities that are doing the good action, groundwater levels are rising, subsidence is reducing, the allocations are in place, there's a mitigation in place, and we don't want to interfere with the funding stream that would be for mitigation of domestic wells. Can there be an exemption for a management area or a GSA for those fees? But you're still in the probation process. And then lastly, and I state these because as we move through the first probation process, some of these are going to be precedent setting. And I do find the metering issue in the draft staff report, only because we are with the evapotranspiration model, I find it difficult. And we had that discussion with our landowners. You're going to implement something quickly and get the returns on your investment, which is reduce groundwater pumping and an allocation system. Meters are very costly, difficult, and if you don't install them right, they're just not right. So the evapotranspiration model can help you bridge those issues. Could there be a request by a GSA to your recommendation is meters, but could a GSA request an exemption to go with the evapotranspiration in its place, because we have that data and we have that reporting system? So again, I want to thank not only the board, but the staff and all the farmers and the growers that took the time to come here today. There's a lot at risk right now, and we appreciate your time in weighing out the issues. And we look forward to
our process, which is up and coming. And again, we're working with your staff regularly on our progress. I'm actually working on the GSP in the back corner back there. So trust me, I'm working on it. So we'll see you soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fakut. I appreciate the points and certainly the engagement. As I think folks have heard from me before, open ET and evapotranspirative data, especially as we try to get a handle on our water budgets at watershed scales, I think is a tool that we need to continue to unpack. So I appreciate those comments. Next, I call Emmanuel Cortez. Good to see you.
Good afternoon. My name is Emmanuel Cortez, and I'm a 28-year-old Hispanic, and I'm married to a 26-year-old Portuguese woman with a 2-year-old beautiful daughter. I work as a crop consultant in the almond and pistachio industry, providing a pest control advisory service. My territory boundary is south in the Kern area, and now heading up north towards the Colusa County area, chasing water, because SGMA has already started to affect my customers. I'm no water expert by any means, but I haven't heard any of my farmers say one nice comment about SGMA. A few months ago, my wife and I decided to make a purchase on a small 13-acre property in Lemoore, California, in Laguna Water District, where I was told I would have beneficial use to my groundwater. It is where our home is, and is where I plan to make my debut to the farming industry. But fast forward 6 months later, I was denied by our local GSA to drill a 60-foot shallow well. So now I'm a proud owner of a 13-acre overpriced desert. So even with doing everything right, coming from nothing, going to college and working our butts off, I'm stuck now with unfarmable ground. And well, I was stopped, I attempted to be a farmer and I was stopped before I could even be started. So with my frustration with these just 13 acres, I can only imagine my neighbors a little bit bigger. So in conclusion, how could anybody say SGMA is equitable when it denied me my beneficial rights to use my water under my daughter's boots on the ground we own? Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Mr. Cortez. Just acknowledge that just frustration and appreciate your contributions here. Next, I'd like to call up Jasbir Sidhu, will be followed by Brett Stroud.
And Chair Esquivel, Jasbir Sidhu does not appear to be on the platform.
Thank you, Mr. Lawford. Next, I'd like to go then to Brett Stroud, and after that will be Dusty Ferenc.
And Brett Stroud was on until just a moment ago and dropped off when you called him.
Okay, Mr. Stroud, I've done that before. I'll exit out of a window the minute I was supposed to. And so when you come back on the platform, Mr. Stroud, just raise your hand up and we'll keep an eye out for you and call you back up. There he is. We'll go ahead and go to Dusty Ferenc and then we'll come back to Mr. Stroud.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the board. As mentioned, I'm Dusty Ferenc. I'm the Executive Director of the Kings County Farm Bureau. I'm here today providing remarks on behalf of our 450 members, including family farms, local businesses, and landowners that employ thousands of people, all of whom will be impacted by your decision today. At the outset, please understand that we in Kings County are fully aware of the importance of protecting groundwater aquifers. No doubt these aquifers are essential to our future, but in our opinion, and hopefully yours, so is the manner in which protecting them is accomplished. With due respect, locals bring an essential perspective to the process in which we are collectively engaged that is missing in the siloed analysis provided by your staff. More specifically, it is not even close to okay for my membership that the board staff is recommending an economic train wreck of fallowed farmland with substantially reduced farm income and greatly inflated unemployment for disadvantaged communities, while seeking to impose millions of dollars of unauthorized taxes on the same communities under the false pretenses of fees for service. Said another way, this misapplication of SGMA in this manner and others, which is where we seem to be headed, will surely drive communities in Kings County over the bankruptcy cliff. This includes the disadvantaged communities that your staff's report claims to protect. So that we fully understand the basis of your computations, I request that you provide to the Kings County Farm Bureau the data used by the board staff to justify the $300 per well per year and $40 per acre foot initially proposed to charge pumpers for enforcement and other purposes. Also, please provide the same relevant information which supports the board's decision to charge $20 per acre foot for the same purposes. Otherwise, we may be forced to appeal this matter to higher authority. In short, we are challenging that the board's fee structure as arbitrary and excessive as it is not designed to recover the cost of the state's intervention activities as required by Water Code Section 1529.5. In Kings County, agriculture matters in a big way. There is no other industry in our county that comes even close to backfilling the thousands of jobs lost if the board proceeds as the staff recommends. So while your staff focuses exclusively on groundwater, I'm asking on behalf of my members what you as the board and the governor intend to do about the people in our county. What about our schools, healthcare, and public safety? Are we all to be victimized while the state celebrates its radical implementation of SGMA? Now, as to relevant background for your consideration, over the years, local GSAs have engaged highly qualified engineers and hydrogeologists to develop detailed data regarding the Tulare Lake Subbasin, and GSPs have been developed accordingly. In keeping with the design of SGMA, those plans were intended to be implemented, analyzed, and adjusted as conditions on the ground during implementations dictate. However, it has become increasingly evident that the board staff disagrees with such data and resulting plans and is anxious to impose a much more rigid approach to achieving sustainability without the benefit of analyzing and adjusting during the 20-year period of implementation. How can it be that your staff is always right and we are always wrong? To add clarity to my question, and on behalf of my members, I request that the board provide the names of the board staff and consultants who reviewed the data and findings submitted by the Subbasin, their analysis thereof, and any other data they developed or evaluated in researching their conclusions. We challenge that the state staff has the data or has made its recommendation on the basis of data that comes even close to that developed by our consultants and specialists. Again, the recommendations are arbitrary. Finally, we were told as recently as this morning that it will take the board staff at least 3 months to review the new plan and another 30 days for public comment prior to board action. The Kings County Farm Bureau requests that you do exactly that. SGMA requires sustainability by 2040, not today. Let's take a little more time since we both need to get this right rather than being driven into administrative and judicial conflict. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ferentz. I appreciate the comments. And ultimately the data is all available, both, as the board adopted the adjustment to the fees, and glad to make sure that that is all in your hands. But it is not arbitrary or capricious the way the board has approached this work or the fees, and would note that these are basins that were found inadequate by the Department of Water Resources. So there's a consistency across multiple evaluations as to why we feel that there's still deficiencies. And we're trying to be as clear about those as possible. And it's ultimately contributing to the outcomes where I think we all can agree on. So appreciate the comments, Mr. Ferentz, nonetheless. Next, I'd like to call up Julie Margaret Martella. Will be followed by Helen Sullivan and then Soren Nelson.
That's so tall. Thank you very much for giving us the time to have public comments, and I appreciate it. I would like to agree and support the comments previously made by the Kings County Farm Bureau. I am a member of Kings County Farm Bureau also. My name is Julie Martella, and I am a mother, a widow, and an unintended farmer. I am also the face of agriculture. After my husband's death, I dedicated myself to helping others navigate widowhood and loss, focusing on the roles of suffering and hope. And this work has taught me a lot about the deep and long-lasting effects of suffering on the human spirit. And it is from this perspective that I would like to talk to you today, because I am concerned about the very human cost of your decision today and its potential to create a mass casualty event of suffering in the San Joaquin Valley, which I see every day. I want you to understand, I want SGMA to succeed. I support SGMA, and I want California to secure long-term water sustainability. And I understand that there are literally thousands of decisions that you must make to navigate this difficult transition. But there are also thousands of humans of every color, educational level, and socioeconomic status who will be affected by your very decision. According to the HUD's AFFH mapping tool, our agricultural communities are already identified as areas of high or concentrated poverty and racial segregation. These are places where resilience is scarce and options for recovery are limited. The potential impacts are grave, but very real, and I'm seeing them already. We have reduced agricultural productivity, which will lead to economic hardships, job losses, decreased property values, forced family migration, family disruption, and increased vulnerability to predatory purchasing practices by the big foreign investors. My question is, how will small farmers like me survive? How will our communities survive? We won't, and I won't. I have a whopping 40-acre orchard that my husband began, and I'm just trying to hold on to. Given the stakes here, I want you to know today, I want to leave you with something. You have significant superpowers available to you. You have powers that will shape the future of California's ag industry and its communities. You have the ability to use these powers for good and not to destroy an entire region of California. Given these stakes, I urge the Water Board to delay the decision on probationary designation of our subbasin, allowing additional time for comprehensive impact assessments while meeting the goals of SGMA. Remote transparency at all proceedings related to water management. We need to ensure that decisions made by local agencies are conducted openly and include substantial public involvement, because we are involved. And third, as many people have said, let's focus on programs. We've talked a lot today about the need to curtail subsidence, but what we're not hearing is there a piece of SGMA where we can work on the recharging and the replenishment of the aquifer? I'm just a girl with 40 acres trying to do the best she can. I want to keep my farm. I want to keep it for the next generation. And I want the San Joaquin Valley to continue to thrive and be an agricultural area that can make us proud. Please use your superpowers wisely. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Martello, for really sharing your story and agree in that common vision here. Next, and I want to take a brief break because I know the chairs are incredibly uncomfortable. But let's keep going to a few more folks here. I think I have a tranche here of in-person commenters. Once I get to the end of that, which is just about 5 commenters, we'll take a quick break. We only have about 15 people to comment after that. So we'll continue to make sure we get through this. So let me get to Helen Sullivan next, be followed by Soren Nelson, and then Brian. And we'll take a pause at that moment for just a quick 10-minute break, and then we'll keep going.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Helen Sullivan, and I am a farmer in Kings County. I want to tell you that I support and agree with the comments made by the Executive Director of the Kings County Farm Bureau. I stand here today to request a delay in the decision to place the Tulare Lake Subbasin on probation. This probation status carries significant implications for all stakeholders involved, and it is imperative that we afford them the time and resources necessary to adequately prepare for any potential pumping restrictions or costs. The decision to place the Tulare Lake Subbasin on probation is not one to be taken lightly. It carries far-reaching consequences that will impact not only the agricultural sector, but also the livelihoods of countless individuals and communities dependent on the business of agriculture. We must proceed with caution to ensure that all parties can engage meaningfully in the process. I ask that you delay a decision on probation of the Tulare Lake Subbasin for at least 120 days. That delay would provide the much needed breathing room for stakeholders to assess the situation comprehensively, explore alternative solutions, and devise mitigation strategies. This additional time would enable farmers, water agencies, environmental groups, and other concerned parties to work together to share their perspectives and work collectively toward a sustainable solution. Such a decision aligns with the principles and fairness and inclusivity that should underpin any decision-making process of this magnitude. It allows for transparency and accountability, furthering trust and confidence among all stakeholders in the integrity of this board and the decision-making process. The SGMA statute not only gives us 20 years in which to stabilize our groundwater, but it also gives us the right to request at least 2 additional 5-year extensions upon a showing of due cause. This is evidence that the law envisions that the implementation of these plans should be slow, measured, and gradual. In conclusion, I urge the State Water Resources Control Board to exercise prudence by delaying the decision to place the Tulare Lake Subbasin on probation for at least 120 days. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for yours, Ms. Sullivan. I appreciate your comments. Next, I'd like to call up Soren Nelson, be followed by Brian, and again, we'll take about a 10-minute break at that point.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. On behalf of my 472 members, I would very much like to echo your call for comfier chairs in this room. It's nice to be with you. This is a long time coming, and I think this hearing is a bit of a microcosm of the whole process. It's been long and required a lot of patience, so I appreciate the patience from the board and your staff on this. I think I've been in front of you on this issue a lot of times, and I just want to reiterate that this is something that Aqua's been really engaged on from the beginning. Aqua played a big role in the design and passage of SGMA, which I probably say at my own peril. But we are here to see it through because we know that this is important and it's hard work that needs to be done. I did want to just really acknowledge the good and hard work of state staff, Natalie and James in particular. This has been a long and difficult road, and they've made themselves available despite a lot of needs being pulled in different directions. And I also want to acknowledge the good work of you all making yourselves available in the basins and showing up physically and otherwise to understand the issue. Back in December, Aqua was joined by the State Association of Counties, Rural Counties, Farm Bureau, Western Growers, and Cal Chamber, and asking for some clarifications in the process and in the staff's report. And I did want to acknowledge the work that's been done to clarify some of those things. I think a year ago, we didn't have clarity on how a basin would exit probation once in it, avoid it altogether once found inadequate by DWR. And there was also, I think, a desire and understood need to reevaluate fees. And we've had clarity on all of those and just wanted to appreciate the work that you've done to meet us in the middle on that. One thing I wanted to use my time for today is to provide some context for where we are and zoom out a little bit. This law was passed when I was an intern at DWR 10 years ago and didn't know what it meant. And a lot has happened since then. I think for those of us who spend a lot of time around government, we know how slow it moves and how much it depends on a very small band of dedicated people to move it forward. And those people have showed up in a big way. All of the basins are covered by a GSP and a GSA, and that was not at all the expectation when the law was passed. And so recognizing the challenges that are here in front of us, let's also celebrate the many successes that have happened to date. I think something that I want to underscore that we've heard a little bit about today is a lot of these GSAs are not well resourced. Generally, it's one or two hardworking people who also have other hats and very few resources at their disposal. And I think that's really important background for public servants who have been asked to make some pretty impossible decisions and have stepped up in the best way that they know how. This board has a lot of flexibility in license and how it moves forward and the steps it's taken to date. And one of the things that I think is really important is all the work that GSAs have done to build understanding and, if not consensus, at least a little bit of buy-in on the goals of SWRCB and how we get there. And so I think as we move through this process and as you weigh your decision of where to put this basin, whether in probation or not, recognizing the important role that GSAs play as an intermediary and an ambassador for the goals of the state in advancing SWRCB. And so would just ask that you keep that front of mind as you weigh your decision, and either way, just as we move forward. I won't belabor the points about local control that others have made or speak to the technical merits or deficiencies of the GSP. But I will just say anecdotally, as someone who works with these people closely every day, it's evident to me that they're working very hard and with a lot of urgency to address the deficiencies that have been identified by both you and DWR, and would just ask that you and staff continue to lend the same level of urgency as they come back to you with updated plans. So thank you very much for your attention. Thank you for all of your hard work. And we're here to the end with you as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Next, I'd like to call up Brian.
Good afternoon. My apologies. Apparently, I didn't put the last name in. Good afternoon, board staff, members of the public, and my community. I am Brian Medeiros. I am a son of an immigrant farmer. I am a first-generation Californian. I am a farmer. I'm also a father to a future farmer who is currently 4 years old and tells me every time I ask him what he wants to do when he grows up, he says, "I want to be a farmer just like you in a bowl." My father came to California in 1986 as an immigrant farm worker. He sweat and bled every day until he had enough money saved up to start his own farm in 1994. Today, we are a family farm living in the middle of the first piece of land we purchased in 1998. We sweat and bleed every day in the same soil to grow safe, wholesome, and affordable food and fiber for our community. We are also domestic well users. We see firsthand the negative impacts on our drinking water quality and pumping levels when we do not irrigate the fields around our house. I will repeat, we see the impacts firsthand on our water quality when we do not irrigate. Much of the conversation today is around the need to limit agricultural irrigation to protect the domestic well users. I cannot stress enough how important it is to have a multifaceted approach with local stakeholders. Their input to solve these incredibly complex problems. Cutting out irrigation alone will not solve the problem in 2024. Don Wright of Water Rights wrote on April 11th, "It's about the unintended consequences of a law doing more harm than good. The community of the San Joaquin Valley that depends on agriculture for its livelihood is at least 80% Hispanic. The very community, much of SWRCB, was designed to assist and not harm. We have to do a better job of incorporating our local stakeholders in our community and the domestic well users as we try so desperately to save their water. Destruction of our communities cannot be the solution to protecting our aquifers." On October 12, 2023, a state board media release stated, and I quote, "The intervention process is meant to support SWRCB's primary goals, which are to protect groundwater supplies, while also facilitating sustainable management at the local level. Our aim is to work with GSAs to improve their plans so intervention is no longer needed." This is said by Eric Oppenheimer at the time Chief Deputy Director for the State Water Board. It continues, but to get there, the board needs to hear from all affected parties so its decisions reflect the realities, concerns of those relying on groundwater today and into the future. This includes groups who may not have been involved in groundwater management in these basins, such as community members, farmers, and business people. End quote. I agree with comments made by the Kings County Farm Bureau and incorporate them in my own. I ask this board to utilize its options. We need time to allow the entire community and local stakeholders to have their say in the current revised plan before coming before the State Water Board. And therefore, I ask the board to postpone probation until the board members, state staff, and our local community stakeholders have time to work through these substantial GSP revisions. I thank you for your diligence. Coming up with these solutions is impossible. But we need these solutions to protect the entirety of our local community. I want to continue to be a father to a 4-year-old boy who says he wants to be a farmer just like me one day. I don't want this agency or any other agency to take that dream away from him. Thank you for your time.
Mr. Medeiros, really appreciate your comments and everyone's comments here. It's been just an enriching day in trying to best understand how we as a board come to what is not an easy decision. Let's give ourselves 10 minutes here, stretch, come back at here 4:20, and we will begin with Brett Stroud on the Zoom platform. Thank you, Mr. Stroud, for rejoining us. We'll see you all here in 10 minutes. Thank you.
All right, everyone, we're at 4:22. Let's go ahead and take our seats and we can get to what I believe are about the last 15 commenters here. Appreciate the opportunity to stretch. And if we can begin to wind down our conversations, the first person that we'll call up here or recall up would be Brett Stroud. We followed by Kelsey Lankendecker and then Thomas Merihart.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel. Brett Stroud, General Counsel for Angiola Water District. But in the interest of time, I'm actually going to defer and let my colleague Ryan Becerra, who's in the room, speak when it comes his turn.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Stroud. And thanks for joining us here. Next, I'd like to call up Kelsey Lankendecker. Will be followed by Thomas Merihart and Arshdeep Singh. And it looks like Kelsey Lankendecker isn't currently on the platform, and next would be Thomas Merihart. And here I should. Mr. Merihart, you should be invited to unmute here.
Yep, I thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Good evening, nearly. Oh, apologies. You got muted again. You should be invited again to unmute here.
Did others want to speak first, or did you want me to make some comments?
Oh, there you are. We can hear you, Mr. Merihart. Please do make comments if you'd like now.
Okay. Well, again, my name is Thomas Merihart. I'm an individual landowner here out in the Lemoore area, and I've been following some of these, the evolution of the GSA for a while. I grew up around here. My family's 7th generation Californians, been in farming and ag equipment and in the energy industry for decades. And so we have strong business interests here, and they rise and fall with the fate of the farming and dairy industry, to say the least. And I think at a very high level, you need to consider the direct and indirect impacts of regulating these basins, making them probationary, or instituting these fees across the board, because the country's not in a good economic state right now. In fact, we are in a recession, and inflation is not under control. The cost of money is going way up, and farmers and dairymen don't make financial plans or do extended borrowing or conducting, longer term infrastructure improvements when they don't even know if they're going to have adequate. So these decisions are going to have a domino effect of impacts that are going to ripple through, the farming, the dairy, the food processing, the banking industry. And you just have to be very cognizant of that when you do this, and just don't regulate for regulation's state, or, oh, the basins are down a little bit. And, you have to take a big picture look at this, because what's going to happen is food costs are going to skyrocket when the water becomes unaffordable, or farmers start to go out of business, or many of whom have already left, more leave. And you're going to basically be forcing small family farmers out of business, and the corporate farms, or the factory farms the environmentalists love so much, are going to be snapping up more of these assets, because the costs of complying with the regulations and farming at smaller scale will become unaffordable unless you're at larger scale. And this happened over the past 20 years with the dairy industry, where 500 cow dairies were a lot more common when I was first working in this industry. And now, running it across a dairy that has less than 2,000 animals is kind of rare. And in fact, the ones that are treading water the best have several thousand animals, and they are regularly criticized or demonized by the environmentalists as being factory farms. But the imposition of costly regulations that result in $100,000 worth of nutrient management and engineering and compliance fees are not uncommon. You can't do that with a small family farm or a dairy because, if they made $50,000 in a year, that was their profit. Can't do that anymore. Imposing regulations and additional costs on water, the most basic currency of vitality in the farm industry, is going to make all of this much, much worse. So there are tremendous amounts of unintended consequences. Now, a lot of this isn't necessarily caused primarily by pumping. It's caused by the denial of groundwater recharge and surface water use for decades. This goes all the way back to when Devin Nunes was waving the flag of, reforming the environmental taking of water through the sue to settle court cases and the Endangered Species Act and giving the water to fish instead of people. And that's pretty well outlined, and it's still true today. If you go online, you could probably find an old copy of his 2016 Drought by Design presentation. It has a lot of stuff in there that is very true today, and we're still dealing with the consequences of, trillions of gallons over many, many decades being deprived for surface water and groundwater recharge use. The South Fork of the Kings River runs right behind my house. I used to swim in that when I was a kid before my parents were lucky enough to build a pool. And as I grew older, that ran less and less and less as more environmental diversions and other diversions pretty much, cut the lifeline of groundwater recharge and channel losses on the South Fork of the Kings River. And a lot of the oak trees that I grew up climbing, I've had to cut down because they're dead. I still got a few of them out here and they made it through the last round. But, I'm trying to maintain that out here for the beauty and the value of our property. But if we don't get water running behind the South Fork of the Kings River and letting it at least run more often than not, the riparian habitat here gets annihilated. So, maybe what's good for the Delta is good for the Delta, but it's bad for all of the other rivers further downstream. So if we don't do something about the environmental diversions, which have put at certain years up to 80% of the farmable, drinkable, groundwater recharge worthy water to good use, instead it goes out to the ocean, that's the major problem. You worry about people over pumping. Well, how about over flushing the Delta and the Bay Area toilet bowl? That's a bigger problem, and nobody really wants to talk about that. But if we basically get not 1 million or 1.5 million acre feet, but a few million acre feet put back in the ground over here and put the majority of the water that comes down as snow and rain that falls on land here, if it stays on the land, we can solve this problem probably within a handful of years without draconian fees or regulations or imposing costs to drive small family farmers out of business. So, I know what you guys are thinking about is all well and good, but there is a whole slew of unintended consequences that could result in lots of family farms going away. And I don't think that's your goal. So you need to think carefully about that. And so I would ask you to please consider putting things on hold for a while until we can find a kinder and gentler path through this that has less disruptive or disastrous effects on the farming community in the state. And, we should solve the water problem with most of our water going out to the ocean first before we start imposing all of these fees and all of this regulation on everyone. Thank you for your time.
Thank you as well for yours, Mr. Merhart. Next, I'd like to call up Arshdeep Singh, will be followed by Jackie Lowe and then Tien Tran.
And we had Arshdeep on earlier, but not presently on the platform.
Thank you, Mr. Loffer. Next, I'd like to go to Jackie Lowe, be followed by Tien Tran.
This particular Jackie Lowe is not on the platform right now.
Thank you, Mr. Loffer. Next, I'd like to call up Tien Tran.
Hello, board members. My name is Tien Tran. I'm a senior policy advocate at Community Water Center, and I want to thank the board staff for releasing the final Tulare Lake staff report. In December, Community Water. Oh, should I stop?
Apologies. We'll let Ms. Tran.
Apologies for any interruption. It's been the internet is a bit slow here.
Oh, it's okay. We'll let Ms. Tran
my name is
finish her
Akashdeep
comment.
Singh.
Okay. One moment, Ms. Singh. Let Ms. Tran finish her comment, and then we can go to you. Thank you.
In December, Community Water Center, Clean Water Action, Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability, CCEJN, California Coastkeeper, and 11 other organizations and individuals submitted a comment letter to express our strong support for the board using their authority to designate the entire Tulare Lake Subbasin as a probationary basin and requiring metering and extraction reports. I want to emphasize something that is obvious but needs to be said. The people most impacted by your decision today are not in the room right now. Tracking Sigma, coming to Sacramento, and being on a panel takes a lot of resources and time that environmental justice communities don't have because they are working and taking care of their families. I urge you to think about the 145,933 residents living in Corcoran, Lemoore, Hanford, Armona, Home Garden, Stratford, and Kettleman City. The staff has laid out really dire numbers, such as 200,000 acre feet of overdraft a year. That can't continue. Over 700 wells are susceptible to going dry, and having up to 6 feet of subsidence is unacceptable. If community engagement was prioritized in plans, we wouldn't be seeing these impacts in these current plans. Research shows that the vast majority, or 84% of small disadvantaged communities in California, lack formal representation in their respective groundwater sustainability agency. Lack of representation means that communities are not properly engaged and represented in agency decisions. Even if representatives from disadvantaged communities and tribes sit on advisory committees, they often hold no voting power in agency decisions. So I would like to recommend 2 suggestions for the board to prioritize in their review of the revised plans. One, we recommend that the board analyze how the basin conducts stakeholder engagement and provide recommendations to improve stakeholder engagement of all beneficial users. 2, we recommend that the board analyze the representation of all beneficial users and provide guidance on how to promote equitable representation and transparent decision-making processes. Community inclusivity is essential to Sigma implementation, especially when we are discussing probation. The State Water Board has the authority and opportunity to protect groundwater for these communities now and in the future. This is a critical moment where the State Water Board must follow the law and do the right thing. Designate the entire Tulare Lake Subbasin as probationary. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tran. Appreciate you delivering those comments and participating in this work. Next, I'd like to call up Akashdeep Singh, and apologies, Akashdeep. There was an Arshdeep Singh that I had called previously, so, but glad to now call you up.
Of course, no worries. My name is Akashdeep Singh, and I'm the Western States Policy Advocate on water and wildfire issues for the Union of Concerned Scientists. We express strong support for the board using their authority to designate the entire Tulare Lake Basin as probationary. We recommend that the board provide more detailed guidance on protective groundwater quality standards, meaningful stakeholder engagement, equitable representation, climate change analysis, drinking water well mitigation programs, and the extraction reporting and fees process in the final staff report. As for equitable representation, recent research shows that 84% of disadvantaged communities in California lack formal representation in the Groundwater Sustainability Agency. Representatives from disadvantaged communities and tribes might sit on advisory committees but hold no voting power in agency decisions. We recommend that the board analyze the representation of all beneficial uses and users and provide guidance on how to promote equitable representation and transparent decision-making processes. This would facilitate the required consideration of all beneficial users such as domestic well owners and drinking water users. For the climate change analysis, we appreciate that the board recommended that the basin plan ahead for drought and flooding impacts. The board must provide more specific guidance on evaluating climate change impacts for disadvantaged communities, domestic wells, public supply wells, and incorporating extreme climate scenarios into projected water planning. As we have seen, climate change will likely result in significantly drier dry periods punctuated by very wet years. This presents a challenge for water supply planning, which is impossible to do by relying on historic hydrology that is average to remove extremes. Without this analysis, the basin will not be able to adequately plan for drought and flooding conditions. Thank you so much for taking the time today to thoughtfully consider all the testimony. Thank you so much.
Thank you as well, Akashdeep. Really appreciate the comments here. I know it's been a long day and just appreciate sticking through and continuing to contribute here. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call Jasmine Ramirez, be followed by Bill, and then George Castrico.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to provide comment today. My name is Jasmine Ramirez, and I'm a Senior Community Development Specialist with Self-Help Enterprises. Self-Help Enterprises' mission is to work together with low-income families to build and sustain healthy homes and communities, and our organization has a long history of working in and with communities of the Tulare Lake Subbasin. Our organization's work includes supporting community participation in regional water management and groundwater sustainability planning. From our organization's standpoint, it is critical to address the deficiencies identified by the Department of Water Resources within each subbasin, and we strongly encourage the State Water Board to conduct a diligent review of any proposed updated plans. In addition to ensuring the core deficiencies as identified by DWR have been properly addressed, we encourage the State Water Board to ensure that groundwater sustainability agencies have identified measures and included in their plans adequate efforts to protect drinking water quality and use their authority to require revisions to groundwater quality sustainable management criteria and groundwater quality monitoring networks where necessary. In addition, the development of planning for additional sampling when water quality is degraded. Furthermore, there is a high level of concern for groundwater sustainability plans that are developed without the incorporation of community member voices and engagement throughout the process. As climate change further impacts our subbasins due to both drought and flood impacts, low-income communities of color are at the forefront of these devastating effects. For these reasons, we request that the State Water Board work with the failed GSAs to establish at least 2 board seats for disadvantaged communities and a seat for tribal members in order to have equitable representation and consider the interests of all beneficiaries users of groundwater and ensure that plans are in collaboration with community members. In closing, we value the State Water Board as a partner in Sigma implementation and drought efforts, and we are confident that moving forward, both the State Water Board and groundwater sustainability agencies will work diligently to fulfill their responsibility to guarantee the proper protection of drinking water. Thank you for your time, and
Thank you for your time as well, Ms. Ramirez. You did cut out a little there at the end in a couple of parts, but we were able to hear the large majority of your comments, and just want to thank and acknowledge Self-Help Enterprises as a critical partner, as we've heard from others here today, and here especially from the dais. Just thank you for your participation and continued leadership, co-leadership in all of this space, and being such a critical partner. So thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Bill. I believe last name is Wint. And then George Castrico, and then Dino Giacomazi.
My name's Bill. I'm from the Hanford-Armona area. I don't like this. I don't like being here. Please understand. I'm in that area with all those little orange dots for domestic wells having gone dry. We moved to the area, family did, in 1908. We have been there. We came in, we owned water rights on people's ditch. And in 77, we went through a terrible drought. And I learned really fast how valuable water is, probably before most of the people in here were born. We had a wet year in 1983. I took full advantage of it. I got every drop of water I could. I filled every basin, every slough, which I'm fortunate that we have. And it was a huge help for us. They've talked about the shallow water, the 50-foot water. Yeah, well, my ancestors talk about how irrigating 80 acres with a 5-horse 50-foot well. That was all they needed. That was all they needed. So when we could get surface water in there and we pile it up, it was wonderful. My dad had some health issues and had to sell the water to our local ditch company. In 2007, he passed away. I went and I had already bought, rented, and paid for water for that year. And the water district shut us off. They just said, no, we don't want to deal with that area anymore. Okay. I have every year been back and requesting information of why we got shut off. Last January, our first of the year, I went before the water or board. I said, guys, we're facing a huge water year. Please let me I'll put my own money. I'll put in a well. We'll pump the water out. I can fill up these basins. I can get us back in decent standing. Never heard back, never got a response. And this is from somebody that represents you. 1983, when we got all done, I checked with the ditch company. I had used over 5,000 acre feet on our 250 acres of farmland. It can't be done. A huge amount of that went back into the ground. Water in the low spots of our basin was there for 3 years before it finally went dry. This year, because of somebody that supposedly represents you, not a drop of that water went into the ground in my area. If you folks want to make a difference, and I see the vision, I understand where we're trying to go, you've got to start from inside. If your people that represent you can't carry forward to make us survive, your existence to me is in question. I'm old. I'm not going to be around long. My kids have all left. They don't see any future in the farm. Okay. So I can stand up here and I could call it out. I'm sure that I will get retaliated against, as I did last year. I had 6 acres of alfalfa in a low field. The water district went to great lengths to put in plumbing and irrigation so that they could flood my 6 acres out and never even put water in their own, that they own basins. So retaliation is real. I don't know where you guys are going, but look at the alternatives first. If this is happening to me, I don't know how many more people in my area have that same experience. As I drove around our community, all of the basins with a flood aren't empty. When I questioned people, well, your representative said they were going to charge extra for free water if you wanted to put it in the basin. If we're going to make this thing work, your representative needs to be paying us, because we're doing everything we can to avoid this sword that's hanging over us. As we look into the future in our area, we have areas that don't have surface water, but have bypasses that go through them. When we have a year like 24, we need to take every step possible to get every drop of water into fields. Once it goes into that field, if it's sandy like mine, probably half of it goes down to the groundwater. It's there for future years. Anyway, I probably said way too much.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you. And hopefully this is a different story than all the rest of them you heard today.
Thank you, Mr. Wente. I appreciate you being here and providing your perspective. Just an important distinguishing note, the local water districts and the groundwater sustainability agencies that are making these decisions, although we're here in this discussion around the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, they're separate from the State Water Resources Control Board. And here, certainly all part of the same space, but I appreciate your points. Next, I'd like to call up George Castrico, be followed by Dino Giacomassi.
Hello, Chair Escobar, board members, executive staff, and subject matter experts on the issue, both on the board and in the public. My name is George Castrico. I served as communication director for the state water boards from 2011 to 2020. I have to tell you that I've been following this thing pretty closely, both as a working for the board and as well as a private citizen, and reminded of a conversation that I had a long time ago with the late Clay Rogers. And he was somebody who's very thoughtful, and this was something that was very important to him. And at any rate, when I talked to Clay, I would start paying attention to things, and I'm really grateful I did. So basically, the passage of SGMA 10 years ago provided not only hope, but also a path forward to not only collaboratively address this issue, but build towards the resiliency we need with water storage for generations that will follow us. And that, for certain, is in the instance that our snowpack is less dependable as a water bank than we've depended on it since then. Based on what I've heard today, I've encouraged the board to hold these folks accountable, but also allow for flexibility for them to come into compliance. If they are that close to a revised plan, I say let the work continue. However, a little pressure never hurts, and that's obviously up to you guys how you want to handle that. But I always think that always helps move things along. The subsidence issue is going to really take a basin-wide commitment. I am encouraged by what I heard today on the issue, but my gosh, it just seems like there's a lot of work to do. This is probably one of the more difficult basins, and I'm glad to see that it's up first before you guys. I agree with what the other speakers had said, that what goes forward will impact other basin reviews. I just want to say, July of this year is going to be the 10-year anniversary of the passage of that act that created SGMA that we're in now. And my hope is that the board asks itself a bigger question after today's hearing and testimony. And that really has enough progress been made with identifying overdrafts within the various groundwater basins, not just one, but all the others. And our current commitments to cure those issues adequate to get it done in the next 30 years. At the time, it seemed like forever, but my gosh, 10 years has already gone by, and it's a tough one. So I really appreciate your commitment, and thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you for speaking and for those comments, Mr. Castrico. It's really good to see you. Next, I'd like to call up Dino Giacomassi.
Okay, don't hurt yourself. It's Giacomassi, and you got it right last time. Thank you. Thank you for inviting me to present to you today. As you've heard several times, my name is Dino Giacomassi, and I'm a fourth-generation farmer in Hanford, California, in the Mid-Kings River GSA. My family has been farming on the same property since 1893, and we now have a fifth generation participating on the farm. I also farm in the Greater Kauai GSA, just over the other side of Cross Creek from where we farm. In the Mid-Kings River, we kind of straddle the two, and I have been an active participant in the activities of the Greater Kauai GSA for many years as part of an organization that was formed by landowners that we call the Delta View Water Association. And through that experience, what we've discovered is that SGMA presents only very complicated problems. And complicated problems require creative solutions. And it's really difficult to think creatively with a ticking time bomb in the room, right? And what we've discovered in our relationship, Delta View Water Association, with the Greater Kauai, is that this collaboration between the stakeholders, the landowners, and the regulators, the GSA, that partnership has succeeded in developing many useful programs and ideas. One example being a land fallowing program that we've developed collaboratively that is in a pilot phase right now that is going to create the possibility of the Kauai Basin achieving sustainability at a much more rapid rate for a much lower cost than buying and trying to build basins using fallowing. And now we're working towards ideas around on-farm recharge and how do we coordinate these 30 independent districts and on a basin-wide basis. How do we coordinate recharge together? These are ideas that have to happen outside of the very confined world of these GSAs. It's these partnerships with leadership organizations that are making these difficult solutions come into view. And we have now recently decided that we are required to participate in the Mid-Kings River GSA due to the fact that this region contains the vast majority of the small farms in the Tulare Lake Basin. We have been staffed by literally a staff member because, Dennis Mills has 2 jobs, right? And he's standing, this minnow in this giant ocean of these whales, trying to perform and come up with creative solutions pretty much with a gun at his head, right? And now we, the landowners, are organized, and we are here standing in support of Dennis and in support of the work that he's done despite the incredibly nearly impossible task that he was giving. And I want to recognize and acknowledge the work that he's done and the progress that he's made despite the fact that what we're communicated and what we see in the meetings, he's never given clear direction by your staff. I heard you say something earlier about, we have to be careful to not shadow regulate or whatever. And I understand that, I have dealt with regulatory agencies most of my life, and I get the difficulty of language. And, I also understand that the government's job is to protect itself from liability. So I get what you're doing, but we would like to oppose, I would like to oppose probation and let the Mid-Kings River GSA and the other GSAs, in collaboration with the landowners who have the potential to bring the new ideas and the creative solutions to the big problem, and that we're so close to having a plan, give us a chance to do the job. And I have one question. If we do go into probation, which I assume we're not, I'm just going to say it just in case. What is your plan for stakeholder engagement? What opportunity do we have to be a part of this process? Are you going to operate in secret behind closed doors? Are we going to be allowed to participate? That's my question. Thank you very much.
Appreciate that, Mr. Giacomazzi. And the answer is yes. The board's work is open, transparent, and participatory. It's a core value of myself and others. And so notwithstanding either way, the board is here to have open processes. And so I appreciate your good comment and participation here around this discussion, and look forward to, I know, what will be further discussion here at the dais and amongst us here soon. So thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Johnny Gailey, be followed by Ryan Becerra.
Good afternoon. I guess we're almost approaching evening here as the day goes on. I had some talking points, but most of them have been covered in today's conversation. But the thing, it seems like we've had a lot of testimony from the GSAs. We've had subbasins, neighboring subbasins talk, west side, east side, and from Kauai, all the surrounding areas. We're really close in the Tulare Lake to coming up with a new plan, but it seems that if this board could provide some sort of facilitation, a facilitator. I've heard a lot of complaints about having to wait 6 weeks to schedule meetings with staff, having to, just delaying the process, and they're under the gun trying to get everything done for this date. And they didn't quite get there, but they're really close. But if this board could somehow provide a facilitation service that would be dedicated to the Tulare Lake Basin, I think it would be really helpful in moving this process forward. One of the points I wanted to make based on the numbers, I've commented on the fees and appreciate the adjustment from the 40 to the $20 an acre foot that you've done. But earlier in the slides, we had 514,309 acre feet is the annual average pumped from the Tulare Lake subbasin. And assuming that 90% of it is ag pumping, which would be subject to fees, that comes out to $9,257,000 a year in pumping fees, plus 2,000 wells at $300 a well, puts you over $10 million a year. So I think your goal in the previous hearing, when you adjusted the fees, was somewhere around 5 million. And I think unless you only intend to collect 50%, you're still overshooting that number. So I look forward to the formal hearing process when we can see the work and figure out what's going on with those fees. I'd like to ask for some more time for the subbasin. I think we're getting close. If you don't give more time, I understand. But it would be really nice to let the basin finish the process. They're almost there. So thank you.
Thank you. I really appreciate those good comments. And on the fees, the board isn't looking to over collect, so we will definitely be putting out information. And do know, I think when we had our assumptions and all those numbers are available, and we'll make sure people have them. It wasn't 100% compliance that we were imagining we'd get, especially the first round. But again, we'll be keeping track of what's actually collected if we are to proceed here either way with all the basins that we're having discussions with when it comes to this program. It is not a desire to over collect for sure. And so do know, again, when you see those numbers, there was, as I recall here, when we adopted the $20 fee, not an assumption of 100%. So thank you. Mr. Becerra.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon. Chair Esquivel and board members. I'm Ryan Becerra for Angiola Water District. Before I talk about Angiola, though, I want to say on a personal level, having grown up on a dairy farm with a domestic well in this basin, and as a proud alumni of Lemoore High School, I appreciate the amount of time and energy you're putting into this, and very much hope that you get it right. The people in this basin are good people, and it's a tough situation. So thank you for your effort. On behalf of Angiola, I'd like to say we were a little taken aback that Pixley Irrigation District and Lower Tule Irrigation District would choose to consume this board's time in the Tulare Lake Basin proceeding to deal with a Tule Basin issue. We'll be dealing with that in a comprehensive way on the Tule Basin, but I did want to provide some context that was not provided today. So to start with, what you're seeing on the screen are slides from the comments that Pixley and Lower Tule submitted. And what you can see there is in the upper aquifer, the groundwater contours, you can see that running from along the very handy arrow in the slide, you can see that the groundwater levels from Lower Tule into Pixley dropped by about 100 feet. and the upper aquifer along that arrow. That's quite a ways away from the Angiola well field. If we could go to the second slide. This is also from their December 2023 comments. And you can see, again, along the very handy arrow, the way that the groundwater contours drop quite precipitously going from Lower Tule into the Pixley groundwater area, quite a ways from the well field. And this is not a surprise. If we can go to the next slide, please. Today, they, candidly, they said that the issue, in their opinion, is that Angiola is pumping 10,000 acre feet a year out of its well field. If you look at this, this is from Tri-County's response to those comments, and you can see on the line, it's a little hard to see, North MA, that's the well field for Angiola. You can see in that year it was 9,000 acre feet as opposed to 10. But you can see that from this material that Tri-County submitted based on self-reporting, the cumulative groundwater pumping within Pixley and Lower Tule was something on the order of 400,000 acre feet. So to have this presentation today about 10,000 acre feet spread over 2,000 acres, which is about 5 acre feet per acre, which is, maybe that's a little high, but that's within the realm of what it takes to grow rice or alfalfa in California. That is not a huge issue as opposed to, an orders of magnitude higher pumping within Pixley and Lower Tule. So we'll be dealing with this comprehensively in the Tule proceeding. Wanted to bring this context in, and the further context, as they candidly admitted on that panel, was there's a 2013 settlement agreement over all of this that Angiola has complied with to the letter and has paid those two districts $3.5 million for supplemental water supplies. Did it precede Sigma? It did, by 1 year. Notwithstanding that, Angiola has continued to comply. And so to bring that issue into this proceeding struck us as somewhat out of bounds, and we'll be dealing with it in the next proceeding. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Becerra. I appreciate the comments here and clarification, and look forward to what will be further discussion across that issue. Next, I'd like to call up Garrett Gilcrease, be followed by Lauren Evangelo, Steve Jackson, David Stanfield, and Josh Betancourt. If you did not hear me just call your name and you have not spoken and wish to do so, please, if you're in the room, go chat with the clerk, and then otherwise, if you're on the platform as well, raise your hand. But this is the last about 5 commenters we have.
All right. Hey, thank you guys very much. I want to echo what everyone said. Thank you for having this hearing. This is one of the rare times we get to get in front of you and give you our say as to what our thoughts are. I want to say thanks to everyone who showed up and everyone who chose to speak. I think it's a very important part of this process. And so I'm glad to be part of it. I wish it wasn't quite last because of delaying everything right now, but I want to add a couple points. Up here, we've heard a lot of things, but I don't think I've really heard a whole lot about direct impact to farm workers here that we've seen. Maybe I have and I missed it, but my family farm in the Mid-Kings River GSA, like Dino, been here since 1883 in that same spot. We are a founding family of Lemoore. My uncle was the original class of Lemoore High School. I only say that because it's a heritage thing, right? I've been here. I've been around as this place was built, and I want to be around while it goes for the next 100 years if possible. So that's why I'm here today. But with that, we've had employees that have worked there, and numerous ones have been there 20 years, some 30. We've had a couple 40 years that have been at this place. That is during times of increased wages, increased insurance issues, labor laws. We stick with our people. And I want to stick with my people going forward as well. And that's the biggest thing about that. We've kept them through thick and thin. We can't farm without them, but it's looking at like more and more of a situation. I might not have a farm to house them at some point. And I want to be a part of the process to keep that going. Because of that, that's why I'm here, but also they live in the communities of Stratford, Lemoore, Armona, Hanford, all of which are disadvantaged to some degree. I think people have hit on it pretty good here, but the speed at which this is accelerating and the vacuum of information that this is operating in is getting people pretty scared. And what we don't want to have is those disadvantaged communities become even more disadvantaged with something like this. And that's just my personal view of the people that I interact with on a daily basis, and that's everybody here in this room today. So because of that, we want to be a part of the process. We want to be a part of the solution. We want Sigma to work, but we want it to work in such a way that the needs of Sigma are met. But we allow the farming community and the people that support that community to farm and to live long into the future as much as possible. But that's going to take communication. Dino hit on it very well with the question he gave you. Is it going to be an open line of communication? It's going to be communication with you at the state board level, with us and the GSA level, with other GSAs within the basin, but also with the grower level as well. And up until now, that's been somewhat rocky. But I'm hoping that going forward, whether it be in probation or out of probation, that would change because communication, I think, is going to be the key to making this thing work in such a way that I can be there, not only for the ag community, but the people that we support. So as you're making your decision about not only probation, which I would love to have a little more time considering we have a GSP that's already close to being submitted to you. But if it does end up in a probationary status, that you work with us hand in hand on a quick manner so we can make those decisions quickly and give you what you need so we can go forward and get out of probation and back to DWR, which you have mentioned is what you want. So I appreciate your time and thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you, Mr. Gilcrease. I really appreciate those good comments, especially I know it's been a long day, but appreciate their additive nature and helping hear us continue to understand how we best help.
Hi, and thank you for having us here. And we're towards the end. And so listening to your comments, there's quite a few things that I wanted to say today that have already been said. So I'm going to try to limit to a couple comments that want to make sure get on record. So my name is Lauren Evangelo. Different than Garrett, I'm a first-generation agriculturist in Kings County. My husband and I, along with my son, my mother-in-law, brother-in-law, and 8 full-time employees, have a small dairy farm and farming operation in Kings County. I am here today to speak because I'm concerned. I'm concerned where my family and the people that live in our state and country are going to get their food. I'm concerned where our employees and their families are going to find jobs and housing when we can no longer employ them. I'm concerned about the approximately 35 individuals and small businesses we write checks to on a monthly basis that make a living off of our farming operation. As I stated, there's many points today that I also agree with, but I'm going to go off script a little bit for a comment that I think hasn't been said. I recently read a statistic that is quite alarming. California has historically delivered 50% of the total fruits and vegetables produced in our entire country. However, consumers in California are increasingly finding imported food products in our grocery store aisles, including produce that could be easily grown here. Avocados from Mexico, apricots and grapes from Chile. In 2020, imports of agricultural products into California reached nearly $10 billion against exports of $13.4 billion. California is on pace to become a net importer of food. This is incredibly disturbing, given California, especially ground located in the Tulare Lake Subbasin, is the breadbasket of the world. And there's no reason for that, or there's a reason for that. There's nowhere in the world that can more efficiently produce food better than we can with our favorable weather, fertile soils, and when having a significant amount of surface water and access to water year round can provide crops and yields higher than anywhere in the world. For a state that has claimed to be a leader in combating climate change and promises carbon neutrality by 2045, how does pushing agriculture out of this state help accomplish that? Our neighbors in Mexico and South America do not come even close to having the same regulatory standards expected in California, nor the willingness to invest in renewable energy and environment-friendly farming practices that many of the farmers behind me and my family have invested in, let alone the increased carbon footprint created by having to import products that can be more efficiently grown in our backyard. I would argue that we are far from a leader in the fight against climate change if we allow this to happen. Today, I urge that the Tulare Subbasin is not put in probationary status. If done, all you're doing is creating more division. Instead, we, meaning our elected government officials, yourself, the State Water Resource Board, DWR, our local communities, our local GSAs, farmers and citizens must work together. It seems like this could be done without having to collect $20 million in fees in our subbasin to be able to have these discussions. I would also urge that the State Water Resource Board continues your efforts to figure out how to get us more access to water. The state has not built a reservoir of sizable storage since 1978, over 40 years ago, and the population was 1/3 of what it is today. An old proverb says, the best time to plant a tree is 20 years ago. The second best time is now. I appreciate your time.
Yours as well, Ms. Evangelo. I really appreciate. I know it's, again, been a long day, and so appreciate your words here, even though can hear certainly the frustration as well. Next, I'd like to call up Steve Jackson, be followed by David Stanfield, and then our last commenter, Josh Betancourt.
Good afternoon, Chairman Escobar on the board. Steve Jackson, Next Gen Water. I just want to bring you a little perspective on some of the stuff I've seen in the basin. I've been involved in the water policy issues out there for probably about 10 or 15 years. Served on the Tri-County Water Board for 5 years, and Deanna and I worked tirelessly trying to get the plan across. There was a lot of history there. I've been involved for many years, involved with the two parties probably were causing us a lot of issues. I would clearly remember one of the meetings we had where I think two of the guys were yelling at each other clearly over some of the subsidence issues, right? So that's kind of the level we've dealt with. But we have a great legacy in our Tulare Lake Basin. And so I know we can roll our sleeves up and get action done. We took easily within a year, about 6 months, I think Deanna and I worked on that with others on the board in Tri-County. We got a allocation policy together. And I think recently we've seen a great movement here in South Fort Kings and in Mid Kings that we're going to have some stakeholder involvement, which we needed badly. And I see it's going to add a great level of push because we needed that from these different stakeholders to bring this across the board. We have my push. I'm a third generation farmer too, farm in the Kauai Basin right now as well. Facing some real cutbacks to understand the issues we're going to face. But my passion is preserving our ag base. So I'm going to do all I can on our basin to make that happen. To echo the other speakers, I would like to see if we could hold off on this. But I know we can quickly, if we do go on probation, my goal is to get us back into local control. I think that's where I sense the board wants us to be. And that's where I would like us to be too. We have a great community. And one more thing I want to add too, I know there's been a lot of talk, but my passion has been some of our disadvantaged communities in our area as well. Recently met with Kettleman City CSD, looking to bring some water supply to them. We've had huge issues out there for years. It was very disappointing to see 2 years ago when we had a hard time even finding some water. So I never want to see that happen again. And so if the state board can help us on that going forward, that would be great. We need the little things like that will make a big deal for our future of our basin. But just know that we can get this done. I know there's a lot. And the other thing when you hear demand management, that's devastating for everybody because that's kind of what we're looking at right now is demand management. And that's a devastating role. And the last thing I'll leave you with is subsidence. In our discussions for the last 7 years when I was involved, I've stepped away. For the last 2 years, I've been doing private consulting, but subsidence is a huge issue. It doesn't only affect Tulare Lake, it affects Kauai, Tule Basin, probably 750,000 acres that we have to get our hands around. That's not going to be simply solved here. but we need to be mindful of how that's going to impact the other basins as well. So appreciate your time and look forward to working through this process to get us back to local control. Thank you.
Thank you as well. Really appreciate your time and those comments. Next, I'd like to call up David Stanfield and then Josh Bencourt.
All right. Good afternoon, members of the board and staff. Thank you for this opportunity to speak today. My name is David Stanfield, Summerfield Farms, a local stakeholder from Hanford, the Mid-Kings GSA. For the past several years now, I've been involved locally attending board meetings and very closely following this process. I'm here before you today to oppose moving the Tulare Subbasin into probation. I would also like to second the comments made by the Kings County Farm Bureau and include them as my own as well. Furthermore, you've heard today that a revised GSP is almost complete, and I'd like to testify to that fact. We've also heard from staff that a review of that process will take 3 months plus. And this is a complex and difficult issue. That's been labored today. I don't need to get into that. My request today is simply for more time to reflect the hard work that your staff has done, that the local GSAs have done and are doing still. But furthermore, we could use time for input from the stakeholders at the local level. It's my belief from our most recent meeting, hearing all the details of the revised GSP, that we're very close to addressing the deficiencies that you called out today. So please consider extending that timeline moving forward for us. Thank you for hearing me today.
Thank you for being here and for raising your voice in this discussion, Mr. Stanfield. Last commenter, I believe, unless again, anyone here looking to speak who hasn't and feels comfortable enough to say, yes, one more commenter, please do go to the clerk. But I think we'll be Josh Bencourt here then.
First, I want to thank you all for creating a very inviting and comfortable environment. Unfortunately, I can't stay much longer because I just bought some tickets to the Kings game tonight. So hopefully we'll be lighting the beam tonight, and then I'll be going back to Hanford. My name is Josh Bettencourt. My grandmother and my mother own and operate a small family farm near the Kings River in Kings County. My grandmother is 90 plus years old. She requires full-time care, but she still likes to ride around the farm and speak to me in Portuguese, which I don't understand. And my mother, she has a chronic illness, but despite her sickness, she loves to work in our almond orchard. It keeps her happy. She rides around in the little gator and prunes and sprays weeds, and she just loves it. Obviously, your decision today will impact my grandmother and my mother, but it's also going to impact countless families in rural communities that rely on agriculture for their livelihood and culture for funding. So I please ask that you make your decision very carefully today, and I know that you'll do that. It's been a very long day, so I want to keep my comments very brief, and I just want to adopt and reincorporate for the record the written comments of the California Farm Bureau, the written comments of the Association of California Water Agencies, and the written comments of the Mid-Kings River GSA that were submitted prior to the December 11th, 2023 deadline. I'd also like to add the following comments. SGMA was not intended to interfere with stakeholder common law groundwater rights, and I have not seen any consideration of common law groundwater rights as part of this probation process. Additionally, we believe there should be funding made available for growers and producers so they have the resources to comply with any requirements set by the state or set by local GSAs. This was proposed by the League of California Cities in its public comment letter. I didn't see this comment addressed by the staff in the staff report. It's very costly to install meters. And for someone like my grandmother who requires full-time care and is 90 plus years old and is running out of money at the end of life, it's thousands of dollars to install meters on an irrigation well. I don't know if you guys truly understand how expensive it is. It's not just a few $100, it's thousands of dollars. And you know, we're a small farm, but we still have multiple wells. So it's very costly. So I urge you to delay your decision on probation and allow time for adequate stakeholder inclusion. A lot of people have been talking about that we need more stakeholder input. Allow more time for due process and allow time, hopefully, to put some funding in place so that growers can have the resources available to comply with certain mandates that are put in place. So thank you very much for your time and consideration, and go Kings.
Thank you, Mr. Benencourt. I appreciate those comments. And just want to thank everyone. Today, we've heard a lot of voices, and I know it's not easy to speak in public on issues so critical and so close. And so just want to express my deep appreciation for everyone for the tone they've kept, even again, amongst what are a lot of difficult circumstances. You know, I myself, for those of you that don't know, grew up in the Eastern Coachella Valley. My family would not be here but for agriculture, both on my father's side, where I'm third generation, and my grandparents were migrant farm workers coming in 1907 then to flee the violence of the Mexican Revolution to settle in Buckeye, Arizona, and pick cotton and move their way into the Coachella Valley as migrant farm workers through Bakersfield, all the way up to Gilroy, ultimately for garlic, and doing it again. My mother's side, my grandfather was a bracero, and so came over here in the 1950s. Thanks, and the family brought over, thanks to the generosity of Ben Laughlin from Laughlin Date Gardens in the Eastern Coachella Valley. And so know that I know rural communities are under incredible disparities oftentimes. And this discussion, even the words of probation in the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act can come off as punitive, as a failure. And that's not what this is. It's a step in the road in our discussion, which I agree. The best time to plant a tree is 20 years ago, the best time now. Best time to get our management of groundwater was 50 years ago, but we're here now. And so I think that for me, I just want to appreciate this, and we've said this over again, but the decision doesn't come easy. There are a few things I want to follow up with our folks on here. One is the good actor clause, and any further thought, if there is, on specificity and otherwise. Fee flexibility, ultimately, on how we collect fees. I think there's something to be said for sure. I know within the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program, we collect fees for our division of water quality for that, but have the coalitions able to have that relationship with growers and here help us to not duplicate or over duplicate the rare government resources we all collectively to do our work together. So I'd like to hear some flexibility perhaps around that. And ultimately, as we here deliberate on probation, really want to see it as a partnership, and a time of partnership that we can at least here lend and lean on what authorities the board has through Sigma and in the probationary process to further build that technical core understanding within the GSAs and the communities that can be a benefit, I dare say, and I know that's maybe Pollyannish of me, but of the time, should the board decide to bring folks into probation, make it as great a benefit as we can for all of us collectively, and not an either or. I think I'll just wanted to say here, before really listening here to my fellow board colleagues, that what strikes me is, for all the technical complexity that we know exists and how we're trying to here manage our groundwater resources, better characterize them, understand what activities we have to take, or even the policies that we're all developing, I feel good about where things are going there. It's the people aspect, I think, that is the hardest here amongst us. It is around connecting to so many households and individual growers, and some of them maybe not even knowing that this discussion is happening right now in this room. How do we continue to connect to each other and across the work? The human aspects often seem the most challenging among them, and they're the least that we can spell out necessarily, other than on how we conduct ourselves and work with one another. So just all that said, just incredible appreciation.
and look to my fellow board colleagues for thoughts, questions, further things that they would like to make sure we hear and that can help you make, I know, what is not an easy choice. Vice Chair, would you like to go first? Thank you.
Well, I think that those are good items to hear from staff on, and I'll just add a couple more. And I was busy putting together my list, so I hope I'm not repeating. But on the issue of dedicated staff, I see that the resolution is very clear that I think it's resolved number 7, that we direct staff to provide technical feedback. But I think going further, I really like the idea of having dedicated staff, because especially if the plan, back to that do loop issue, if the plan is held as public comment is received locally and at the same time from our staff, then I can envision a situation where frequent phone calls and emails, would occur, and not wanting there to be a delay on that. And then another area is, and we probably need to talk about this a little bit more as a board, but meters versus open ET, and, maybe looking for some additional flexibility there, where there's a high bar on what would be required in an open ET system, so that we can look at it and see how it performs compared to meters. I know that, there are different schools of thoughts, but meters are a good approach. But we've also heard that, they fail sometimes. Sometimes they get tinkered with. They're expensive. Sometimes people come in and, there's thievery out in rural areas. So also concerned about that as well. And yeah, and then I just have some other general comments that I would like to make, but I think I'll just hold off on the general comments.
Thank you for that, Vice Chair. And plus up those two as well, especially again on open ET and meters, and on the dedicated staff. I think it would be helpful if there was one point person for sure that we could designate, and then further as well to make sure that we have the resources. So I appreciate those points. Board Member Morgan.
Thank you. So I just want to start by thanking everyone that took time to be here today. This is, regardless of the decision, it's not going to be an easy one. SGMA is complex. There needs to be a balance between technical, economics, environmental, affordability, public health, water quality, much more. I can go on forever, but I won't. For me, this is really going to be, after we finish this discussion, going to be about implementing the law to really make sure that there's a balance, and we're finding that balance and really looking to see, how can we do that. So I do have some outstanding questions. And so one is, just want to, talk to staff more, and I think, we did talk earlier about the 10%, so the 10% that the GSA is working on, and just the subsidence, and staff did talk a little bit more. Staff, we did have that conversation earlier about subsidence, and I just want, hear from staff when you are looking at subsidence and it continuing, so if we take at that, that slide 4, and we're looking at potentially going 20, 30 feet below 2015 levels. I know that's not the number, water, that's water levels. That's not subsidence. But if we're looking at subsidence, if it were 10 more feet, 20 more feet, can you give me a gut feeling of what is going to be too much? And I ask this just for, as the GSA, they're working on that last 10% of their plan. Is there, I really want to know, it's like, is that last 10% really close, or is it really not as close? Maybe it's 15 or 20% further. And so I just want to get like a gut reaction from you of, 10 feet too much. And then same thing when I'm listening to it and I say, hey, okay, 5 to 10%, wells go dry. It sounds like a small number, but then when I look at that and I say, well, wow, there may be over 400 wells go dry. That sounds like a lot to me. So if you can also address that, the number of wells that may go dry. And so, and this was brought up earlier, just ensuring that there's adequate, community feedback. And then Vice Chair just brought up, just that dedicated point of contact. And so if that's, if there's something we can do, I really would like to see that. And because really the goal, regardless of where we land today, the goal really is to work collaboratively to make sure that we're all working together to get a plan to where it is within local control, it is back with DWR, and we're getting to that point as quick as possible. We're being efficient with all of our limited time. And so then the other item that I had here was just the ET meter, and if there was some flexibility where, again, we could just keep things moving forward and we can look at new technology if there's something where we can lay out some really well guidelines of how we can take advantage of the new technology, but making sure that we're being really thoughtful about how we would do that.
Great points, and appreciate that, board member. Board member Firestone, would you like to go?
Thank you. Long day, really appreciate it. There's just so much, really, I think, significant comments and work and issues to process here. So really appreciate it. I'll just reiterate, I think without a doubt, you're hearing across the board that, and I think from staff as well, and certainly from all of us, that the goal here is to set folks up for success locally. We recognize this is a really hard job, and nobody envies that. There are really severe impacts that, coming into sustainability is going to have in the region throughout the San Joaquin Valley, but particularly in this region. And it's not just a matter of impacts on farmers' pocketbooks. It's also the whole economy and lives across the board in the region. I think it is really important to acknowledge that people are interconnected in this region and in rural communities. This is, I think, a turning point. We are coming to terms with the reality of what this means. We, especially in these areas that are so severely overdrafted, frankly, and there have been and continue to be really severe impacts on people. So although changing and reducing pumping will have really severe impacts, doing nothing and continuing the status quo has already and will continue to have real impacts to communities, to the community infrastructure, to livelihoods. And so, we're doing this, I think, because we all recognize that we don't have a choice. This is the new climate that we're in, the new reality that we're in. And we want to be able to ensure that everyone in the region, and it's, especially those that haven't always been in charge of water management, are able to take a look at what is the actual water that we have and the water needs that we have, and how do we manage all these different beneficial uses to chart a pathway forward for the region. And the folks in the region are the best to figure out how to do that. That said, when these decisions are this big and this hard, sometimes it falls on the state to be a backstop, and that's what I think we need to do. I think we're at the point where this becomes real, where we have to say, we're going into probation. We have to come to grips with where are the wells, how much is being pumped, actually get a registry of all of that. I was really encouraged to hear how much has already been done by the GSAs on that. And that's really just the first step. The first step we're doing is getting information, getting a handle on what's going on. That's what probation means. It means doing that while we're working with agencies to try to set folks up for success. I am cautiously optimistic. I really was encouraged by the things outlined by the GSAs today. I think what you all have been working on, there's a lot of great things outlined. Just to call out a few, because this is a time to do it. Like I said, I think the well registry is fantastic, really needed, very hard in areas like Dennis, your area up in the northern part where there's a ton of wells, probably easier in the one where there's 6, but vital. And so even if ultimately we utilize, different tools, we have to get a good handle on what wells exist, what they're pumping, where they are, where they're screened in order to manage groundwater. So this seems like a really vital, important first step. Really encouraged by the focus on well mitigation program that is trying to proactively prevent wells from going dry and putting in money and being able to be up and running by this fall and putting in monitoring wells, both not just on water levels, but also water quality. I just want to call out those as things that I was really excited that, I think shows the GSA is really taking to heart the kinds of deficiencies, some of the deficiencies that were there. Let's see, I think to be effective, the well mitigation program that's really you talked about how many of these GSAs, they have like a half-time person right now and are staffing up to be able to really be able to do their job of groundwater management. Developing a well mitigation program is a whole expertise on its own. And I know, we as a state have been funding well mitigation programs to some degree in terms of emergency response to drought with self-help enterprises and some other nonprofits around the state. And I just hope we can ensure that we're helping to help you all coordinate with other programs that are already doing this. I know that's already somewhat going on, certainly with the management zones, as I understand it. I also feel like, the folks that are in charge of managing groundwater really know groundwater, really know wells, and can be great at helping to do mitigation programs for well owners. And that's exciting to have that capacity being developed locally, but it's not easy. And so I really want to figure out how we can help support that for success, because these changes aren't, as much as we need to move quickly to stop impacts, we're going to continue to see some impacts for some time, and we need to make sure folks are able to get safe water. And I do think if we're considering, how plans are moving forward, if we're seeing wells going dry and folks not getting safe water, I don't think that's not going to lead to us believing there's success at the local level. It's going to lead to us feeling like we need to do an interim plan, which is really more demand management. That said, I think we should be looking at what we can do on supporting community engagement. And it sounds like also maybe more small farmer engagement. One thing on there's a ton, it sounds like, that has been going on, but more that needs to be done around engagement locally, both within the whole groundwater management plans locally, but also, certainly at the state. One thing I wanted to just throw out there where I'm interested in, for the fee structure, we do an annual review of our fees where we, where we check against, are we over collecting? Are we under collecting? How do we need to adjust it? That we do that across the board with all of our programs. And I do want us to think about small farmers and how we might look at fee structures to address small farmers. I think that's something that we should understand and explore a little bit. And I'd be really interested from folks, from stakeholders, to hear if there's suggestions on that. I think with that, I guess the only other thing I wanted to say context-wise is that, and Chair, you touched on this, but this action that we're taking right now, and I do think we need to move to go to probation, is that we is about Sigma, and it's about this particular action. But we have been very focused on water supply strategies in terms of rather than demand reduction, focused on recharge, focused on developing supplies. And we also have a lot going on in terms of consideration of storage facilities and conveyance, as well as water as flows. So we are very cognizant of that surface water supply and recharge needs. I think the Vice Chair has asked for this before, but I'll just sort of reiterate, in the executive director's report this time, and you can find these on the website every month, but it has a breakdown of the water rights permitting and especially the recharge permits. So you can see what we've permitted, and the Chair mentioned that. That's something we are expediting. We've created as much streamlining as we can, but it's not something we actually do, right? We do the permitting, but locally, folks do the recharge. So I would like us to continue just, in complementary to the Sigma work we're doing, to just, continue to report back. I see that in the executive director's report, but on how much is actually recharged, because it looks like although a large amount was permitted, not as much actually got recharged as was permitted. And so it'd be good for us to understand that. And that's part of the context here. I don't think that changes the need to move forward on Sigma, but it's important, I think, for us all to be looking at this holistically and figuring out how we help chart the best pathway forward we can. Thanks.
Really appreciate that, board member, and agree, the benefit of having these programs and discussions in a common space here is so that we can have a holistic approach. And so really appreciate that. And would plus up your comment, there was one here that I hadn't gotten to yet, but on small farmers, there is a distinction between how small acreage farms and farmers are looking to make their way through a lot of complexities. And there's a way that we can, not here inappropriately distinguish, but recognize that small growers, small farmers need extra support as opposed to larger, more resourced entities. I think of our drinking water work similarly, where we acknowledge that the level of service coming from us as an agency is different for small, under-resourced agencies than larger ones. And so similarly here, to the extent our folks can and maybe have ideas how, if we are to proceed through probation, how we might give some consideration to those smaller farmers. I really appreciate that comment. Board Member McGuire.
Yes, thank you. And I actually agree with the vast majority of the comments that were already shared by all the board members, so I will not repeat them. And I instead will just, first of all, thank everyone who's here today and shared their voices and comments and heartfelt and deeply personal effects that they're realizing as Sigma and all the challenges that are out there in this very complicated world become more and more of reality. I appreciate you being here and sharing. As a board member, don't pretend to have all the answers and know exactly what the solution is to these problems and the challenges that we have before us. And I do look at this as a space to work together to find them. And so thank you for being here and for those virtually attending as well. And that's really how I look at Sigma. And it's been 10 years. We heard a number of folks mention that today. that we're coming up right on the 10-year anniversary. And a lot has been done, and it's really commendable, the formation of the GSAs from nothing, all the work that's been done, all the plans, and now working on your third iteration of a plan. The whole point of Sigma from the beginning, as I understood it, was to be an adaptive management exercise. It wasn't intended to be, okay, come up with your plan, and that's the perfect plan, and you will then implement that, and 20 years down the road, it will be completed and you will be sustainable. It was, we have a lot to learn. Many didn't know where their wells were, didn't know how much folks were pumping, didn't know much about the subsidence impacts, the drinking water impacts. And gosh, we have come a long way, right? Because we know a lot today about the specific impacts and where we're seeing them, what infrastructure is being harmed, what wells are going dry, and where that water is going and coming from that we didn't have just a few years ago. And so I just, my theme and the way I've looked at this is kind of, I'll get a little cliche here, but, don't let perfect be the enemy of good, right? We have a great staff report, put in excellent work, very thorough, very easy to understand. I could follow it. That says a lot. Thank you. But the point is, it's a sample set of actions. It doesn't need to be exactly that solution set. That's really upon the GSAs, and I appreciate your commitment to work with communities and your stakeholders, the small farmers we heard from today, to help refine that work and get across the finish line here. I'm an engineer and I've worked on many design plans and things, and I know that last 10% can be a bit of a stretch, and sometimes be actually quite a big lift to get over that hump. But I'm confident, based and encouraged by what I've heard, that you are getting close. And so I want to make sure that there's room for that. I do personally think we are at a place where we should be moving forward. But I do want to hear from staff on a number of the items that have already been shared. And I just will add two things. And one is that just to clarify that in all the actions that were the potential actions that were proposed, I think there was a lot of concern about demand management being the only way. And we've talked about groundwater recharge and openness to new supply sources. And I think those are still tools, certainly, that the GSAs can utilize in their plan. And so if you could just clarify that those are options available to them if they want to incorporate and build those into their plan, I think that would be helpful for everyone's understanding that it's not just demand reductions alone as the only way to reach sustainability. And then the other is an item that I mentioned earlier, and it builds on the theme, I think, of how do we keep the groundwater sustainability agencies as the face of sustainable groundwater management and not the State Water Board as the face of sustainable groundwater management. This is about local control, local management. This is the process to help get this back to the GSAs if we vote for probation today. And as I look at it, this is a 1-year period, hopefully less than that. So we're really not talking about that much time in the 10 years that Sigma has already been around. So how do we make this as seamless as possible so there's not confusion about going back and forth in terms of who's on deck? So just with regard to the reporting, the fees, I appreciate the comments about flexibility, the open ET and alternatives to metering. And then I guess the last piece of that is just the reporting piece and who should and could be eligible to provide the reporting, whether it's using an alternative open ET, whether it's a metered report, or whether it's someone who still needs to report but doesn't need a meter. There's different groups here of pumpers that are still going to have to report. And it seems like most of the GSAs that we heard from today are already moving pretty solidly in that direction. And so is there a way to allow them to provide that information to the board in lieu of asking each individual pumper to do so? That's all I had right now.
Thank you, board member. Looking to see If folks here in the program or dear colleagues have some response to what board members have brought up.
Yes, thank you, board members. A lot of great topics and questions there. Let me start with a few. We'll sort of maybe go by questions in groups, and we can circle back to some, and please jump in if we are misinterpreting things or miss something as we go, because there were a number of different questions and topics that were brought up there. So in no particular order, the idea of having a dedicated staff person for each basin, I agree. I think that would help support communications and problem solving. We already do have a basin-specific email address at water boards for basin questions and topics, and we also have a staff team for each basin. We have a senior engineering geologist or other senior staff on each basin, but we will be very sure that there is a clear point of contact for things. And we can do that without that being stipulated in the resolution, but that could be added to the resolution. Regarding meters and open ET, I'm going to hand things to Natalie.
Thank you. We actually have some slides that we can share, and I'd be happy to walk through those briefly.
I don't know that the slides are necessary at this point. I think if I can kind of summarize what I think the issue is. First, the panel we heard from I'll just say the staff recommendation is for metering for people who pump more than 500 acre feet per year. And the rationale behind that was it captures the majority of the pumping by touching the fewest people. So requiring the meters on the fewest number of people while being able to capture the vast majority of the pumping or the majority of the pumping in the basin. I think the staff is recommending meters because it's, tried and true and tested technology that we're generally comfortable and familiar with. What I heard from the GSA panel is it sounds like many of them are moving toward requiring meters themselves as sort of the tool to be used, at least in this basin. Other basins may be different. All that said, there is evolving technology with using evapotranspiration based methods. And that is something that we could adjust the resolution to allow. I think there are some basic elements that we would want to see to ensure that the data that we receive is sort of at the resolution that we would need to ensure it's reproducible, to ensure it's transparent, auditable, all of those things. And so if it's something that the board is interested in allowing as an alternative to metering for the pumpers who pump more than 500 acre feet per year, we have some language that we can incorporate into the resolution. That's at your discretion. And if you want more detail, as Ms. Stark said, we have slides that talk about metering versus ET-based methods, but I'm not sure that's needed at this point.
I appreciate that, Executive Director Oppenheimer. I'm supportive and looking for other board members to kind of weigh in right now as to their support for adding that. And we'll see what the language is here as it gets read in, but I imagine it'll be broad enough that there may be not too much concern. But Board Member Firestone, please.
Yeah, I mean, I asked, I've been interested in figuring out, are there alternatives to metering from the beginning? But I also think that this basin has a relatively small number of wells that are over the 500 acre feet threshold. And that's a lot of water. It seems like we should be able to meter those. And if we're going to get a handle on water, and it sounds like the GSAs are already looking at doing that, because I think anywhere I see around the state that are really managing groundwater have meters. So where there's adjudicated basins, where there's anything like that, they have meters. So I just would, I am all for trying to explore, and especially maybe other basins, maybe in a different circumstance where they have a lot more small pumpers, that where we'd be considering maybe a different threshold for meters and report. But I just, I guess I'll just voice sort of concern around signaling that we wouldn't require meters for 500 acre feet in this basin at this point. And I just want to continue to look at how we create efficiencies in terms of collecting data. I definitely think we should be using OpenET for verifying things and understanding things, but I don't know that it substitutes for those like very high volume pumpers to not have a meter. But so I don't, just to share where I'm at in terms of however the language is drafted and what's being considered.
Yeah, I appreciate those concerns here, and I agree that 500 acre feet of water is a significant amount of water. It is not a small mom and pop farm that is pumping that amount. Those are big pumps. So, and I think what I would want to make sure, and I'm still supportive though of incorporating some language only because this is our first basin, how we treat this one. I don't want complete inconsistencies across them. And so as to open up that conversation and have some consistency to future basin considerations, I want to make sure the language isn't such that we're saying we want to replace metering here with OpenET, but that the ability for us to understand, and we don't know how long, if the board so decides here for probation, how long a period that is, that we're kind of cut off from a tool in the longer term that may prove to be as effective, but we're still in the middle of understanding. So I really appreciate those misgivings and voicing them so we can have some discussion here and look to other board members around that. Board Member McGuire.
Yes, thank you. Yes, I understand Board Member Firestone where you're coming from as well. I think this is, I'm thinking about the timing here. And it's kind of throwing me for a loop a little bit because the requirement would be for folks to have meters installed within the next 90 days, correct? And start recording and reporting on that. And I am interested in OpenET or LandIQ or other technologies as an alternative, but I do think there needs to be some rigor behind that. And it would take some time to figure that out as well. So I think opening it up makes sense and the resolution language makes sense. I'm just not sure. And then also thinking about the fact that we're going to be getting a revised GSP here shortly. I'm struggling with the order of operations and how the sequencing might work. That makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense to me, and do understand that. Vice Chair.
Yeah, I have some thoughts on that. I just don't think it's right to not have it as an option. So I agree from a practical matter. It sounds like much of the basin is moving towards meters anyway, and there's this timing issue. But I think just embedding it in there, we don't know what the future is going to bring, and just to have it out there for folks to be thinking through, potential tools in the future, and to put the information out there about what we're looking at if we had OpenET. There's a lot of basins watching what's going on here, so I think it's helpful. It may not be something that folks would want to avail themselves to because it would be too challenging, but to make it clear what we would be looking at in terms of transparency, that you can audit it, et cetera.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Board Member Morgan.
I'm thinking the same along the similar lines as the Vice Chair, just really having it out there. Some of my thoughts are, if I were, in the Tulare Lake Basin, I would also be planning on going to meters because that's the only option that was presented. And so if I were trying to go into compliance, that's what I would be looking at. And so looking at the future basins that are potentially, who are updating their plans, I think we need to be transparent and provide, the same options for everyone and really have that information out there so that anyone who is looking at, am I looking at meters, which I too have had a lot of reservation and hesitancy, but at the same time, I've also know the downside of meters. And so just looking for, as we look forward, new technology comes out, and I have to remind myself, don't always just go back and rely upon what I'm used to and what I'm comfortable with, but to stretch and to grow and to learn as there is new technology input, and to do that research to understand what is that technology, and then also to make sure that as we are looking at utilizing that technology, we can still do those checks and balances and really understand what is the data that we are receiving. And so I'm for putting out, providing that language and the option so that whether it's Tulare Lake or it's another GSA, another basin, they can take a look and see, is this something that they would want to proceed with, or if they want to, move forward with meters. I think, as we move along, there's going to be other, where meters were the only option historically, where that's going to become an option for others, later. I just recalling, when I was volunteering, it was, you can only mail things because that was what was there. You could not do emails. You physically had to mail everyone. You could not, and we had to change what was written because it wasn't available at that time. And so I just tried to really remind myself of those lessons, just, as I've gone along, and to, allow myself to stretch and look for new technologies.
Appreciate that.
I just
sorry, don't
add one more thing. I mean, I think we'll see what the language looks like, but I think I agree, or I think I'm fine with this. I think it's I think it might be confusing to people, but I am up for signaling that we want to look for the best ways of understanding water extraction and groundwater management tools. So I certainly want to signal that. I also just want to signal that, what we are setting for requirements for this basin is not necessarily what we would set for other basins. And this is unique. The land ownership in this basin is very different than water use and land ownership in other basins. And so, or subbasins. So 500,000 acre feet to me seems like a lot of water. It seems like it's reasonable to think that should be metered. And I don't know what that right level is in other basins where maybe it's that ownership and water use and extractions are different. So I guess I just want to make sure that we're not sending a signal that what we're doing here is going to be copy and pasted to anything else we put in probation. I think we are really trying to tailor this to this basin in particular, but signal what we're looking for and what we're open to.
I agree. Thank you, board member. Hopefully that was clear for folks on staff between all of us. I know, again, there's 5, but
yes.
Is there any? Okay, good. And we'll look at the language here, and that'll help us understand and give further comfort onto these other items we've identified.
Yeah, thank you. So there were some questions about fees, particularly in the context of smaller farmers. I will say, certainly, as we said in the presentation, that fees are something the board can revisit at any time, and we're planning on bringing that to you on the normal fee reevaluation schedule annually. And while the per acre foot charge is currently uniform because it is per acre foot, that does mean smaller farms are obviously paying smaller fees. But there may be more we can do, and we can get back to you on that.
Vice Chair.
Yeah, just an add-on to this. I've had so many questions about this in, individual meetings. We have a process that's underway right now, and just there seems to be a little, people are accessing the board in some instances for the first time. And so when they look at the Sigma team, they think you're the fee team, and you're not. And so just getting out maybe an FAQ about the stakeholder process. I don't know if change could be made by September, but let's leave it up to the GSAs and the individuals to attend those stakeholder meetings and get connected with people that have already been, through this many times before, and encourage the GSAs, individuals, Farm Bureau, whoever, to attend those meetings and provide proposals for our staff. It's a zero-sum game in the end. We need to collect the amount of fees to not run the program, but specifically for probation. But if they can come up with a more equitable way, the stakeholder process and those that are running it are all ears.
I appreciate that, Vice Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Excellent idea. And now I'll hand it to Natalie Stork to talk a little bit about subsidence, and maybe to Board Member Nicole's question, Board Member Morgan's question about how many wells might go dry.
Yeah, if it's okay, I might actually start with the how many wells might go dry issue and then transition on to subsidence. So in the presentation today, we heard that their current proposal is for the A zone, B zone, and C zone chime in if I miss something. For all three zones to have their minimum threshold set at the 2015, their measurable objective, so where they want to be, set at the 2015 water levels. And their minimum threshold for the three zones, the A zone, so that unconfined shallow aquifer, would be I'm looking at the screen next to me, 20 feet below those 2015 levels. The B zone, so the semi-confined or confined middle aquifer above the Corcoran clay, would be 30 feet below 2015 levels, and the C zone would be controlled by subsidence amounts. So we don't yet have a minimum threshold for the C zone based on the slides that we saw from the GSAs today. So we can't give a clear number because we don't have those C zone numbers yet, but we did have staff do a quick analysis to look at domestic wells that could go dry with those thresholds. So the value we heard from the GSAs today is 10% of all wells. We sometimes like to take a moment and look at different well types and look at how that could impact beneficial users of water. And when we ran our quick analysis based on publicly available data, so the Oscar data set, I think corrected with the USGS location information, if we took those 2015 levels and dropped them 20 feet, we weren't able to distinguish A zone and B zone. So we did a 20-foot drop, a 30-foot drop, and looked at those numbers. We got 610 domestic wells in the unconfined layers potentially going dry. Again, this is based on available information. Some of those wells may not be there anymore if they already went dry and didn't get water back in them after that 2015 low. However, there are also wells that may not be in these databases, so we don't know the exact number. We also had one public supply well in the unconfined zone going dry. Now, when we took those 2015 water levels and dropped them 30 feet, we got 694 domestic wells in that same public supply well. And with those two values, it was 33% of domestic wells and 38%. The GSAs may have a better number. They're working on doing those, surveys of where all the wells are and understanding more about groundwater extraction in their basin. So what we really need to see is their own analysis of that. We really appreciate that they're trying to minimize those impacts. 10% is a start, but we'd like to see some more information and understand what those impacts could be on all beneficial users and uses in the subbasin. Are there any follow-up questions on that, or I can talk about subsidence?
Being done, thank you.
Regarding subsidence, as I noted before, the minimum thresholds for the C zone, according to the presentation, will be determined by where they need to set them for subsidence management. So we heard today that there was some discussion about controlling subsidence in certain areas and then maybe allowing more in other areas. Just want to flag that if they try and drop it too much, there's likely to be an impact even on the area that's not having a lot of subsidence. If you look at how subsidence currently is distributed in the Central Valley, there's that big hot spot that's right on the edge of the subbasin. It's really between those three subbasins, and you can see, where it's less and less as you move out. So if they try and drop it, 6 feet or something in the middle of the subbasin, that's still going to have impacts on the side of the basin. It would be really hard for that to physically happen and have no subsidence where the aqueduct or the Corcoran levees are. So really, we need to see more information. We didn't see those thresholds today. And so we look forward to hearing more information about their subsidence proposals. And I'm just looking to my colleagues to see if there's anything else to be added there.
Great.
I'll just make one quick comment. Thank you. Just that we are encouraged by the GSA's approach to manage subsidence through groundwater level management in the C-zone aquifer. I think that's kind of a paradigm shift from the first GSP that we received, and we're encouraged by that approach.
Thank you for that, Ms. Hackett.
Okay, continuing to try to wrap things, I guess I'll go to Amanda Pearson to speak more about exclusions.
Yes, so this is a little bit more on the good actor provision. As you've heard, as you've seen in the draft staff report and the final staff report, the board must exclude from probationary status any portion of the basin for which a GSA can demonstrate compliance with the sustainability goal. And there's actually a lot packed in there because SGMA defines the sustainability goal to mean the existence and implementation of one or more GSPs that identifies and targets measures that will ensure the basin is operated within its sustainable yield. Sustainable yield or operation within sustainable yield means operation without causing undesirable results. Based on the staff review of the 2022 Tule Lake GSP, which is the one we've been dealing with for the last few months, the GSP does not accomplish that for the basin because it does not adequately define the undesirable results, among other problems and concerns with the sustainable management criteria. However, we are interested, I think, and eager and encouraged by some of what we've heard today regarding the revisions to the update. And we really do look forward to seeing that plan and how we can work with the GSAs to move them back to local management, assuming the board does designate the basin as probationary today. I also want to add that it is difficult in a single plan basin because there's one plan that applies to the whole basin, but there are potential avenues in SGMA. One of them is the concept of these policies. I think board member McGuire kind of noted this as maybe that's a way for a portion of the basin to be managed in a way that does comply with the sustainability goal. Relatedly, the SGMA regulations also provide for the creation of management areas within a GSP. The management areas can define different minimum thresholds and they can be operated to different measurable objectives. Although I will note that under the management area concept, the undesirable results still need to be defined consistently throughout the basin. And that is one of the things staff will be looking at when we get the new plans. I will add one more thing, which is that we do have an FAQ in the works that we will be posting to the website, and we'll work to incorporate these types of responses to the comments we heard here today into that FAQ.
Great. I really appreciate that, Ms. Pearson, and look forward to that document. And I think as Board Member McGuire had said earlier, the good actor provision can be applied once a basin is in probation as well. So if additional data is developed and we have additional comfort, but it's sounding the fundamental challenge is the consistency ultimately of the thresholds indicated within the plan still yet. So.
Yes, that's right. And I think we will be having more conversations with the two GSAs that requested the exemptions once we have the revised plan in hand.
That sounds right. Thank you. Not seeing any further question on that.
Okay, so I think we've now tried to respond to the really clear questions I kept track of. If there were other items you wanted further discussion of, for example, potential actions beyond demand management, we can talk more about that.
The two comments I had were about reporting. So was there a way, or is there a provision, or help me better understand what the requirements are for reporting of groundwater extractions? We're talking about alternative measurement tools. We're talking about how do we help GSAs be more of the face to work with local pumpers. So that was one question. The other question was just clarifying that water supply actions could be a part of the plan. Maybe they already are, and I'm not familiar, but I don't believe that that's something that you looked at directly in the staff report. You're more or less focused on demand management type actions, but you would be, and I think we would be open to a plan that encompasses both types of projects.
Great. I thank you for that clarification. Yes, Sarah Sugar, could you speak to the potential actions beyond demand management, and then we'll go to Natalie Stork for reporting.
Sure. Thank you, Board Member McGuire. Haven't talked in a while. Yes, we absolutely acknowledge that new supply and recharge is part of the equation for these basins. The GSP did describe a number of potential sources for new supply and a number of potential ways to get that supply into the ground or to irrigators. Our deficiency related to that was there wasn't enough information on the feasibility of those projects to really evaluate if that would be enough to get the basin to sustainability. So we had a few potential actions, one of which was just better define the feasibility of those projects. Which ones are you sure you can do? Which ones are you unsure? We have dry years, water rights are complicated, contracts are complicated. And then using that information, given how long it takes to develop allocations plans or demand management schemes, because they can be controversial, use the information you know about how much you might have left and put a plan in place, a contingency plan, so that it's available if you need. Yeah.
Thank you. That helps.
Very much.
So regarding reporting, I'll start off and then hand it to Amanda. I heard there were some questions throughout this discussion about could GSAs be more of the interface, and also could they potentially assist with reporting? And with our current system, we have a system, it's called GEARS. It's our groundwater extraction annual reporting system. And we do already have a module built in so that someone could report information for a large group of groundwater extractors, or an individual who has a lot of wells could do it themselves. And so that module is available. The key thing is that with our current system, groundwater extractors would need to log in and assign a GSA as their agent. So anyone can have an agent do their reporting for them, similar to surface water in the water rights reporting system there. So we do have that already built in, but they may need to go in, they may need to assign their GSA as their agent, and they may need to put in some initial well information. And then the annual reports could be done in that bulk module by the GSAs. And similarly, if someone wanted someone to do the reporting for them that wasn't a GSA, they don't have to use the bulk reporting module. They can still assign an agent. That agent would get an email letting them know they're the agent. They'd be able to do the reporting.
I have a follow-up on that. We want to make sure we have compliance. It gets back to the fee issue. So what can we do to provide technical assistance regarding that process? What do you have in mind come July?
So we will, if this basin is put on probation, we'll have rollout and stakeholder engagement of a reporting program with FAQs. I believe we have instruction videos. I believe they're already online, and we can make more as well as we get questions from stakeholders and needs for assistance. Currently, we have the capability to work with people one-on-one, but we want to make it easy, just have more information out there. So we'll continue building those materials to help people report.
Really appreciate that great work and good questions from Vice Chair and board member. Looking to Mr. Knockbauer and looking importantly to board colleagues, if there were any items at this point that they haven't heard back from our folks here that they want to make sure in here, please do flag. And then Mr. Knockbauer, was there anything left here on our list?
So I wanted to circle back to the meters and evapotranspiration. I think we can actually present on maybe on screen the language that,
great, thank you,
that our attorneys have worked on already. Yeah, looks like Mr. Lawfer, maybe you can, there we go.
And I don't want to take any credit for this, but what we put up on the screen right now, and I'll give Ms. Pearson the opportunity if she wants to walk through it, or one of the other Sigma staff, but you're looking at a potential change that would be made to, I believe it's section 4C of the resolved clauses of the resolution.
Yeah, so what we've developed here, and I can't take personal credit for it either. My colleagues in the Office of Chief Counsel developed this while I was on vacation, so thank you all. It provides some flexibility to for the executive director. There's on the next page, there's a delegation of this authority, or for the board itself to consider alternative compliance pathways to the metering requirement, which could include things like using ET. And this would be specifically for individuals that do not already have meters installed. We think if people already have meters, they should probably use them. But this provides a little bit more flexibility while still keeping some bounds on the methods that we will, or the board will accept.
And for the benefit of folks online who may not be able to read it, we've made it about as large as you can using the Zoom platform. We'll go ahead and read it into the record, and that way everyone will also get a chance to consider the specific considerations. Would you like me to do that, Amanda, or would you like to do it? Okay, I'll go ahead and go for it because I can control the screen as well. So again, this would be a new resolve clause that could go in section 4C. At this point in time, it's not part of the staff proposal. It would need to be made as part of a motion from the board. And it would be, 4C would read, for individuals required to report who do not already have meters installed, comma, the State Water Board will consider alternative compliance pathways to the metering requirement, comma, taking into account the reliability and accuracy of alternative measurement techniques and whether auditable information is used, period. Specific considerations include, but are not limited to, whether new line or colon new line Romanet 1, groundwater is extracted for uses not captured by evapotranspiration. Romanet 2, sufficient details about crop irrigation and irrigation efficiency are provided. And Romanet 3, contributions of precipitation and other sources to consumptive use are known and accounted for, period. And then there would be a new line, and within that 4C would be a broad delegation that the board delegates authority to approve alternative compliance pathways to the executive director or the executive director's delegee pursuant to Water Code Section 7.
Thank you, Mr. Lawfer. I appreciate the language here. I'm supportive, but importantly want to hear from others with concerns. Okay. Yep. And I think I appreciate the Roman numerets because evapotranspiration only works if you have it calibrated, and you need that data in order to make sure you're seeing what is actually happening. So I'm supportive and looking to colleagues and seeing nods. So appreciate the language there.
And while I have the document up, I want to just point out, and I think Ms. Pearson can go through these reasons as well. I think we had only 2 other edits in the resolution, and these would be necessary edits to comply with the law. You see in paragraph 4A and 4B that July 16th has been stricken and replaced with July 15th. This is to conform to a counting issue with the number of days following board action. And I'll leave it at that. I won't explain what happened, but it's basically a calendar counting error. And I believe those are the only 2 paragraphs where that change would be necessary, and that should be included in any motion that the board makes.
That is correct. Those are the only updates to the proposed resolution that we have for you at this time.
Thank you. I'll look to the board to see if we're ready for a motion, and just will note, I know we've heard a lot of concerns, deep concerns around the ongoing impacts that over extraction of groundwater have created, the uncertainty, and here the board's vote truly isn't to make those worse. And importantly, I wanted to make sure and note before we go to vote on probation that this isn't setting caps. This isn't doing anything but finding data and here paying a bit for the program. And so it is a step if the board so chooses. And I'm supportive of moving to probation, but look to my fellow board colleagues and if there's any further comment or a motion. Vice Chair.
I'd like to make a motion because I didn't say much other than, the list. And so I'd like to use this as an opportunity. There is one item that we did not consider or that we didn't talk about. I think we all considered it, but we didn't include it on the list. And that was the request for a delay. And I'd like to just briefly address that. This is something that I've given great thought to. Had a lot of dialogue with the GSAs over the past many months and was really hopeful that we would receive something not in hand, not just the day of, but quite some time before, so that we would all have an opportunity to digest it. The public might have, not a full opportunity, but at least an opportunity to quickly go through it. And we didn't have that opportunity here today. Unfortunately, we did have the really good presentation, and I don't want to go into, my colleagues, I think responded quite well that it sounds like a very good start. But because we don't have a document in hand, and then I do appreciate the dialogue between board member Morgan and Ms. Hackett and Ms. Stork going through subsidence and domestic wells. And for me personally, I was really looking for sort of a red flag review. Are there any red flags? If there weren't, I would be here pushing for a delay. I'd say, let's take a look at this plan. Let's give it an opportunity and maybe delay the hearing a bit. But because of that just cursory analysis, I'm just really not comfortable pushing for a delay. And I hope that the GSAs and all the good work that went into the development of that, it's taken as, not a setback, but encouragement to go forward. I think there were a lot of very positive comments today. And so encourage you all to go forward, further development of that plan, and just plus up everything that's been said about this is the beginning of a process, and getting it back to local control as soon as possible. But I think it's a partnership too. We're going to be working in partnership with you all. And I want to mention, Ms. Tran the comment that you made that, there's not a lot of community members here because it's just too difficult to travel. But we were in the basin and we heard from a lot of community members. And so I think that's at the forefront of all of our minds as well. Community impacts and sustainability impacts the community at large. It impacts not having sustainable groundwater management. It impacts all beneficial uses. And I really encourage those of you who didn't look at the resolution to read through it. It's a really good document. It's got all the deficiencies in there listed very clearly. And it also talks about all the things that we've said over and over again today, and that is the best groundwater management is done locally, and that not having sustainable groundwater management it actually impacts all the beneficial uses. And we heard, loud and clear from those that are very concerned about the impacts on farms, but it impacts those farms as well. And I do come from the farming community. And, I think we all, a lot of the comments today were, emotional and very concerning. We take that to heart, and we think you do too. You want to have your communities be sustainable. And so I think that this is, just the beginning of a long process. But I have hope because I think we're going to see improvement. There's going to be a lot of bumps in the road. And then as far as the comments that were made about storage and recharge, we have a role. We have a role, but there are other agencies that have a role. There's the legislature. There's, potential for bonds. There's all kinds of opportunities. And another reason I have hope is that I can see that the GSAs are going to work in coordination with local communities, with the Community Water Center, with Farm Bureau, and you're going to be lobbying for more funding for recharge projects. I think that's where this is headed. That is a very important tool, and that's not something that we can do if we take over management of a basin. That's something that you all can do, and I think we can be partners in the development of additional water supplies. And then much was said about what we've been doing over the past several years with respect to recharge. We have really improved our process. And of course, approving those recharge applications and actually putting water in the ground is, one is a process and the other is, actually physically moving the water. I think we do have further to go, and we are all ears about how we can improve that process, not through, this decision today, but through other processes that will come before us. So having said that, I'm not happy about having to do this, but I think we have a path set out, and I'd like to move adoption of the resolution along with 4C and the other changes that were read into the record by Mr. Lawfer.
I'll second.
Thank you both. Ms. Tyler, can you please call a roll call vote?
Vice Chair Diadamo.
Aye.
Board Member Firestone.
Aye.
Board Member McGuire.
Aye.
Board Member Morgan.
Aye.
And Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. The resolution is adopted, and as Vice Chair said, this is a strengthening of a partnership and only the beginning of further work together. And so just thank you for everyone's time and look forward to the work ahead. This brings us to the end of today's agenda or today's items. Tomorrow we have another board meeting, so we are actually in recess then until tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. when we'll reconvene and carry on to the board's agendized items. Just thank you, everyone.